678. Chen Pinggan put away the 4 natal items and asked, "What's your real name?" Wu Guang was of course the name made up by this demon. Even Yu Yu and Du Shanyin didn't believe it. The white-haired boy was silent for a moment and said, "Frost's Descent." Chen Pinggan asked casually, "Surname?" The reason why he asked was because of the demons imprisoned in those prisons. For example, the 5 demons of the upper 5 realms were called Yun Qing, Qing Qiu, Meng Po, Zhu Jie, and Hu Changjun. Except for the last immortal demon who had a surname, the rest of them didn't have surnames. As for their real names, they wouldn't be easily revealed. The same was true for the demons of the middle 5 realms. No matter what their names were, unless they died and Twisting Heart used the means of the tailor, they wouldn't be able to find out their real names from the Jindan and Yuanying that she stripped. The pure martial artists of the vast world were particular about finding a master as if reincarnating. Thus, the demons' real names were regarded as a matter of life and death since ancient times. Bai Zi wrote the mountain search map and revealed the true names and roots of the demons to the Sage of Rites. Then, together with the Sage of Rites, they forged the cauldron on the peak of the mountain. This was one of the key reasons why the demons were defeated. Once the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and entered the vast world, every natal character that the Sage of Rites mastered would be a barrier for the demons. The few sword immortal embryos in the Jioshan tent, Zhu Jie, Yu Sai, Tan, Liu Bai, they didn't have surnames. They were waiting for the moon-supporting mountain to bestow them with surnames. Moreover, their names were relatively obscure in order to avoid the Sage of Rites natal characters. The white-haired boy shook his head and smiled. "I was born a lowly refugee in the White Snow continent and followed the surname of a rich family. In fact, she had an original name, which was Xiaokao. Later on, when her life was stable, she became a page boy for a rich young master. A private school teacher helped to give her the name Frost Descends. It had a chilling aura and a gloomy aura. It wasn't a very good name. Back then, I didn't know anything and was very happy. I always felt that it was related to books." The white-haired boy floated in the air. He leaned back and crossed his legs. "I'm also half a disciple of mine. I'm a cave abode cultivator. In that small vassal country, I can be considered a great immortal." When he was young, he knew some basic skills of supporting a dragon and helped others. However, he was unlucky and didn't succeed. Later on, he was disheartened, he taught and became a teacher. Occasionally, he sold to earn some money. One time, he went on a long journey, telling me that he wanted to travel the mountains and rivers, but he never came back. Many years later, I found out that the old master had gone to an obscene Shui Fu to seek justice for a friend who was an official. In the end, he didn't get justice, but lost his life there, and his soul was lit by a water lantern. In a fit of anger, I lost half of my life and smashed that he Bo's ancestral temple and his golden body. But that still wasn't enough to vent my anger. I chewed on the broken pieces of the golden body and swallowed them into my stomach. It's just that during the battle between the two sides, the water flooded 100 miles and the disaster spread to the prefectural city. I was chased by the government and was in a very difficult situation. The outer sky demon, whose name was Frost's Descent, said with a smile, "Xiao Cao didn't value himself and made a mistake." Chen Pinggan had never heard of an ascendant realm cultivator named Frost's Descent in the history of the White Jade continent. Chen Pinggan didn't know much about all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms except for the Baoping continent, Tongye continent, and Beiju continent. He didn't dare to say that he had heard of all of them. However, he only knew about the ascendant realm cultivators in the vast world. After Chen Pinggan became a hidden official, he went to find them. What's more, the secret records of the Summer Palace were piled up like a mountain. It was easy to follow the vines and find the melon. The white-haired boy jumped up like a carp and laughed. "This is a new story I just made up. If the hidden official has heard of it, then so be it." Chen Pinggan said, "I'm not sure if the story is true or not, but I can be sure that you're from the green underworld." The white-haired boy replied with an "oh" and said in realization, "I know what went wrong. I shouldn't say that he was hunted down by the government. Other than the Qingming dynasty where officials must have credentials, The government of the Great Imperial Court doesn't have the guts nor the ability to do so. That world was very different from the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. The Taoist sect was the dominant sect, and the imperial court officials and Taoist priests were the majority. Therefore, there would never be a scene of an official praying for rain. The local officials in the green underworld could use their spells to summon the wind and rain, and pray for blessings and dispel disasters. The status of the gods in the mountains and rivers was not high. Although they didn't become menial laborious, they were still very different from the god of river and mountain lord. Chen Pinggan said, Daoist Sun from the Da Shendu Temple and I were lucky enough to travel together in the Beiju continent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit and thank you. Daoist Sun was the leader of the Daoist sect's sword immortal lineage. His Dao techniques and swordsmanship were extremely high. However, Chen Pinggan admired the old immortal's tricks the most. He was at the pinnacle of perfection. Compared to Daoist Sun, he was still thousands of miles away. The white-haired boy nodded. I guessed it. The middle-aged Daoist in the wooden house was Daoist Sun's junior brother. The wooden statue was made from the peach wood of the Da Shendu Temple's ancestor. The Dao intent contained in the five-colored mountain was also the foundation of the Da Shendu Temple's sword immortal lineage. I'm not blind, I can see it. That's why Zhu Jie said that you have a good life. You're wrong, but you're also right. To visit the Da Shendu Temple in another world meant that Chen Pinggan had to be in the Ascendant Realm. Chen Pinggan asked a key question, have you heard of the Three Mountains technique? The white-haired boy had a strange expression. I've heard of it, but I've only heard of it. Chen Pinggan asked again, then can I use this to refine the god's heart? This god's corpse was once the ancient fire god's aid. The white-haired boy smiled and said, I'm not sure if you can refine it. As for the god's body, it doesn't belong to the five elements. It's all-encompassing and can make up for whatever it lacks. This cage is something that can be refined. Only that smelting pool has never been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword aura. It's still immortal after 10,000 years. I'm not afraid that you can't refine it. I'm just afraid that after you refine it, your body and soul won't be able to withstand it. Two major tasks, assembling the five elements and sewing clothes, will all go to waste. If you don't believe me, you can ask Naixin. Naixin stood by the stairs and said straightforwardly, unless I give up the Golden Book and the Jade Book and use all the words to build the walls of the heart chamber. The two immortal treasures were half-immortal weapons. They were also the foundation of Naixin's great Tao. The price was huge. Chen Pinggan asked, what's the condition? Naixin said, you've always insisted on sewing clothes on the upper body. Please give up on this crazy insistence. Chen Pinggan said, I refuse. The white-haired boy was gloating. He had been waiting for this show for a long time. It was finally time for him to take the stage. Naixin was annoyed and said, Chen Pinggan, if the 32 sewing places are only on the four limbs and the upper body, it's hard to avoid imbalance. Do you think it's reasonable? As a sewing person, do you think I'm a woman who cares about taboos between men and women? You're also a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword aura. You're a cultivator who wants to reach the top. Why do you care about the so-called taboos between men and women? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I do. In your eyes, I'm just a sewing object who has been skinned and skinned. But in my eyes, you're still a woman. Naixin was so angry that her face turned green. Chen Pinggan, you're unreasonable. The white-haired boy rolled on the ground and laughed. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and did not dare to make a sound. Fun, fun, fun. His anger was vented. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and apologized, Senior Naixin, please be understanding. Naixin disappeared in a flash. Chen Pinggan was not too worried that Naixin would give up on sewing clothes and cause them to give up halfway. However, it was very likely that the following sewing and twisting of the core would cause her to suffer even more, and it would be unnecessary suffering. After Naixin left, the white-haired boy was already sitting upright. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Senior Frost Descent, why aren't you laughing anymore? The white-haired boy lightly beat his chest with his fist. My heart hurts. Seeing the hidden official get misunderstood by Nai Xin, my heart hurts. You call your senior, and I call my ancestor. We're brothers. Chen Pinggan asked, if it's refined, will it affect the prison? The white-haired boy nodded and said, of course, the prison will lose half of its restrictions. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's all gone, there's still old Def and a judge in the distance. There won't be any trouble even if the demons run amok. Other than Yun Qing and the other great demons, there were only 5 nascent soul sword cultivators left in the prison. Without exception, they were all experienced in fighting and were very troublesome. Chen Pinggan said, Yun Qing will most likely break the restrictions and choose to leave the prison. Even if she only has a moment of freedom, she will want to leave the prison and take a look at the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Meng Po is also willing to die under the sword of the judge and not be killed by a nobody like me. The white-haired boy rubbed his chin. That's true. What should we do? Chen Pinggan looked at him. Didn't he say that he had recognized a good ancestor? The white-haired boy sighed and said, I'll just help Ancestor Yingguan keep an eye on those prison doors. Chen Pinggan said, Senior Chengshan, please help me inform Sword Immortal Boss that I want to refine something. Old Def's voice sounded in his heart lake. Do you need to prepare some heavenly treasures? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, no need. Other than the 5-colored golden chamber stove, Chen Pinggan also had the opportunity of guidance from Venerable Fire Dragon. After reaching the far traversing state, it became more obvious. He only needed Twixen to help him extract it. Together with the cultivation of the 3 mountains celestial formula, it would be enough. The white-haired boy looked a little depressed. Are you really not going to reach the Jade Urn state from the 3 realms? Once Chen Pinggan succeeded in refining it, it was very likely that he would cross a huge threshold and reach the cave-dwelling state. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear. The white-haired boy said seriously, then I'll take a step back and give up on those little tricks. I no longer have the intention of taking over your body. I only want to find a place to stay and leave the prison alive. I hope that I can return to the green underworld one day. Other than that, the conditions are still the same. I'll just treat it as buying my life with money. Chen Pinggan still shook his head. The white-haired boy stood up slowly and changed his appearance into a daoist who carried a horsetail whisk. The style of his daoist robe was not from the Beko Keikyung building or the daoist sword celestial sect of Da Xiandu Temple. It was a purple daoist robe that Chen Pinggan had never seen or heard of before. It had long sleeves and was embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, Tai Chi 8 trigrams, cloud patterns, ancient seal scripts, 10 islands and 3 continents, various celestial birds and strange beasts with gold and silver threads. It was as if the daoist robe was a vast paradise where all living things were born. At this moment, the daoist who was wearing the daoist robe had a pair of eyes that seemed to have stars moving around. He had a calm expression and smiled. Chen Pinggan, you schemed against me. I helped you send a message with a flying sword once and caused me to lose 100 years of cultivation. However, you, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, still have such wisdom. I've observed your state of mind during my 5 travels. How can I not have a backup plan? Not only did old Def arrive in the blink of an eye, even the sword gleam that the criminal official had given to Du Shanyan arrived in an instant. It broke through layers and layers of illusions in the void. It was bright and dazzling. Perhaps this was the true identity of the great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm, Frost Descent. Chen Pinggan waved his hand, indicating that old Def did not need to make a move. He looked at the otherworldly demon and asked, Are you really going to force a deal? The daoist Frost Descent smiled and said, Why don't you give it a try? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, Let's give it a try. Old Def frowned. Even if this otherworldly demon would definitely die after the test, what benefits would it bring to Chen Pinggan? Wouldn't it be better for both parties to feign civility like before? Why was there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality? To both parties, it wasn't a good deal. Of course, to that Frost Descent, it was indeed a dead end. When Chen Pinggan left the prison, as long as he didn't plead with the old sword celestial to help the otherworldly demon net, it would mean that Chen Pinggan had already made up his mind to make the old sword celestial use his sword once. If Chen Pingan dragged his feet and had the intention of causing trouble, not saving or killing him, with Old Def's understanding of the old sword celestial's temper, he would let Chen Pingan suffer. An otherworldly demon of the ascendant realm would naturally have the means to tail him. From then on, Chen Pingan's path of cultivation would only cause endless trouble before he returned to the vast world. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chen Pingan could really survive and have the chance to see his teacher who was one with the heavens and earth, the sage of literature old scholar. Twixin, who had left and returned, was cursing Chen Pingan in her heart for being impatient. Why did his state of mind seem to have changed after ascending to the far-wandering realm and possessing martial arts fate? As for that otherworldly demon with ulterior motives, it would be better to delay it first. First, he would refine items and break through before successfully sewing clothes. When the time came, he would bring out the old sword celestial. It would be better than sparring with an ascendant realm cultivator in such a hurry. Cultivators were good at refining items and otherworldly demons. They liked to refine their hearts. The old sword celestial suddenly appeared. "Can't you save me some trouble?" Every time he saw Chen Qingju, the otherworldly demon was like a mouse seeing a cat. This time, not only did he not restore the appearance of a white-haired boy, he instead asked, "Chen Qingju, is our agreement still valid? Can I leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi or not?" Old Def wasn't surprised. Chen Qingju didn't have the leisure to rear an otherworldly demon for fun. As expected, Chen Qingju said, "You can change to someone of a higher realm, such as Hu Changjun, or find someone with a naturally outstanding appearance, such as the disciple that Old Def picked. As for whether you can leave alive or not, don't ask me." Twixin laughed involuntarily. The last three words were so familiar. Old Def's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't dare to question Chen Qingju's decision. He only regretted making the deal with Chen Pingan too early. Shuang Jiang shook his head. Chen Qingju laughed and asked, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Shuang Jiang was silent. Chen Qingju turned his head to look at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan said, "I'm a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. Not only do I have to sew clothes, but I also have to scheme against an ascendant realm otherworldly demon. Old sword celestial, you have no reason to stand by and watch." Twixin felt that this young secluded official was going to suffer again. Unexpectedly, Chen Qingju smiled and nodded. "You finally know to take the initiative to ask for help. How rare." Chen Pingan, who ruled the world, only asked for help from others. Chen Qingju couldn't be bothered to care. But since he became the secluded official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if he didn't ask Chen Qingju for a few more things, would he, the old sword celestial, be a decoration? On the inverted mountain, Miu begged Xiao Yunyang to bring him to the Golden Millet shop to drink the famous carefree wine. He didn't expect that when Xiao Yunyang finally agreed, Nayland Saihuan said that she wanted to follow and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The three of them entered the wine shop. Xiao Yunyang found that other than the old shopkeeper and the young waiter, there was an additional young lady. Her appearance wasn't that outstanding. She was lying on the table in a daze. There was a stack of books on the table. She opened one of them and laid it on the table. The waiter, Xu Jiao, sat beside his young lady and accompanied her in a daze. Xiao Yunyang remembered the first time he came to the shop to drink. The lady looked like this, and now it was still the same. Female cultivators had techniques to retain their beauty. It was a great temptation. After Miu sat down, he took the wine and drank to his heart's content. He drank until he was dead drunk, but he didn't say anything drunk. He was a little dazed. Nayland Saihuan sipped her wine. Her eyes were absent-minded as if she remembered something sad. The old shopkeeper was teasing the martial sparrow in the jade cage. He said with a smile, demolishing the Yuan Wan Manor and moving the Plum Blossom Garden. Now, even the Water Essence Palace isn't peaceful. Immortal Master Cloud Sign wants to bring people to travel to the north and choose a place to live. The Rain Dragon Sect's Sect Master came to the Inverted Mountain in person. The two of them are very unhappy. It's all thanks to your new hidden official, right? Xiao Yunyang smiled and nodded. Hidden official is still kind. If it were me, I wouldn't get involved in this mess. It's fine if ordinary people don't know the truth of life, but cultivators don't know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune at all. Isn't death enough to wipe out their crimes? When drinking in Golden Millet Paradise, words were taboo. Miu staggered to his feet and walked to the wall. Give me a pen. Shujo got up and gave him a pen. The drunk Miu wiped his face and wrote, lighting the lamp in the middle of the night, homesick in a small dream. Woke up by the oriole, a golden millet pillow. Nayland Saihuan also walked over and wrote, it's the most difficult to get along with people close to you. Xiao Yunyang turned his head and glanced at the content written on the wall. The difference in temperament between the male and female sword cultivators could be seen. One was full of flowers, the other was pragmatic. The woman suddenly raised her head and asked Nayland Saihuan, now that your Great Wall of Sword Qi is heavily guarded, I can't go to the southern city. How's that alliance? Nayland Saihuan sat back down and smiled. How else can he be? Same as usual. The woman was full of grief. Her pair of limpid eyes were like a spring pond filled with sorrow. He's already returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, but he didn't know to come and drink with me. With me in the shop, at least he doesn't have to spend money to drink. Fortunately, I rushed back to inverted Hanging Mountain from paper white blessed land. Until now, I haven't even seen him once. The old shopkeeper smiled. You still have to buy on credit. You still have to pay back the money you owe. The woman said, Alliance said that money on credit isn't money. The old shopkeeper nodded. His face is Alliance's face, so it's not called face. The woman lay down on the table again and slammed her palms on the table. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have returned to inverted Hanging Mountain. In paper white blessed land, I already had many children with Alliance. The old shopkeeper was too lazy to nag this daughter of his. Xiao Yunyang didn't want to listen to these family matters of Golden Millet Shop. He asked, Shopkeeper, what are your plans? The old man said, Fuyao Continent's secret realm has only appeared for a few years. It was a part of Golden Millet blessed land in the past. I plan to go there and take a look. When I see which sect has bought it, I'll discuss it. If we can reach an agreement, I'll spend money to buy it and expand the shop. I'll leave immediately. If there are no accidents, you should be the last customers of inverted Hanging Mountain shop. The woman said, I'm not leaving. If I don't see Alliance, I won't go anywhere. Shujo pointed up and said softly, Miss, if you don't go anywhere, it won't work. You might end up there. The woman glared at him, and the young shop assistant shrank back. Miu smiled and asked, May I ask this lady, how is the scenery of vast heaven? The woman glanced at Miu. His appearance wasn't bad, just not as good as Alliance's. She casually said, Passable. Miu muttered, How can it be passable? After leaving the gathering place of the Wasteland's demonic army, the little girl with the ponytail was in no hurry to go to the ancient well with the 14 thrones. She wandered around, not afraid of detours. Holding her ponytails, she leisurely traveled with the wind. If there were tall mountains, she would go to the mountain peaks to enjoy the scenery. If there were large rivers, she would go to find underwater residences. Unfortunately, it was said that the mountains and rivers of the wasteland were not as flashy as vast heaven. In fact, this was indeed the case. After she toured several mountain god temples and water god palace residences, she was somewhat disappointed. She could kill a group of trash with one punch and trample a group of ants with one foot. Without any restrictions, she could do whatever she wanted. The taste was very good. For example, if there was no wine, she would replace it with some dishes. She chewed on soybeans and crunched them. Then, the two sword immortals of the hidden official, Luo Shan and Zhuan, chased after her and chose to follow her to travel the wasteland. They had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Xiao Chuo and had nothing to do in the military tent. Moreover, they would not attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The vast heaven was the place that the two sword immortals yearned for. When they arrived there, as long as they were from the sword sect and had not been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would be questioned by their swords. Above the sea of clouds, Luo Shan saw the hidden official holding her ponytail and flying with the wind like a bamboo dragonfly. He felt somewhat helpless. The sword immortal Zhuan smiled and said, the hidden official should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago. Next, they were going to visit a big city in the wasteland. It was the capital of a certain dynasty. The requirements were very high. If one wanted to live or enter the city, they had to be in human form. This meant that the people in the city were all demon cultivators who had achieved initial success in spells. Of course, there were also many shortcuts. For example, they could spend money to buy talisman skins for demons whose cultivation levels were not high enough. This kind of rule was rare in the wasteland. At the same time, it also meant that the dynasty was very powerful. The Celestial Empress and her husband were both in the immortal realm. One of them was even a sword immortal. This time, both of them did not go to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. According to the news that the sword immortal Zhuan heard from the Jiazi tent, the treasury was empty. A group of cultivators who were guarding the capital flew up with the wind. They were wearing bright armor and stopped the three of them from going to the capital. A nascent soul cultivator shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Xiao Chuo just kept spinning and circled around the group of cultivators. After a while, a series of firecrackers sounded. Clouds of blood mist drifted with the wind. A ray of rainbow light flew up from the imperial palace of the capital and stopped in the distance. It was a handsome man with long hair that reached his shoulders. He was wearing an imperial robe that was made of pure gold and embroidered with dragon patterns with peacock feathers. Therefore, this imperial robe was dazzling and eye-catching. When the man saw the little girl with ponytails, he immediately bowed and cupped his hands. "The hidden official has graced us with your presence. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." Xiao Chuo kept spinning, including the man, Luo Shan, and the bamboo nunnery. "I'm no longer the hidden official. Are you scolding me?" The man bowed even lower. "I wouldn't dare to offend the hidden official. In my heart, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can only be the hidden official." The bamboo nunnery sword immortal smiled knowingly. As a sword immortal of the demon race, he had to learn from the monarch of the human world. As expected, he had a lot of bad habits. Xiao Chuo punched the great demon back to the capital. When the great demon smashed through the roof of a hall in the imperial palace, Xiao Chuo, who followed him like a shadow, stepped on his back. The final punch sent the great demon more than 1,000 feet underground. On the sea of clouds outside the capital, Luo Shan smiled. He said, "3 hidden officials." The bamboo nunnery sword immortal nodded. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. In the 100,000 mountains, the old blind man who was guarding the grass hut and vegetable garden had an old dog at his feet. The old blind man kicked it away and looked into the distance, scratching his face. The old man's cheeks were sunken and he was all skin and bones. The old dog spoke from afar. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the fate of the sword path are difficult to separate. Once it is taken by the moon-bearing mountain, it can attack or retreat. In the next 10,000 years, it will be the vast world's turn to have a headache. The old blind man said slowly, "How can Chen Qing not know about something that even a dog knows?" Chen Qing would not let the wild world get too much. It was already very difficult to achieve this. It was a fool's dream to leave nothing behind for the wild world. How was the city wall that had stood for 10,000 years to be moved? Who could move it away? How were the sword immortal embryos of various sizes that carried the light from Providence to be placed? It was not something that could be done once and for all by throwing them to the ground. It was especially so when Chen Qing thought that the young sword cultivators would still have the Great Wall of Sword Qi in their hearts on their future cultivation paths. He was willing to pass down this thought from generation to generation, making it even more difficult. The young people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi would scatter everywhere in the future. It was believed that they would soon understand one thing. Without Chen Qing and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, life and death would only be more baffling than the battlefield in their hometowns. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was a deserted wine shop. It could not be helped. As long as one was a sword cultivator, regardless of their realm, they would go to the city wall to fight. Feng Kangol and Daoban sat on a bench side by side, eating Yongchun noodles. Feng Kangol suddenly asked, "Do you think we will die?" Daoban thought about it and said with a smile, "We won't. We are still young and have not earned any money. We have also not drunk wine before. It doesn't make sense. Besides, isn't there still the second manager?" Foam Kangol nodded vigorously and laughed as well. He picked up a large mouthful of Yang Chun noodles. Outside the prison, Old Deaf asked, "Are you really willing to part with the Golden Jade booklet?" Twisting Heart nodded. Old Deaf sighed, "Immortal Dao companions are nothing more than this." Twisting Heart sneered, "Watch your mouth." Old Deaf scratched his head. She changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. The thoughts of a woman were not any weaker than those of a otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy squatting at the door shouted, make way, all of you, make way. Let me guard Patriarch Hidden Official alone." At the pavilion building, Chen Qing was inside as he surveyed his surroundings. Confucian monk said, "Pure martial arts." 679. Twisted Shin wasn't a person who liked to watch a show. However, this was the first time she had the intention to investigate this otherworldly demon from the green darkness world. Twisted Shin was quite shocked by the otherworldly demon's true immortal appearance, especially the immortal cave robe that the Daoist Frost Descends was wearing. Twisted Shin felt that if she could dismantle the tens of thousands of warps and weaves one by one, her sewing technique would reach a higher level. If her luck was better, she might even find the great Dao opportunity that had been trapped here for many years. Twist Shin said, "Your name is Wu Shuangjiang." The white-haired boy who was squatting on the ground raised his head. "What else?" Twist Shin said, "Wu Shuangjiang was a military cultivator when he was alive, not a Daoist." At this point, she continued, "Wu Shuangjiang might not necessarily be dead." The white-haired boy smiled. "Why is he a military cultivator? What's the reason?" Twist Shin said, "Wu Shuangjiang, unparalleled general. It sounds like a good name to be thrown onto the battlefield. It's a bit of a waste that he's not a military cultivator." Old Deaf felt that this little girl's brain was indeed muddled. "According to Twist Shin, my nickname is Old Deaf. There's an old blind man in the 100,000 mountains in the south. Could he be a long-lost brother?" That's right. If this little girl was really clear-headed, she wouldn't have been a sewing person. The most notorious cultivators of the Devil Dao, the Lone Rider of the South Sea, the Traveler, the God of Plagues, and the Gorgeous Corpse were all dead ends that couldn't be changed. However, sewing people, executioners, and mirror sellers could change paths midway. As long as they operated properly, it wouldn't be difficult for them to secretly change paths and become an immortal registry master. However, no matter how Twist Shin became a sewing person in the beginning, whether she was willing or not, she had made up her mind to walk this path to the end. The white-haired boy spat and rubbed his face in disbelief. "This works too?" Old Deaf asked. "Did Twist Shin really get it right?" The white-haired boy imitated his ancestor and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked at Qi Shin and Old Deaf with a pitiful gaze. Why didn't these two fools just admit that they were father and daughter? If it were not for the fact that his life was in danger right now, he would have been able to fabricate a series of wonderful stories about Wu Shuang flooding the divine palace with water, burning the divine temple of fire, trampling on the Xuanju temple, breaking the heavenly drum, and attacking the Beko Keikyang building, all of which were linked and reasonable. He leaned to the side, raised his butt, and pressed his hands and ears against the small door. "Why is there no sound at all? I'm so worried about Patriarch Hidden Official. He holds a grudge. Once he fails to refine the item, he'll definitely settle the score with me. Grandson, great-granddaughter, quickly help me pray to the gods and Bodhisattva. Be more sincere. If you succeed, I'll remember your merit. From today onwards, our family of 3 will stand on our own mountain and worship Hidden Official as our ancestor. We won't have to be envious of the torture officials for having more people. When the time comes, I'll deal with the sewing girl and the muslin girl, while Old Deaf and the torture officials will beat each other's brains out. Twist Shin, you can carry a bucket at the side." Twist Shin pressed her foot against the white-haired boy's head and gradually increased her strength, causing half of the face of this otherworldly demon to be pressed against the door. The white-haired boy wasn't angry at all. Old Deaf was slightly envious of Twist Shin. In the years when he first met this otherworldly demon, They had competed quite a bit. As for its relationship with the torture officials, it was even more so until now. For some reason, Frost Descent didn't care much about Twist Shin. Old Def wasn't afraid of this otherworldly demon causing trouble, but it would be annoying if there was no peace. Back then, the otherworldly demon had been by Old Def's side for 80 years. It was very difficult for Old Def to cultivate in peace for even a moment. Later on, he could only call it Grandpa to get rid of its pestering. Twist Shin retracted her foot. The white-haired boy maintained his posture and said, "Greet hidden official old ancestor and let him greet me. I'll agree to transform that crimson-purple daoist robe for you to see as much as you want." The white-haired boy seemed to be worried that Twist Shin, as a chi cultivator of the world, wouldn't understand the brilliance of the crimson-purple daoist robe. He explained, "My feather robe is one of the 3 imitations of the daoist robe that Dao ancestor wore when he came out of seclusion on a bull. Even though it's an imitation made in the future, it still has boundless Dao meaning. It's one of the guarding treasures of the Time Palace, the core of the mountain and river formation. As long as old ancestor shakes the robe, the mountain will be like a feather robe. No matter how many times you attack, it will still be indestructible." At this point, the white-haired boy sneered, "The Time Palace is as famous as the Da Shendu Temple. Twist Shin, you should consider it yourself." Twist Shin thanked him and didn't stay at the door to squander her resources. The words on the golden book and jade booklet could be removed. Old Def praised, "Good method." Shuang Jiang stood up and shook his sleeves, "Good grandson." His actions had helped Nai Shin obtain a great Dao opportunity. It also helped Chen Pinggan. He wouldn't have to suffer in the hands of Twist Shin. At the same time, he could also repay the debt of the golden book and jade booklet. As for Shuang Jiang, it could be considered as helping himself. He had previously received instructions from Chen Pinggan in secret. Instead of choosing to be enemies with Chen Pinggan in terms of mental state, it was better to choose to be friends with those around Chen Pinggan. The instructions were fake, but the threat was real. It was obvious that Shuang Jiang wanted him to stop tampering with Chen Pinggan's mental state. Shuang Jiang wasn't trying to scare Chen Pinggan. After several journeys, he used the 3 mountains and 9 marquises technique as the foundation and derived the 24 mountains orientation technique as the dragon-seeking technique. He found an auspicious place, which was called Sealing Acupoint. In a secluded corner of a useless cave dwelling, he dug out a round hole the size of a mirror, which was called Breaking Earth. The round hole was called Golden Well, and then he covered it with a wooden box. After that, the heart hole was like a covered well, dried up, and the sun, moon, and starlight could no longer be seen. Searching for the dragon divining acupoint, breaking earth and covering the box. Every time he journeyed, he did it in one step, and he had to hide from the patrolling fire dragon, especially the little golden figure with a sword and scriptures hanging on the dragon. Every time he entered Chen Pinggan's heart lake, the otherworldly demon would play hide-and-seek with the little fellow. This trick was very well hidden, and it wouldn't affect Chen Pinggan's current state of cultivation. However, once this scholar's mental state was tainted, there was a part that didn't see the light. Even if it was subtle, when Chen Pinggan's state of cultivation reached a higher state, it would be as big as a mountain. Or Shuang Jiang might as well smash the golden well, and it would leave a flaw in Chen Pinggan's mental state. The foundation of Dao was no longer complete. Could it be mended? Of course, it could. As long as Chen Pinggan gifted the golden well to the otherworldly demon as a cave dwelling, not only could it be mended flawlessly, it could also benefit the state of cultivation, and become the source of Dao for a Qi cultivator. As for the method of cultivating the 3 mountains, Shuang Jiang was no stranger to it. He had only heard of it before. However, until now, Shuang Jiang still couldn't figure out one thing. From the time Chen Pinggan took the initiative to ask for his name to the mention of the Daoist fire dragon's imparting of the 3 mountains art of material refinement, was it intentional on Chen Pinggan's part? Was it because Chen Pinggan had already noticed that something was amiss? Was it because Chen Pinggan didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and ask Chen Qingju to hold the fort? The white-haired boy couldn't help but lament, "It can only be used as a training ground in the snail's shell. It restricts your great supernatural powers." Chen Pingan had cultivated 4 natal items: the old dragon city's Sea of Clouds, the immortal inn at the Great Blasphemy Estuary, the Dragon Palace's cave, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the secret chamber in the Ning residence. The last item belonged to the 5 elements, and there were 2 dispensable Daoist protectors, the Ascendant State Demon, Cheng Shan, and the Ascendant State Otherworldly Demon, Shuang Jiang. The small door opened slowly, and Chen Pingan appeared. The white-haired boy immediately flattered, "Ancestor Yin Guan, your aptitude is so extraordinary that it makes one's hair stand on end. Your refinement speed is so fast. To hell with Cao Ci, he's not even fit to carry your shoes. Hey, why hasn't Ancestor Yin Guan started refining? Is it because he has too much martial arts fate and hasn't been completely tempered? How many martial artists in the world can understand this kind of sorrow?" Old Def felt that he didn't feel the least bit guilty calling it grandpa when it came to the matter of bootlicking and disgusting. Chen Pingan said, "I came out to take a breather." Chen Pingan strolled along the stairs. The surroundings were naturally dark and gloomy. How far one could see depended on one's cultivation. As the young Yin Guan was walking down, the white-haired boy walked in front. He walked sideways, bent over and stretched out his hands, reminding the ancestor Yin Guan to be careful when he stepped. If he walked up the stairs, the white-haired boy would follow behind him. He would also stretch out his hands to prevent the ancestor Yin Guan from accidentally falling backward. In terms of the degree of flattery on the surface, Miu, Jiu Jianlong, and Cao Gun of the Summer Palace's lineage were probably not as good as this otherworldly demon. It seemed interesting and boring, but the white-haired boy would silently count in his heart when Chen Pingan would deny this matter. It was really boring but interesting. Chen Pingan didn't care about the absurd actions of this otherworldly demon at all. He just let it do whatever it wanted. It was true that Chen Pingan did not refine the magma furnace. The martial arts fate in his body was not the reason. Twisting Core had already helped to peel off 2 fire seeds from the fire dragon. They were the 2 eyes of the fire dragon. Compared to the fire dragon that was formed by pure martial artists, the 2 fire seeds that were constantly fused into the eyes of the fire dragon were just external objects. After being removed by Twisting Core, the fire dragon's vital chi was not harmed. It was just that the process of taking the eyes was a little unexpected. As a sewing man in the Jade Raw realm, he was actually unable to suppress the unruly fire dragon. If he really wanted to forcefully remove the 2 eyeballs, he would probably have to go to war and hurt Chen Pingan's body. This was probably the innate conflict between chi cultivators and pure martial artists. Chen Pingan could only negotiate with the Golden Man. After much persuasion and countless scoldings, the Golden Man finally stepped on the fire dragon's head, making it docile and motionless. It allowed Chen Pingan to retrieve the eyeballs. So far, everything was going smoothly. However, when Chen Pingan entered the small door and began to operate the ancient celestial formula taught by Immortal Fire Dragon, he realized that he was in an awkward situation. The formula for refining items originated from the rain-praying tablet outside the water deity temple of Baiyu Mansion. It was faintly like a frustrated person who hid and complained to himself. He operated the magic on his own and caused ripples in his heart. If it was during normal times, this would be a good sign for cultivation and the heavenly perception. However, at the crucial moment of refining an item of the fire element, it was a deadly trouble. When Chen Pingan realized that something was wrong, his mind went to the water deity mansion to take a look. Indeed, he saw that the boys in green were all restless. They were curled up under the mural that looked like a water fairy worshipping. Obviously, it was easy. Chen Pingan had the signs of a battle between water and fire in the small world of the human body. Because Chen Pingan's great Tao was close to water, he wanted to refine an unimaginably high-grade deity's heart into an item of the fire element. Therefore, the battle between water and fire was the most obvious. Previously, he first had the water deity mansion and then the mountain temple. Because of the relationship between the mountains and rivers, it was beneficial to the refining process. Then, he refined the wood element natal item. Both the water and the earth were helpful. Similarly, the small world of the human body did not hinder him. After that, No matter how Chen Pingan suppressed the water element in his heart lake, there was little effect. Chen Pingan stood outside a prison. Inside, a Yuanying sword cultivator demon was detained. His name was Huang He and his natal flying sword was Lin Li. His real body was a scorpion. According to the mountain searching map, he belonged to the cockroach family. Chen Pingan often came here. He stood there and did not speak. Huang He had been concentrating on cultivating his sword. He pretended that he did not see the young man outside. Chen Pingan asked, "Do you have a way to win?" Use the mountain ceiling technique to close the door of the water deity mansion. The white-haired boy said with a long face, "Elder hidden official, seniority is seniority, business is business. Right now, we're cutting off our relationship cleanly. Don't try to take advantage of me, okay?" Chen Pingan said, "Why not? From now on, we will start a real business. As long as you give enough, you can earn your life. Your oath is useless. But my oath is true. When the time comes, I will plead with Sword Immortal Boss. But there is a bottom line. You can scheme against others. I have already spoken with Sword Immortal Boss. If you scheme against me again, I will kill you." The white-haired boy asked, "Are you really willing to change your mind and let me leave the prison?" Chen Pingan said, "There's a sequence of events. You were the one who schemed against me first. You wanted to seize my body and soul, coveting my karma entanglements and some of my fate so that you could hide deeper. Once you succeeded, perhaps even the great Sword Immortal would find it difficult to kill you completely. Why would I let you leave the prison alive after taking all the advantages? Do you really think that I am your biological grandfather or ancestral ancestor? If I was your ancestral ancestor, with your conduct and unfilial descendant, I would have put righteousness before family." The white-haired boy curled his lips and said, "You just want me to pave the way for you and tell you more about the inside rules of the Green Turtle world so that you can make early plans for the Beko Keikyung building when you ascend to the Green Turtle world. Did I not say that?" Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed the white-haired boy's head. "Why aren't you calling me ancestral ancestor?" The outer sky demon said happily, "All right, ancestral ancestor." Chen Pingan changed his palm into a fist. The outer sky demon shattered with a bang. It then condensed into a human form elsewhere. It was a green snake wearing a daoist robe. It jumped back and said excitedly, "Ancestral Recluse's fist fully shows the power of the far-wandering realm." Chen Pingan gently twisted his wrist. Entering the far-wandering realm was indeed much stronger than the Golden Body realm. It was just that he did not know which realm Cao Ci was at now. The white-haired boy revealed the heavenly secret and said with a smile, "Dao formula refines items. Ancestral Recluse has 2 immortal formulas. Both of them said that they can refine all things. Then, how about using the formula to refine the formula?" Chen Pingan thought about it and still shook his head. "If I have to give up one to keep the other, it's really hard to choose. Moreover, I don't know what will happen after refining them into one formula. Moreover, there will be too many accidents in this process. The 2 immortal formulas are too high grade. As a Qi refinement warrior, my realm is too low. So, you can tell me what you really think. How should we calculate the money for this first transaction? How should we sum it up?" The white-haired boy stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Actually, this is the second transaction. Twisting Core will come and find you very soon." Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, "This is not considered a transaction. It's a favor of you returning to your ancestral home." The white-haired boy also covered his sleeves with both hands. He rolled his eyes and nodded, "That makes sense." Chen Pingan said, "I told you before that there's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It's you who didn't believe me." The white-haired boy said frankly, "I'm an ascendant after all. It's easy for me to become arrogant." The sword cultivator demon who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm stopped nurturing his life-flying sword. He opened his eyes and looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were happily outside the sword-light fence. Huang He suddenly had a thought in his mind. If all the young people in the world are like this, we demons should not go there and cause trouble. Learning to read, our hearts and livers are soaked in ink. Our hearts and livers are very black. After leaving the cage, the white-haired boy knew why Chen Pingan stayed for such a long time. It was just that he had seen the 2 paintings of the young man's state of mind. He did not dare to be mischievous on such matters. Chen Pingan asked, regarding the 5 poisons, is there any corresponding folk custom in the world of Qingming? Shuangjiang nodded and said, there are many. For example, at the entrance of the market, small gourds are cut out of colored paper and pasted on the door. It's called the inverted calamity gourd. Over at the Yamen, the Qingliu officials who have the credentials will specially change into a set of Daoist robes bestowed by the Daoist sect, embroidered with the picture of the 5 poisons. Then, they will go to the place where all the people within their jurisdiction draw water and throw in Guyu talismans. Chen Pingan said, in the southeastern part of the North Continent, there's also the custom of posting Guyu invitation. If a rich family has the invitation written by the immortals at their door, it's something to be proud of. It's not inferior to the plaque hanging in the main house. Shuangjiang said, when one state is high, there may be new troubles coming one after another. However, there's one good thing. The state of a cultivator can really solve a lot of problems. When one state is high, many problems will disappear on their own. Good fortune comes uninvited, bad guests leave without being reprimanded. Chen Pingan seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, that's reasonable. I've learned something. Shuangjiang raised his hand and wiped away his bitter tears. He sobbed and said, Ancestor, your words are touching. Enai came quickly. When it came to the root of the great Tao, there was no need to be ashamed. She wasn't Chen Pingan, who was a man. What was there to be embarrassed about? Why would a woman blabber so much? Chen Pingan was very interested. He made up his mind to observe from the side. It was a heavenly immortal cave robe that was one of the few in the green underworld world. Using the power of sewing clothes, he carefully disassembled 36,000 crisscrossing threads of warp and weft. Just this process alone was a Tao observation that could only be chanced upon but not sought. Enai took out the golden book and the jade book. She said, I was going to let you suffer a little before helping you build your heart chamber. She suddenly said, do you have a talisman of a higher grade? Otherwise, it won't be able to hold these words. If the grade is not good enough, it will have to be stacked together. It's not a small number. Chen Pingan took out a piece of green talisman paper from the Fengsuan item. The white-haired boy's eyelids trembled. Enai nodded and let Chen Pingan place the talisman paper beside the golden jade book. She took out the willow tendon that she had refined into her natal item. She started to peel the words from the golden jade book. It looked like an ordinary dagger, but its tip was very thin. Every time a word left the book, Enai would use the tip of the dagger to touch the green talisman paper. When the word landed on the paper, it would sink into the talisman paper. Fortunately, it did not break the paper. In the end, Enai face was pale. The organs under her head were churning and crushing each other. Her body was a mess of blood and flesh. It was like a muddy pond. Enai opened the embroidered pouch and took out some scarlet pills that were refined by unknown means. She poured a large amount of them into her mouth and swallowed them. Chen Pingan folded the talisman paper. It was heavy in his hand. He carefully put it into his sleeve. After standing up, he cupped his fists and thanked her solemnly. Enai ignored him. From the beginning to the end, the woman who had injured her foundation so badly that her pure jade realm was on the verge of collapse did not even frown. Chen Pingan felt that Enai could actually practice martial arts. Being unmoved by someone else's dagger and being unmoved by one's own dagger were 2 different realms. Enai looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy did not transform into the true appearance of the ascendant realm cultivator, Shuangjun. Instead, he glanced at the expressionless patriarch Yingguan. Then, he shrunk his head and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch a corner. He pulled slowly. Suddenly, a brilliant light flowed and a Daoist robe gradually appeared. Then, the white-haired boy suddenly pulled and the robe was in his hand. It was an illusory Daoist robe that flowed with colorful lights like a waterfall. Chen Pingan asked curiously, the Daoist robe is also fake. Why is it so real? Enai eyes were burning. She felt that Chen Pinggan was too much of a layman. She said, "It contains the meaning of Tao. When it appeared in the world, it was almost the manifestation of Tao. How can it be real or fake?" Chen Pinggan's horizons were broadened. Although his Daoist robe was upgraded to an immortal weapon by constantly feeding the gold essence copper coins, it was definitely not as mysterious as this robe. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Little girl, how can you talk to my patriarch like that? Show your grandpa some respect." Enai-shin responded with a cold smile and glanced at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy looked around and laughed. Enai-shin took the light and almost weightless Daoist robe. She opened her palm and rubbed it carefully, like a drunkard drinking wine or a lover caressing the skin of a beauty. Chen Pinggan was a bit scared. The vulgar words of the female sword immortal Xie Songhua and the way Enai-shin looked at her treasures made it difficult for Chen Pinggan to resist. The white-haired boy told Enai-shin where the restrictions on the robe were. She sat down and gently placed the robe on her knees. She took out her 10 fundamental life item embroidery needles and used them to pick up a thread. After slowly pulling it out, she twisted it into a ball of thread and placed it beside her feet. Just pulling out a single thread took the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Enai-shin was mentally exhausted. She closed her eyes and breathed in slowly. During this time, an extremely small mistake in picking the needle triggered many restrictions. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers on the Daoist robe changed. In the end, the robe was directly put on Enai-shin's body. Enai-shin's soul trembled. She felt like she was thrown into a forbidden world. Frost descent hurriedly controlled the robe to leave Enai-shin's body. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Enai-shin spat out a mouthful of blood and put it back into the embroidery bag. Chen Pinggan sat on the steps and watched for a few hours before silently leaving. Before this, he felt like he was in a house in the marketplace, watching a woman mending clothes under the light. The white-haired boy asked telepathically, "Is there no need to close the water manor?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, "There's no need. My heart is calm." It was rare that the white-haired boy didn't leave with him. He rested his chin on his hands and stared at Enai-shin's needlework. He said softly, "If this is the real thing, you'll trigger the restrictions when you pick up the needle. If no one helps you take off your clothes, you'll die." Enai-shin didn't have any other thoughts. She ignored him. There were more and more balls of thread by her feet. They gathered together like miniature suns and moons. The white-haired boy suddenly said, "Enai-shin, why are you not afraid of death even though you clearly want to live? Not to mention the greedy old deaf, even the pure and simple torture officers are afraid of death. In my opinion, your state of mind is the closest to Chen Qingdo's in the prison." Enai-shin took out another meridian thread that pierced through countless mountains and rivers on the robe. She planned to rest for a while and answered, "There's something to love about life, but not too much to worry about. It's a pity to die, but not too much to regret. What can I do if I'm already like this?" The white-haired boy said, "It's just that your innate aptitude is a bit lacking. Otherwise, there's still hope for you to reach the ascendant realm." Seeing that Enai-shin had no intention of replying, he laughed, "Have you heard that there's a glazed cellar in the Qingming Tian? Even if you don't care about your appearance, you can still improve a lot by changing your skin." Enai-shin said, "I've only heard that there's a fox cave in the wasteland." The white-haired boy was a bit helpless. Enai-shin's cold joke was indeed easy to lose the conversation. At this moment, the white-haired boy frowned and stood up. For the first time, his expression was a bit serious. Enai-shin stopped just as she was about to pick up the needle. Someone pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of his heart beating was like the power of a god's drum. Every time his heart beat, the entire prison would shake along with it. In the summer palace, a flying sword message was received. Sword immortal Cho Miao handed the secret letter to Song Gaoyuan. It came from the upside-down mountain essence palace. There was only a stamp on the envelope and no signature, so it was impossible to identify the owner of the stamp. Song Gaoyuan was accompanying Xian Shun and watching a certain battlefield on the scroll. After reading the secret letter, he wanted to say something but stopped. Now, The sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage were much more relaxed. As long as they wanted to go to the city to fight, they no longer needed to follow the rule of 3 people in a group. Whether they were alone or in groups of 3 or 5, they could go as they pleased. Immediately, the 3 female sword cultivators, Dong Bude, Guozhujiu, and Luo Zhani, left the summer palace together. Apart from them, Xu Ning, Jiyu Jianlong, and Cao Gun also left on their swords. Chou Miao laughed. What are you hesitating for? Learn from Lin Junbai. Song Gaoyuan hesitated and said, I'll send a letter back to the Upside-Down Mountain Essence Palace. I'll wait until Sword Immortal Xieji leaves the battlefield, then I'll go to the Upside-Down Mountain with this senior. Chou Miao asked, You're just going to leave your senior in the Upside-Down Mountain? That's not appropriate. Song Gaoyuan said, Patriarch Rongguan won't mind. She wanted to tour the Upside-Down Mountain anyway. Chou Miao let him be. The next day, Dong Bude and the 3 female sword cultivators returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhani recalled something and told Song Gaoyuan that she had brushed shoulders with Sword Immortal Xieji on the battlefield. She asked her to pass a message to Song Gaoyuan, telling him not to wait for her. Pang Yuanji stood up and strode over the threshold. He rode his sword to the city and said, Song Gaoyuan, I won't be sending you off. Song Gaoyuan left the summer palace on this day. Before he left, Chou Miao handed a package to the Deer Horn Palace cultivator, saying that it was from the hidden official. Song Gaoyuan carried the package and went through the gate alone. He went to the Upside-Down Mountain and found the Water Essence Palace. He saw the female patriarch of his sect, Patriarch Rongguan. The young sword cultivator saw his own patriarch. It didn't matter that Patriarch Rongguan was accompanied by several female immortal masters of the Rain Dragon sect. The young man's eyes reddened and he said with a trembling voice, Many people died. Senior Xie also didn't return home. Patriarch Rongguan sighed, not knowing how to comfort this junior. The young sword cultivator of the Gold Armor Continent, Xian Kan, crossed the gate with the female sword immortal Song Pin. They went to the Upside-Down Mountain and went straight to the ferry. Song Pin. Her murderous aura was extremely heavy, as if her mind hadn't truly left the battlefield. Following them were 2 little girls of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were both sword cultivators at a young age. The one who kept a straight face was called Sun Zhao. Her elder sister, Sun Tian, was practicing martial arts. Unlike Sun Zhao, the child who was looking around was called Jin Luan. They would follow Sword Immortal Song Pin to cultivate. When they arrived at Song Pin's sect, they would be officially accepted as direct disciples at the Patriarch Hall. The group went to the ferry at the Elk Cliff and took a cross-continent ferry to the Fuyao continent. Song Pin and Xian Kan returned to their hometown, while the 2 children were thousands of miles away. The female sword immortal only bought 2 jade tokens at the ferry. When they boarded the ferry, the Qi refinement warrior in charge of the ferry asked why the 2 girls didn't have jade tokens. This was against the rules. Sword Immortal Song Pin naturally recognized her. He wasn't blind. She was such a beautiful woman, and she was carrying a sword, Fuyao, that was rumored to contain a continent's sword light. The cultivators of the Golden Armor Continent and Fuyao Continent would recognize her at a glance. Song Pin said, I'm giving you face. Just accept it. Xian Kan was calm. He felt that Senior Song Pin's words were very reasonable. Finally, the ferry manager rushed over and personally opened the way for the 4 of them to board the ferry. Jin Luan's mouth was slightly agape. The girl was confused. Sword Immortal Song Pin didn't interact with them like this in private. He had a smiling face and a gentle voice. He had a good temper. A few good rooms were vacated on the ferry. Song Pin brought the 2 girls to the viewing platform with a wide view and smiled, This is the scenery of the vast world. Jin Luan whispered, There's 2 little sword Qi. Sun Zhao rolled her eyes, Nonsense. How can it be compared to our great wall of sword Qi? Jin Luan didn't say anything else. It wasn't that she was afraid of Sun Zhao. It was mainly because she wanted to hear Sun Zhao's strange stories. Song Pin said gently, So you need to get used to it quickly. When we reach the sect of the Gold Armor Continent, I'll reserve 2 mountains full of spirit Qi for you. When you reach the Golden Core realm, you can hold the opening ceremony. Then, it'll be your residence. From that moment onwards, you'll have a firm foothold in the vast world. On the viewing platform next door, a young sword cultivator waved his hand and greeted the two girls. Jin Luan tiptoed and smiled brightly. Brother Xian can made a face. Sun Zhao suddenly felt sad. She pulled the female sword immortal's sleeve and sobbed, "Master, I miss home." Song Pin held the girl's hand and whispered, "In the future, other than me, don't say such things to anyone." Sun Zhao didn't know what was going on. She quickly wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. One night, a tall and skinny old man passed through the door. He immediately stopped and closed his eyes. He raised his head and sniffed. He chuckled, "It's been a long time." It was the Jade Realm sword immortal Pu He. However, he had fallen to the nascent soul realm. Even if he wore a robe, he still couldn't hide the smell of blood on his body. Following Pu He into inverted hanging mountain was Cao Gun and a young man and girl from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. When Cao Gun became a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage, he was only in the Dragon Gate realm. Now, he was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. The young man and girl that Pu He brought away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was only in the cave realm. His talent wasn't outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and he wasn't considered a genius. However, he was to Pu his liking. As for the sea viewing realm girl, her talent was even better. Pu He planned to let a close friend on the mountain pass on the Dao to her. As a sword immortal from the Liuxia continent who specialized in killing, how could he not have a few close female friends? Even if the other party was now a realm higher than him, even if she still looked like a girl, she would still have to call him Big Brother Pu whenever they met. The young man complained, "Old man Pu, when are you going to become a sword immortal again? Otherwise, I'll lose face as your disciple." Pu He sneered, "Do you think I'll be proud to take in a cave realm disciple like you? Don't you know that even Golden Core realm cultivators aren't qualified to sit at my wine gatherings in the Liuxia continent? They can only stand and drink." Cao Gun was speechless. Because what sword immortal Pu He said was absolutely true. Golden Core realm earth immortals with a bit of backbone usually wouldn't participate in Pu His banquet. However, there were more who were willing to go. The young man said angrily, "Don't call me your father." Pu He laughed instead of being angry, as expected of my disciple. "When you're not drinking, you speak drunkenly. After drinking, you want to draw your sword at the slightest disagreement. Everyone in the continent looks at you with surprise." However, the young man didn't appreciate it and said, "You're just a nascent soul realm cultivator and you talk big. People who aren't familiar with you would think that an ascendant realm cultivator is yawning here." Cao Gun was even more speechless. What kind of master, what kind of disciple, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. The taciturn girl envied the courage of her peers. She didn't dare to talk to Pu He like that. The young man said, "I heard that you have a lot of enemies in the Liuxia continent. Now that you've fallen, will you cause me to be killed by my enemies?" Pu He pressed the young man's head and pushed him away. "Don't say such unlucky things." The cross-continent ferry they took would stop at the ferry port near Lingjijai. Pu He was planning to buy a few things from that immortal shop. She didn't have much money in her pocket, so she could only choose the cheap things. If worse came to worst, she would borrow money from Cao Gun. Whether their friendship in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was deep or not depended on whether Cao Gun would lend her money or treat her to drinks. In any case, it was a one-way trip. At Lingjijai, the girl was in high spirits, but the young man didn't want to go in. He just sat on the steps. Cao Gun sat beside him. The group boarded the ferry in the middle of the night. The young man leaned on the railing and said weakly, "Old Pu, this is your vast world. It doesn't look like much." Pu He smiled, "Remember one thing. Cultivating in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and practicing the sword in vast world are two different things. So it's normal for your realm to stagnate in the future. You don't have to worry. My, Pu His, last disciple will become a great sword immortal sooner or later." The ferry steward stood not far away, trembling with fear. Their northwest Liuxia continent had lost contact with sword immortal Pu He for a long time. At most, They heard that he was defeated at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. But his illustrious reputation, especially her strange and eccentric temperament, still made many upper five realms cultivators and earth immortals fearful. There was a saying, when he smiled, someone would die. Mother **K, it definitely meant that she would attack with her sword. He was an ancestor of the sect, a proper immortal master of records. But she had always been fearless in her actions. She could kill, steal, swindle, anything. She was also proficient in disguise, especially in framing others. Her methods were so unorthodox that even the unorthodox cultivators had to call her ancestor. So he did not have a good reputation on the mountain, but in the Jianghu, among the unorthodox cultivators, she had a great reputation. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen stirred up trouble in the North Continent. Previously, he was even known as the second he. They were both bastards who pooped in their pants and ran around everywhere. But this ferry steward, looking at this old man, found it hard to reconcile him with the sword immortal he in his memory. At the door, he threw 2 bottles of pills to the young man for him to apply externally and internally. After the young man closed the door, he took off his clothes and grimaced. There was a huge wound on his body that was far from healed. It was old who pulled him out from the pile of corpses. After applying the ointment and swallowing the pills, the young man wore his clothes again. He sat cross-legged on the bed and diligently cultivated, nourishing his natal flying sword. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Cao Gun introduced himself. The young man spoke without thinking in front of he, but towards this foreign sword cultivator from the hidden official lineage, even though Cao Gun's realm was not high, the young man was respectful. The young man hurriedly opened the door. Cao Gun looked at the young man who was a little reserved and laughed. Let me tell you some things to take note of when cultivating in the vast world. As an immortal master of records, I might not be fond of complicated formalities, but listen to me. The young man listened attentively. Cao Gun finally said, Ye do, from now on, cultivate with sword immortal he. Cherish it. The young man named Yi Du nodded vigorously. My master, is this? Cao Gun looked at the young man who was in high spirits and gave him a thumbs up. He held back his laughter. Old who had stopped for a long time at the corridor outside the house, smiled and nodded. He went to find some wine to drink. Snowy Continent's sword cultivator Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone. He looked lonely. After training here for so many years, he had only reached the nascent soul bottleneck bit by bit. He was still unable to break through to the upper 5 realms. Previously, the sect had requested the help of the cross-continent ferry. They had sent 2 messages to the Summer Refuge Palace on Inverted Hanging Mountain, asking when he would return. Deng Liang ignored them both. Although Deng Liang was not as outstanding as Cao Gun, Xian Can and the other young sword immortals at the Summer Refuge Palace, it was easy for people to forget that Deng Liang was an extremely young nascent soul sword cultivator. Not only did he have a seat in the Snowy Continent's ancestral hall, but his seat was also very close to the front. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator and had been in the mortal world for many years. After he became an immortal master of records, he treated people well. Therefore, he was very popular and was highly valued by the sect master and had to rely heavily on him. Before Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he went to the wine shop and wrote a sentence on a nameplate. I came as a nascent soul and left as a nascent soul. I have not broken through to the next realm and have let down the good wine. He carried a bag and boarded the ferry. The ferry manager personally welcomed him. Deng Liang smiled and chatted with him. Deng Liang first used a flying sword to send a message to the sect, saying that he was already on his way back. When he reached the cabin of the ferry, he took off his bag. Other than a few nameplates that had already become relics, there were also some spare items. Deng Liang took out a letter, which sword immortal Chou Miao asked him to open after boarding the ferry. He said that it was a letter personally written by Master Hidden Official. The handwriting was very familiar. The letter mentioned a few things. One of them was to ask Deng Liang to help deliver a letter to sword immortal Xie Songhua. Another was to ask Deng Liang to help take care of the sword cultivator disciples that sword immortal Xie Songhua had taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the end of the letter, there was also a secret about the fifth world. Deng Liang was asked to bring it to the sect's ancestral hall. If Deng Liang's sect really wanted to, they could make preparations early. Deng Liang kept the letter and left the room to enjoy the night view. The sky was high and the moon was bright. He missed the summer refuge palace very much and admired the young hidden official. In the Hanging Mountains Spring Banner House, they had just finished discussing an important matter. Yang Ming stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "It was very enjoyable to work with all of you during this period of time." Miu, Xiao Yunyang, Nailand Saihuan, and Wei Wenlong stood up at the same time. Miu did not say anything and only clasped his fists to send them off. Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "It's a great honor to be able to work with Sword Immortal Yang day and night." Nailand Saihuan clasped her fists and said, "Yang Ming, you're the master of the house and have a way of making money. I might not lose to you, but as a sword cultivator, I'm not as good as you." Miu looked dejected. "I'm even more so." Yang Ming nodded with a smile and strode out of the house. He only said one sentence to Miu and Nailand Saihuan, who were from the same hometown as him. How could he be so relaxed when he was alive? There was no need to feel guilty. In the Summer Refuge Palace, the sword cultivators from the other hometown had already returned home. Sword Immortal Cho Miao stood up and said, "From today onwards, before the hidden official returns, Dong Budi and Xu Ning will be in charge of making decisions together." Luo Zheni wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything to persuade him to stay. After Cho Miao crossed the threshold, he turned his back to everyone and said with a smile, "I'll go first." Yang Ming, who had lost his arms, pinned a seal on his waist and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He returned to the city wall as a sword cultivator. Bai Lianshuang, the female warrior of the Ninth Realm, no longer taught the children martial arts. She left the Cold Shelter Palace and returned to the Ning Mansion. She cleaned up every nook and cranny of the Ning Mansion. Then, she stood at the gate for a long time and murmured a lot before she went to the city wall. Yin Chen, the sword cultivator of the nascent Soul Realm, left the place of cultivation for the first time. He flew out on his sword and rushed to the battlefield. He did not return. In the wilderness, the moon in the sky came to the mortal world and crashed into the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall, the old sword immortal Dong Sangeng sneered and said, "F*CKU, and then flew away on his sword. 680. Shuangjiang stood on the stairs and looked at the young man who was walking down shakily. He was pounding his chest heavily. Every time Chen Pinggan punched, golden light would flow out of his chest. It was like a blacksmith forging a sword with a hammer. Every time he punched, sparks would fly in all directions and disrupt the flow of time. This caused the light around Chen Pinggan to be distorted. As Chen Pinggan was walking down the stairs from a high place, Shuangjiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, could still see his golden eyes clearly even though his eyelids were lowered. Chen Pinggan stumbled forward. The movement of his heart was too big. After refining the god spirit's heart, it was like he had moved an entire furnace and placed it in his heart chamber. Even though the words that were peeled off from the Golden Book were of high quality and contained the true meaning of Taoism, there were still a few words that were melted by the golden light after Chen Pinggan's punch and dissipated in the air. Shuangjiang asked, "You shouldn't have refined it so quickly. Are you still hiding some secrets?" Chen Pinggan was silent. He didn't want to speak, but in fact, he couldn't speak. He could only punch his chest again and again, trying his best to suppress the drumming sound in his heart aperture. Shuangjiang stepped aside and walked with Chen Pinggan. Shuangjiang kept looking at the side of Chen Pinggan's face. He operated his supernatural powers and carefully observed the atmosphere inside Chen Pinggan's small body. Chen Pinggan stopped and covered his mouth with both hands. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. He raised his head slightly and swallowed all the blood. He continued to walk forward and pounded his chest again. Shuangjiang was scratching his head. Strange, too strange. Even if Chen Pinggan used the 2 fire seeds of the dragon's eye as primers and had the help of martial arts fate to prevent the god's remains from rejecting Chen Pinggan's body and soul, it shouldn't be so smooth. According to Shuangjiang's prediction, Chen Pinggan might not even be able to walk out of the small door after dismantling 36,000 threads. This was like a gifted scholar flipping through a sage's book. He might be able to understand the subtle words of the sage in a short time, but he wouldn't be able to grasp the profound meaning. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Chen Pinggan secretly made a move and used the Great Wall of Sword aura to help Chen Pinggan refine the object. The other possibility was that Chen Pinggan was the reincarnation of a god who had a deep relationship with the god's remains. Half of it was the inheritance, and the other half was the refinement. However, Shuangjiang felt that these 2 possibilities were very unlikely. Chen Pinggan wasn't the kind of person who would give out charity. If Chen Pinggan was the reincarnation of an ancient god, there would be some traces left behind when the longevity bridge was broken. Shuangjiang had traveled many times and should have noticed it. Chen Pinggan's eyes gradually returned to normal. The golden light slowly faded, and the movement in his chest became smaller. His punches became lighter, his footsteps became steadier, and his state of mind calmed down. The entire prison quietened down. Chen Pinggan turned around and climbed up. The white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. This time, Chen Pinggan passed by many prisons. The 5 great demons of the upper 5 realms and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivators all appeared, but no one spoke. They looked at the young man as if he was a demon. Chen Pinggan came to the entrance of the prison and sat at the top of the stairs. This world had a pattern of day and night. Outside the prison, it was always daytime. Shuangjiang couldn't help but say, "Hidden official elder, you really can't say it. If you say it, it'll be a business deal. Take it that I owe you money for 3 snowflakes." Previously, the 2 of them had discussed and set up the rules of the transaction. 1 snowflake was equivalent to a land immortal cultivator. 1 grain of small summer money could buy the life of a pure jade realm cultivator. When he had enough grain rain money, Chen Pinggan could go and plead with Chen Qingdou to save the life of this external demonic beast. Shuangjiang had already prepared everything. He had the green snake, Taoist incantations, magic weapons, and all kinds of strange things. In this prison, it had still accumulated some belongings. It was just that in the past, it only depended on fate. Soon, it would have to desperately pick up scraps. If it was really driven to desperation, it would even obtain the clothes washing girl, muslin washing girl, grape trellis, 12 flower deity cups, as well as Du Shanin's mottled fish immortal book and the sword pill. It would King obtain all of them and come to the hidden official to exchange for money. There was one good thing about the young hidden official that made Shuangjiang calm down. Once Chen Pinggan made a deal with someone sincerely, he would never go back on his words. It was more effective than any bullshit oath. Shuangjiang suddenly laughed to himself and said, "You must do what you say, you're such a petty person." Chen Pinggan smiled knowingly. He didn't care about how the demon scolded him in a roundabout way. He only said, "You know that I opened a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sword immortals don't drink on credit. And you only want to spend money for 3 snowflakes. If I don't do this deal, it's too much of a loss." Shuangjiang turned around and sneakily took out an embroidered handkerchief that looked like something from a boudoir. He gently spread it on the ground and pinched out a beloved item that he had kept for a long time. On the embroidered handkerchief, ripples trembled. Shuangjiang pinched out an extremely long narrow knife. Shuangjiang changed from pinching the handle to holding the knife with both hands. The top of the scabbard was pressed against the embroidered handkerchief. It was taller than the childlike demon. Shuangjiang put away the embroidered handkerchief and stood up. He stood on his tiptoes and pushed the knife out of the scabbard. Instantly, light bloomed. There were 5 colors, as gorgeous as the rosy clouds. The handle of the knife was wrapped with fine golden threads. The narrow knife was circular in shape and exquisite beyond compare. Outside the circular ring, there was a string of golden ancient seal inscriptions. The light flowed like the moon, the clear sky reflected the water. It would last forever, shining on the soul. The last two words were Zhong Khan. After Shuangjiang pushed the knife back into the scabbard, he held the knife with both hands. How about it? I'll use this knife to exchange for the answer from the hidden official elder. Chen Pinggan reached out his hand and smiled. Sure. Shuangjiang handed the narrow knife to Chen Pinggan without hesitation. Chen Pinggan placed the knife on his knees. It was extremely heavy. He held the knife with one hand and pressed two fingers together against the handle of the knife. He slowly pushed the knife out of the scabbard and looked at it. However, he quickly pushed it back. He remembered the two words Zhong Khan and asked doubtfully, "Is this the execution tool of the ancient dragon beheading platform?" Shuangjiang squatted at the side and nodded. Of course. It's just that before it was lost, it was in bad condition. It probably chopped off the heads of many evil dragons, so it has a strong murderous aura. Anyway, the hidden official elder isn't afraid of this. I'll treat it as a gift to a hero. To be honest, this item isn't the best on the dragon beheading platform. However, now that it's in the vast world, it's still enough to make the military cultivators of the upper 5 realms fight over it. Chen Pinggan smiled. Gift. Shuangjiang immediately slapped himself and changed his words. I'll sell it. Chen Pinggan pressed his hands on the knife and said softly, "The answer is that I'm not sure either." "I'm not lying to you." Shuangjiang felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chen Pinggan raised the narrow knife a few inches. "When I do business, I've always been honest. I'm ashamed to accept it, so I'll return it to you." The two of them were speechless. "Why don't you King return the knife to me?" It turned out that Chen Pinggan raised the knife a little and didn't say anything else. Shuangjiang couldn't snatch the knife away. The key was that the hidden official elder's posture. His 5 fingers were clenched tightly, and it didn't seem like he was going to let go. Shuangjiang wouldn't be polite with his words, because once he was polite, the other party wouldn't be polite either. Chen Pinggan threw the narrow knife to the otherworldly demon. "This is because you helped me leave something near the door. Otherwise, he would have to go to the pavilion naked and meet Twisted Core on the way." Shuangjiang held the knife and asked, "Just such a small matter? Is it worth exchanging such a good knife for it?" Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and smiled. "A small sum of money. It's a good omen to open the door." Shuangjiang handed over the narrow knife and was overjoyed. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked slowly with the knife by his left waist. He didn't return to the prison. Shuangjiang asked, "You've reached the far-wandering state first, and then refined your natal item. You can train your martial arts fate at the same time. That's why you weren't in a hurry to sew clothes." Chen Pinggan shook his head. "Actually, I didn't think so much. With you by my side, I've been purposely restraining my thoughts." Shuangjiang knelt on the ground and pounded his fists on the ground. He howled, "How much sin have I committed?" Chen Pinggan didn't find it funny. Instead, he was worried. The otherworldly demon did as he pleased, and it was pure freedom. A sword gleam arrived in an instant and hovered not far in front of Chen Pinggan. Then, it flew towards the thatched cottage by the stream. The criminal official took the initiative to invite him as a guest. It was the first time Chen Pinggan traveled far with the wind as a martial man of the 8th realm. Shuangjiang stood beside Chen Pinggan and whispered, "This sword pellet that the criminal official gave to Du Shanyan is also worth a small sum of money." Whether it was the sword pellet that the criminal official refined or the narrow knife that Chen Pinggan just obtained, they were all priceless treasures of immortals. However, in his business with the otherworldly demon, the accounting method was different. In the prison, there were opportunities and treasures everywhere. The life of Shuangjiang's ascendant state was even more valuable. Chen Pinggan once heard that there was an extremely hidden demonic sect in the Central Plains. When trading with people, they would only take the most precious thing in the other party's heart. It could be a woman they loved, or it could even be some kind of persistence or principle. For example, the person who cherished his life the most would have to give up his life in exchange. Chen Pinggan floated to the side of the grape trellis. The sword-immortal criminal official, who still did not reveal his true appearance, stood in the lush green and said, "We are about to leave this place. Tell the hidden official that you can choose one of the 2 women that the ancestral money has transformed into and keep them by your side. Chen Pinggan said, I don't accept a reward that I haven't done anything for. The criminal official said, after living here for so long, it's still boring in the end. The hidden official asked about punching and refining. I saw a few good shows and should express my gratitude. Apart from this, the most important thing is that they are closer to you and are willing to serve the hidden official. However, Du Shanyin will need one of them to assist him in his cultivation in the future. Otherwise, you can take both of them away. On the other side of the stone table, the woman and the young girl were reluctant to leave. However, when they looked at the young hidden official, they smiled sweetly and their bright eyes flowed. Hearing this, Chen Pinggan came to a sudden realization. He somewhat understood why this disciplinary officer Sword Immortal who was shrouded in mist and mist would inexplicably dislike him. Money. For the vast majority of cultivators in the world, all they saw in each and every blessed enclave was divine money. This was especially true for those people who did not know that there was a heaven beyond the heavens. In the eyes of the fallen immortals, they were the most worthless. Chen Pinggan could not be bothered to explain anything. He shook his head and said, it's best if you keep them by your side. The criminal official was even more straightforward. He used the heaven and earth within the sleeve to put away the thatched hut, the stream, the grape trellis, the flower god cup, and the white jade table and stone stool. He flew away on his sword. Du Shanyin and the young girl followed behind him. However, he left the woman behind. She curtsied towards Chen Pinggan. She was graceful and graceful. Chen Pinggan was not pretentious. He could not just grab the woman and throw her to the criminal official. As a result, he clasped his hands and bowed towards her. Afterwards, he looked towards the white jade table and said softly, you didn't even leave a stool behind. He did not give him a chance to pick up scraps at all. When receiving gifts from others, it was hard to avoid owing them favors. On the other hand, when picking up scraps, it was like tying one's head to one's belt and earning money with one's own abilities. The woman who was born from the gold essence copper coin smiled even more beautifully when she heard that. She said softly, my humble name is Changming. If master does not like this name, you can just give me a name. I will be extremely honored. Chen Pinggan turned around and waved his hand. He smiled at the woman and said, Daoist Changming, you and I are of the same generation in the future. To be honest, I do have a place to go. It's in the Aquarius continent. It's called the Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's suitable for you to cultivate in. However, after you leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where do you want to go? Whether you want to go to the Lotus Root Blessed Land or not, it's all up to you. The woman blinked her eyes and raised a hand. In the four corners of the world, there were many corpses of gods scattered everywhere. Their decayed and huge bodies were continuously broken into pieces. Then, golden grains of sand formed a line and gathered around the woman. It was like a golden mountain, the size of the Ning Residence's dragon-slaying cliff. Shuangjiang reminded softly, this golden mountain, in the green underworld, is enough to refine the golden bodies of 3 to 4 river gods and water immortal prefecture lords. The blessed land of old ancestor hidden official is only a middle-grade blessed land. There will only be more golden bodies. Chen Pinggan tried his best to hold back his laughter. In the end, he could not hold it in. He cupped his fists and said, all right, I implore Daoist Changming to be a guest at the Aquarius continent. You can at least be a consecrator with fewer restrictions. The golden grains of sand from the corpses of the gods that were tempered by the river of time finally attached themselves to the woman's clothes. Chen Pinggan felt that way. Wealth should not be exposed. That was how it should be. As expected, they were kindred spirits. The white-haired boy beside him who swaggered around the streets could not be compared to them. She asked curiously, Master Hidden Official, are you not returning home? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, we'll talk about it later. She did not ask any more questions. She still considered herself as a servant girl. After that, Chen Pinggan strolled around alone. But before they parted, she placed her finger on her forehead and took out a gold essence copper coin and gave it to Chen Pinggan. Shuangjiang pulled the woman to pick up treasures. Both of them discussed for a while. Shuangjiang initially planned to find all the treasures by himself. Of course, he would keep them all. Whatever she found, they would split it 9-10. He never thought that the smelly woman would have the guts to ask for a 50-50 split. It was just that her state of cultivation was not worth mentioning, but she was the ancestor of the gold copper coin. Even if she was killed by him and transformed into her Dharma form, she would still be reborn in the gold copper coin that Chen Pinggan kept in his pocket. When the time came, she would complain to Chen Pinggan and he would probably not be able to bear it. With Chen Pinggan's temper, he liked to haggle over such trivial matters. 9 out of 10, he would directly ask Chen Qingdu to chop him to death. Shuang Jiang would only negotiate with her nicely. In the end, they finally agreed on a 40-60 split. Shuang Jiang earned a little, but he felt that it was more tiring than pestering old Def for 80 years. He never thought that she was still not satisfied. She complained that she was useless and caused her master to lose 10% of the profits. Shuang Jiang almost knelt down and kowtowed to her. Chen Pinggan came to the sea of clouds that gave birth to the water droplets. He laid on the sea of clouds and placed his hands on his abdomen. He closed his eyes and rested. His mustard seed mind wandered around. In the end, in the small world of the human body, Chen Pinggan came to the bank of the Heart Lake. With a slight movement of his heart, an unusually stable arch bridge appeared. His real body was sleeping soundly on the clouds. Chen Pinggan's mind was standing at one end of the longevity bridge. As long as he crossed the bridge and reached the other end, there should be another cave-dwelling Qi refinement warrior in this world. The golden figure riding the fire dragon came to the side of Chen Pinggan's mind. She crossed her arms and raised her head. The fire dragon under her had grown strong after tempering its martial arts fate. If the fire dragon was only the size of a chopstick before, it should be as thick as an arm now. It had a domineering aura. Chen Pinggan said softly, "Don't scold me." The golden figure sneered, "Haven't you been scolding yourself? I'm sick of it. How can I not listen to you?" Chen Pinggan said, "It's said that there's a limit to one's strength. The key is that I've always believed in this. So, it doesn't make sense to scold me, does it?" The golden figure said, "You're afraid that you can't leave. You're afraid that you'll become the second Chen Qingdou. At the same time, you don't have Chen Qingdou's abilities. You're afraid that you won't be able to meet him again. For the first time in your life, you're afraid that you won't get anything in return for everything you've done." Chen Pinggan jumped up and down a few times, hitting his palms with his fists. Finally, he stretched out his hand and huffed. He looked at the arch bridge and said, "Anyone would do that. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." The golden figure was silent for a moment. Then, she scolded him to express her consolation. Hearing the dialect of his hometown that he hadn't heard for a long time, Chen Pinggan was immediately happy. His eyes were as clear as the stream in his hometown. He was a little sad like a small fish. With a swing of his tail, he darted into the water plants and never met anyone again. In the end, Chen Pinggan's mind left the small world. He stood up from the sea of clouds and flew towards the entrance of the prison. Crossing the bridge was not an urgent matter. He would wait until the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the savage world was completely refined and integrated into his body. It should be his cave-dwelling realm that couldn't escape. When the cave-dwelling opened, the small world and the big world would be connected. The rich spiritual Qi of the prison, which was mixed with dense sword intent, would surge into the Qi dwellings like a torrent. It was just that the pain of the flesh and soul might be seen as a daunting path by ordinary Qi refinement warriors of the 5 lower realms. They might see it as a threshold of life and death that was extremely difficult to cross. But to Chen Pinggan, it was really nothing. This time, when Chen Pinggan passed by the prison, the big demon Yun Qing appeared again with a smile. She joked, "Previously, I had martial arts fate. Now that I've refined the supreme treasure of the god's corpse, I have to congratulate the hidden official again. When I reach the cave-dwelling realm, I have to congratulate him again. I'm a little busy. Fortunately, I'm not in the savage world. Otherwise, I would have to give out 3 congratulatory gifts." Chen Pinggan stopped in his tracks and smiled. In the vast world, the arrival of an immortal at the peak of the 5 upper realms is the best gift. Yun Qing looked at the narrow saber and praised, "Good saber. Chen Pingan placed his palm on the saber's hilt and said, "It's heavy enough. It's indeed a good saber." Yun Qing sighed. "It seems that I don't have many chances to talk to the hidden official." Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, "It's a pity that I didn't meet senior Yun Qing in the vast world." Yun Qing smiled. "It's also a pity that I didn't invite the hidden official to drink wine in the vast world. The scenery on my old mountain is superb." The white-haired boy returned with a full load. Beside him was a girl. With her around, it was easy to obtain the golden sand. What required Shuangjiang's effort were the remnants of the ancient big demon's corpse. They were scattered and quite tiring. The supreme treasures of heaven and earth were sentient. They wouldn't stay in their nests like the god's corpse and the big demon's corpse. Even if Shuangjiang tried his best to search for them, it was still very troublesome. Fortunately, the girl was indeed the incarnation of the ancestors' money. Her luck was very good. Her final harvest exceeded Shuangjiang's expectations. After gaining experience, Shuangjiang purposely stayed away from her. When she encountered a fortuitous encounter, she would greet him. He would then pounce on her conscientiously and capture the treasures that were flying around like the flying swords of the sword immortals. Both of them agreed that today, they would only dig 3 feet into the ground in one direction. In the future, they would go to the same place every day. At most, they would take 10 days to roughly plunder everything. In the next 10 days, they would check and fill in the gaps. It was the first time for the girl to enter this prison, so she was inevitably curious. The big demon Qing Qiu saw the girl beside Chen Pingan. She was demure and gentle. She was indeed extraordinary. She clicked her tongue and said, "Master Yin Guan, you are so lucky. But your taste is a little heavy. First, it was a skinned woman. Now, it's a monster with no real flesh and blood. Master Yin Guan, what's wrong with you? Isn't there a 7-tailed fox demon in the prison? If I remember correctly, there are still a few female cultivators. Are they not enough for you?" Chen Pingan laughed, "I'm about to die. Can't you say something nice?" The big demon whose real body was the green loach sneered, "You? Plus that stupid knife. I stretch my neck for you to cut. Can you cut it?" Chen Pingan pushed the knife out of the sheath. "Why don't you give it a try?" The big demon Qing Qiu instantly disappeared into the fog. Shuangjiang burst into laughter. The girl took her leave. The filthy and evil aura in the prison was too strong. She did not want to continue sightseeing. Chen Pingan came to Naixin's side. He waited for her to take out a weft thread before saying, "Let me borrow your magical knife." Naixin handed the magical knife to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan took the magical knife and said with a smile, "In my hometown, when you give people scissors and choppers, you will point the knife at yourself." Naixin ignored him and asked, "Have you decided?" Chen Pingan nodded. He first took out the green talisman paper that contained the words of the golden jade booklet. Because there were too many words and they were too heavy, the paper was uneven. Chen Pingan spread out the talisman paper with one hand and held the dagger with the other. He pierced it into his chest and dripped the blood essence of a qi cultivator, which was regarded as vital essence, from the tip of the dagger onto the talisman paper. He then used the water refinement spell from the water god temple of the Bayou Mansion to control the blood drops. Like writing a sutra in small characters, every stroke was orderly and full of spirit. Finally, he wrote a letter of agreement. The content was concise and the meaning was obvious, but the wording was precise. Especially when he signed at the end, he extracted a natal aura from each of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and injected it into the name Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan handed the magical knife back to Naixin. Naixin took the magical knife and frowned, "If I knew, I wouldn't have revealed this to you." Previously, when she first met this young hidden official, she was very puzzled as to why he was so entangled with the flood dragon. Later on, she put in some effort and chatted with the extraterrestrial demon, and found out a shocking secret. On Chen Pingan's body, there was a deeply hidden contract. Both of them were of equal status, not master and servant, but both of their lives were at stake. The effect was similar to that of the ordinary cultivators on the mountain, when they became immortal companions. Of course, Chen Pingan's contract did not involve any love. Furthermore, the party who wrote it could be said to have taken advantage of it, and there were almost no restrictions. Chen Pingan's face was pale, but it was as if he was relieved of a huge burden, as if he had settled a huge grudge. It was not only for his own peace of mind, but also for his student, to be able to do his best in the Aquarius continent. Shuangjiang squatted at the side and said regretfully, "Hidden official's deal is a huge loss. He shouldn't have been so straightforward. If it were me, I would have taken advantage of him." Chen Pingan passed the talisman paper to the extraterrestrial demon and said, "It's because I found out about it too late, if not I would have done it long ago. Shuangjiang, pass it to Old Def. After he leaves the prison, pass it to Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, to help send it to Aquarius continent. It can only be passed to a person called Kui Dongshan." Shuangjiang laughed, "Let Nai Xin pass it to Old Def, they have just acknowledged each other as relatives." Chen Pingan's mouth twitched, and maintained his original position. He knew that the extraterrestrial demon had already recognized the origin of the green talisman paper. Shuangjiang raised his hands, "Don't test me, I will not touch the talisman paper even if you beat me to death. If not, I will be tricked by you and lose 100 years of cultivation." When the extraterrestrial demon did not call hidden official grandfather or old ancestor hidden official, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Chen Pingan then passed the talisman paper to Nai Xin. Nai Xin flashed and passed it to Old Def, and returned in a blink of an eye. She said, "Luckily I went early, Old Def was just about to leave the prison." There were some words that Nai Xin did not say after thinking about it. She originally wanted to persuade Chen Pingan to hurry up on the matter of killing demons and sewing clothes. But when the words reached her mouth, Nai Xin stopped. Chen Pingan nodded his head and went to the pavilion building. Alone, he hugged his knees and sat down. Shuangjiang stood on the steps far away and looked at the person in the building. This place was the manifestation of the young man's state of mind. Therefore, Chen Pingan could go to the pavilion, and if Nai Xin was willing, she could go too. Because in the depths of Chen Pingan's heart, he recognized Nai Xin as a person of the demonic path, but he, the extraterrestrial demon, was not allowed. A pavilion with a square sky and a line of earth. The pavilion was based on the big and small principles that Chen Pingan recognized from the bottom of his heart. The 4 pillars of the pavilion were the 4 fundamental meridians that Chen Pingan gradually turned into for his own use on his journey of life. And the top of the pavilion symbolized the great sword immortal that Chen Pingan yearned for. When the young man looked at life, the people he saw were all temporary guests in the pavilion. Sooner or later, they would have to part with him. Some of them greeted him, and some of them he did not say. He just stayed where he was, just like the pavilion, willing to do small things like shelter for others. Shuangjiang shouted loudly, "Old ancestor hidden official, does your beloved girl know about this contract?" Chen Pingan instantly came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. "This contract has nothing to do with me." Shuangjiang jumped up high and gave him a thumbs up. "Old ancestor hidden official, you are speaking in such a righteous and guilty manner, especially a scholar." 681. Frost Descent Probed, the story of me using a huge golden body fragment to exchange for a contract with old ancestor Yingguan? The story was actually not small. Just looking at the matter of breaking the contract, Chen Pingan had used the beheading blade from the ancient dragon slaying platform. He had used a green talisman paper to carry the fresh blood and extracted a drop of blood from the heart. He also had to separate a wisp of the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to inject into the signature at the end. The breaking of a contract by an ordinary cultivator didn't need to cause such a huge commotion. If he didn't do this kind of business, Frost Descent felt that he would easily be punished by the heavens. However, Chen Pingan wasn't interested in doing this kind of business. With the longevity daoist that old ancestor Copper Coin had transformed into, it was very likely that she would become the honorary consecrator of Luorpa Mountain and have a treasure bowl at home. Now, Chen Pingan felt that he was very indifferent to fame and fortune. He definitely wouldn't be tempted by money. When the official left, Old Def followed suit. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there were, they couldn't run out of a prison. Chen Pinggan had always wanted to ask the old sword immortal why he didn't empty the place and hand it over to Summer Retreat Palace to manage or move it to a pill workshop. Unfortunately, the old sword immortal didn't give him the chance. Every time he showed himself, Chen Pinggan's outcome wasn't good. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. Why couldn't the bag shop open? Other than that, there might be no end to the years in the future. He had to find something to do, such as counting money or refining items. Chen Pinggan flipped his wrist and took out the 5 thunder spell seal made of strange materials. He held it in his palm. Even though it was only the size of a date pit, there was a faint rumble of thunder and colorful flowing light. It had a solemn atmosphere and naturally suppressed ghosts and filth. Just like the imitation of the Beko Keikyung building pagoda and the sword immortal banner, Chen Pinggan didn't dare to make it his natal item. He only refined it to a medium level. Firstly, there was no need for it to be refined greatly. Secondly, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, it was something he had obtained from Li Jun, so he had to be careful. For example, Song Jun and Kulei had been in his possession for a long time before they were refined to great refinement. Of course, it was not that he did not trust Liu Jinglong and Yuan Ling Palace. It was just that a highly refined object was not ordinary. Not only would it occupy an entire natal acupoint, but it would also take away a practitioner's aura. For a Qi cultivator of the lower 5 states who had not established many schools and had not accumulated enough aura, these two things were a huge problem. As a cultivator of the 5th stage, Chen Pinggan actually had quite a number of Qi dwellings. However, for the sake of refining the longevity bridge, he had divided them into 5 Qi dwellings, all of which required diligent refinement of spiritual energy. How much spiritual energy could he possibly have left that could be used by Chen Pinggan to reward his officials? As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Otherwise, with Chen Pinggan's lucky encounters during his long journey, the boys in green would not be so idle. For example, the supply of the bottle of Mirage Water Elixir. Every time the water dwelling had a good rain after a long drought, the spiritual energy still had to be distributed to the mountain temple, the wooden house and other places. However, even if he had to refine this seal, Chen Pinggan believed that with this treasure on the mountain alone, he could be an immortal master who could slay monsters and devils in a small vassal state of the Aquarius continent. Moreover, even if he walked in the mountains and swamps, he would be regarded as an immortal master. Because practicing the 5 thunders spell, if the spell was not authentic enough, it was easy to hurt the internal organs. Over time, the body would be damaged and irreversible. For example, the blind Taoist, Jiao Cheng, had hurt his eyes because he practiced the unorthodox thunder spell. Thinking of this, Chen Pinggan could not help laughing. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Not golden sand?" Shuang Jiang took out a piece of golden body the size of a citrus and tossed it lightly. This kind of treasure was not commonly seen. Chiseling a mountain to get the treasure was very tiring. Chen Pinggan's left hand controlled the 5 thunders spell seal while his right hand grabbed the piece of golden body from the hands of the extraterrestrial demon. After a while, he used the 3 mountains spell seal to refine the piece of golden body into a drop of golden water. He caught it with his fingers and gently rubbed it on the word Zon of the 16 words mantra of the 5 thunders spell seal. It was like a temple attaching gold to a statue. During the process of attaching gold, there was a trace of spiritual energy flowing in Chen Pinggan's 5 natal acupuncture points. It was as if they had received an imperial order. They flowed to and from the palm of his hand and rose up. They lingered around the 5 thunders spell seal and helped to refine the drop of golden water into the seal. Compared to attaching gold with the celestial spell seal alone, the speed was much faster. This was the advantage of a cultivator's natal item that belonged to the 5 elements. There were all kinds of mysteries that were too wonderful for words. Chen Pinggan put away the seal and the piece of golden body and said, "My hometown is Lizhu Cave. When I was young, I happened to wake up from a nightmare in the middle of a snowy night. Then I heard something at the door of my house. I seemed to hear a soft voice. It was windy and snowy that night, so I couldn't hear it clearly. I only felt that it was very scary. In fact, I was very hesitant at that time. I didn't know if I should go out or hide in my bed. I also thought that Song Jisin might have heard it too. He was brave enough to go out before me. So I went out. Speaking of this, Chen Pinggan suddenly did not know how to define GQ. Frost Descent was familiar with many of Chen Pinggan's thoughts. He said, there are two possibilities why she didn't look for Prince Song Jisin. One is that she chose to enter from the west side of the Mud Bottle Alley. It was difficult to enter the alley, even though it was only a door away. She was exhausted and fell in front of your house. She didn't manage to knock on Song Jisin's door. This is the fate of the Great Way. The other possibility is that she walked into the Mud Bottle Alley from Jiyu Kan's house and arrived at Song Jisin's house. She changed her mind at the last minute because there were too many restrictions to form a contract with a descendant of the Song clan. Perhaps she could only sign a real master-servant contract. Her life and death were in the hands of others. For the last remnant of the real dragon in the world, it was not a comfortable choice. After she was saved by you, she secretly formed a contract with you. Because your natal porcelain was broken and your spirit was weak, no one knew about the contract. Then she can safely chisel the wall and steal the light. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, that's true. My ancestor hidden official, how can you do business like this? Frost Descent wrung his wrist and said with regret, you and the woman with the pseudonym GQ have an equal contract. The more losses you suffer in the beginning, the more benefits you will enjoy in the future. What are you thinking, ancestor hidden official? It's obvious that as long as you endure it and don't write so resolutely in the contract, you will have a good life in the future after suffering. It's like breaking through the realm while lying down. In the book Slip Lake, how can you not know how that bastard Loach who cheated you so much nourished Jiyu Kan's body and spirit? The white-haired boy's saliva splashed everywhere as he spoke, and he danced with joy. No matter how Wang Zhu stole your fate in the early years, the more you achieve the Tao, the more you need to return what you borrow. This is a theorem. Therefore, as long as she can truly transform into a dragon, your merit will be complete. It will be the greatest merit in the world to support a dragon. From now on, you will be able to obtain a small amount of benefits. Every time she breaks through the realm, she will give back to the person she formed the contract with. Forming the golden core and nurturing the nascent soul is not difficult. Just talking about the matter of naturally suppressing the flood dragon and even the water god lake, which cultivator doesn't dream of it? Chen Pinggan stood up and walked slowly. He smiled and said, I only know that one should not think of doing favors for others. Back then, I didn't know about the contract. I only know that I saved her casually. When a monk begged for alms, it was to form a bond. There was also a saying in Taoism that everything was decided by the heavens. Frost Descent said carefully, ancestor hidden official, you are a disciple of Confucianism. I can barely understand that a gentleman does not expect to be repaid for his kindness. But she caused you to have bad luck for so many years, and you are still willing to repay her with kindness. Will you be suspected of being a good person? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, there is a difference in priority. Firstly, in my heart, she, GQ, is just a neighbor. She is not as important as the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, repay her with kindness. You are very clear that this is actually contrary to my fundamental knowledge. There is a difference in priority, there is a difference in severity. Everything has to be explained clearly before we talk about forgiveness. Chen Pinggan paused for a moment. His palm was placed on the handle of the dragon beheading execution blade. He smiled and said, let's say that everything has been settled. Why don't you let her try standing in front of me now? Upon hearing the words try, Frost Descent felt a headache. Chen Pinggan continued, if we disregard the right and wrong, and do not talk about the schemes, everything is a separate matter. Just talking about me and Song Jisin and GQ as neighbors, it is actually not as bad as you think. It can even be said that with them living next door, I have some extra hope to live on. At least I know about the good lives of the commoners, and how they live. I do not lack money, and do not have to worry about food and clothing. In the kitchen, on the chopping board, the sound of a knife cutting fish scales, or under the sun, using a wooden stick to lightly knock on the thick blanket on a bamboo pole. Have you heard of that before? It is all very pleasant to hear. I have never studied before, but I have already heard of many of the words in books, and it is all thanks to Song Jisin's boring memorization. At that time, when he was young, Chen Pingan was kept in the dark about everything. All he thought about was 2 meals a day. In the summer, he was afraid of heat stroke. In the winter, he was most afraid of the cold. In the spring, he was afraid of the new year. And in the autumn, he was worried about the lack of farmland. When he got along with the master and servant of the neighbor, he would help them if he could. For example, when they met on the road, he would help GQ carry water, and help to dry the books on the wall between the 2 houses. At that time, as the illegitimate son of the supervisor, Song Jisin seemed to have endless money. That money seemed to fall from the sky. No matter how much money Song Jisin spent, he did not feel any heartache. He could even spend it without blinking his eyes. Mud Bottle Alley was too narrow, and Song Jisin was a person who liked to enjoy life and was also afraid of trouble. He would only ask GQ to buy a cart of firewood and charcoal, once and for all, to deal with a cold winter. If Chen Pingan saw it, he would also help. At that time, GQ, who seemed to be weak, would also run to the door of the house and ask Chen Pingan to help. Chen Pingan would not refuse. Doing these trivial things was not because he had any ulterior motives. On the contrary, it was precisely because he was well behaved and treated everyone around him the same, taking it for granted. When Chen Pingan did it, his clothes would be stained with mud and charcoal, and his heart would be clean. Besides, compared to helping the neighbors, Chen Pingan did more for Ji Yukan's family. Moreover, at that time, the straw sandals young man really knew nothing about the matters between men and women. Therefore, even a narrow-minded person like Song Jisin did not think that Chen Pingan had any thoughts about GQ. He was only sensitive and hostile towards Liu Xianyang and Ma Kushuan. Occasionally, when GQ was picking vegetables in the yard next door, she would try to talk to Chen Pingan. She would say that since he had helped the Jiyu family so much, he should at least ask for some compensation. Even if it was not copper coins, he was the one who took care of her family's crops, so it was reasonable for him to ask for a few liters of white rice from the harvest. If that vixen's aunt did not agree to this, then there was something wrong with her. She always wanted to take advantage of Chen Pingan. How could a part-time worker in a small town not earn money by helping with weddings and funerals? Chen Pingan once said something when he was drunk while eating hot pot. At that time, Chen Pingan did not think much of it. Now, he was already 30 years old, and Chen Pingan was no longer a teenager. If he chewed it carefully again, he could taste a lot of aftertaste. It was like drinking a bowl of old wine. The after effect was really strong. After many years, the wine still stayed in his heart. When he was young, he had a good memory. Every time he was homesick, he would remember everything vividly. When he was moved, he would be immersed in it as if he was returning home. When he was old, his memory was blurred. Every time he was homesick, he felt that he was farther away from home. This was probably the reason why life was so helpless. Shuangjiang nodded with a smile. I really know a lot about the trivial things in the marketplace. Chen Pingan joked, as a great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm, you also know these things? According to the life story it told to Chen Pingan before, as a refugee orphan, Xiaokao drifted and was killed by frost and snow at any time. Fortunately, it was accepted as a servant by a rich family. Then, it was a young master's errand boy. Because of fate, it was chosen by a hidden teacher in the marketplace. It was named Shuangjiang and embarked on the road of cultivation. During this period, it should have known a lot of hardships among the people. However, Chen Pingan didn't believe its story at all. Shuangjiang rubbed its cheeks. In the world, it's rare to see an ascendant realm who has such a hard life like me. It's like a pitiful worm who grew up eating mud and eating feces. Chen Pingan nodded. It's a hard life to call a fifth realm chi cultivator ancestor. On the other side of the stairs, the otherworldly demon put its hands on its waist and said righteously, Ancestor Ingguan, I won't allow you to belittle yourself like this. Chen Pingan took out the 5 thunder seal again and said to Shuangjiang, tell Senior Twixen to start working. Help me move this thing to the palm of my hand first. Now I can do it myself, but it's too time-consuming. It will only delay her from taking off the clothes. Shuangjiang greeted the little girl who was busy taking off the robe. Chen Pinggan came to the stairs and gently rolled up his left sleeve. Shuangjiang squatted at the side and said, "Look, this arm of Ancestor Ingguan is really knowledgeable. Ordinary women may not be able to see the door to the door, but it fits the saying of the subtlety of golden branches and jade leaves. Inside it is full of the true divine radiance, which can make those fairies on the mountain jealous. In the future, when Ancestor Ingguan travels far and wide, you have to wear a few more robes. Otherwise, there will be a lot of love affairs. If you ask me, just covering up your arm isn't enough. Just based on your face, figure, style, you have to learn from that torture official. Otherwise, the fairies will all fall in love with you. Their hearts will sway, and their souls will be distracted. Their hearts will be in a mess, and their faces will turn red. Of course, Patriarch Hidden Official won't be tempted. However, it's still a troublesome matter, just like the matter of the contract." Chen Pinggan asked, "Is this how old Def is annoyed by your nagging?" Shuangjiang laughed and said, "That grandson's cultivation heart is not enough. He's a good for nothing." After Nai Xin rushed over, she helped Chen Pinggan change the cave of the Five Thunders Dharmic seal from the mountain temple to the peak of a mountain where the lines on the palm were. When cultivators of equal strength fought, a moment's difference was the difference between life and death. Not only could it allow Chen Pinggan to cast this thunder technique faster, but it could also allow Chen Pinggan to get used to the connection of the 5 natal items faster. Once he cast it, the 5 thunders would gather and the heavenly power would be vast and mighty, creating a myriad of fortunes. It was not easy for a Qi refinement warrior to change the position of a mid-refinement item. They had to dig a post house at the last minute. Naturally, it would hurt their muscles and bones. However, compared to the true name of the tailor, it was considered a small matter. Chen Pinggan not only did not need Nai Xin to use the embroidery needle to nail the soul to death, but he could also use his thoughts and words freely. He asked, "What is the material of this 5 Thunders Dharmic seal?" The material was strange. The lines were like beautiful wood, but the texture was like jasper. Nai Xin only recognized that it was a piece of pagoda wood struck by lightning. Pagoda wood struck by lightning was not rare in the vast world. It could be found in the market and countryside. Rich families would even spend a lot of money to buy it. They would go to the Taoist temple to ask a Taoist priest to carve it into a wooden plate for their children to carry with them. This way, they would not be contaminated by anything and could suppress evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. It was like inviting a door god. Chen Pinggan's inquiry was fruitless. He turned to look at the confident extraterrestrial demon. Frost Descent was indeed an ascendant realm. He was experienced and knowledgeable. He smiled and said, "It's pagoda wood struck by lightning, but it's not simple." Speaking of this, Frost Descent pretended to be deep in thought. Chen Pinggan said, "A piece of snow costs money." Although it was just a piece of meat, it was not easy to make money from Chen Pinggan. Frost Descent patted his head and said, "It's not an ordinary pagoda wood or a common pagoda wood. Generally, the pagoda wood is of excellent quality and high quality. This 5 thunders, 10,000 arts. Cut off the 5 drains, Cardinal of Heaven and Earth should be engraved on the 4 sides. Otherwise, it can't bear the true meaning of the thunder art. The secret is that this pagoda would used to be the location of a Huai manor. It's like a pocket-blessed land where ghosts gathered and snakes gathered. Therefore, it must be a person who was proficient in the 5 thunders righteous method who used all his strength to subdue demons and devils to create this great opportunity. Then, that person picked up this locust tree from the ruins and carved it into a seal, engraved the 16 characters of insect bird seal script, and only used it as the foundation of one of the Cardinal of Heaven and Earth." Chen Pinggan turned his head and stared at the seal that was walking in his meridians. It went from the temple to his shoulder and then along his arm. Nai Xin guided the seal all the way to his palm and took root. This process was like plowing the land and reclaiming the land, but it was the flesh and blood of a cultivator. Frost Descent held his cheek and said slowly, "The seal has 6 sides and is ancient. Because it has seal script patterns, it belongs to the extremely rare 6-full seal, also known as the moonful seal. Otherwise, This kind of seal would be too tyrannical. Everyone on the mountain would have had one a long time ago. Therefore, if the ancestor of hidden official used this against a strong enemy, it would cost a lot. It would cause the thunder art of the Dharma seal to weaken, its divine light would dim, and its true meaning would weaken. Fortunately, it could be repaired after the event, such as the fragments of the golden body of the god of mountains and rivers. Anyway, the ancestor of hidden official doesn't lack this item. It's really fate. Shuangjiang felt that it was too troublesome to focus on the Dharma mudra as it could easily distract the Grandmaster of hidden official. Thus, he put two of his fingers together and gently twisted them. The Dharma mudra appeared in front of Chen Pinggan. It became palm-sized and clear. It gently rotated the seal with its mind and said, "There are a total of 36 pictures of gods on the four sides of the seal. The ancient pictures of the god of thunder and mother of lightning, the count of wind and master of rain, the cloud official, the celestial official, and so on are all in the seal. 9 is a big number. This is another excellent proof of the moon-full seal. Normal cultivators wouldn't dare to mess around like this. Besides the 16 words at the bottom of the seal, there should be a piece of the heaven style. However, it was cut off for some reason, which greatly damaged the appearance. It also caused the power of the 5 thunder seal to decrease. Otherwise, this item would be the object of worship of the celestial ancestral hall. It could suppress mountains and rivers and absorb fate. It could even become a seal." Frost Descent sighed and said, "Without the most important heaven style, the appearance has decreased greatly. It's a pity. It was taboo to be perfect. However, it was the opposite when it came to collecting." Chen Pinggan said, "Can you make up for the heaven style yourself? Even if the power doesn't increase at all, it's still possible to scare people. Besides, one day when I'm really out of money, would a complete seal with 6 full seals have different prices?" Frost Descent sighed in his heart. Look, how could people not admire such an old ancestor of the hidden official? How could he not make that long-lived fellow cultivator admire him? With just a thought, he seemed to want to cut off the 5 leeks. The old ancestor of the hidden official was really a cultivator. It was a pity that he wasn't in the Qingming world and didn't meet the old ancestor of the hidden official early. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would have to call him old ancestor. Just thinking about it made him happy. Frost Descent chuckled a few times and wiped his mouth. He quickly turned his head and stretched out his hand to cover his face. He rubbed it hard. When he turned his head again, he looked serious and said respectfully, "Although the old ancestor of the hidden official is proficient in carving seals, he really can't do the heaven-style inscription." Chen Pinggan nodded. He wasn't disappointed. Instead, he was relieved. If one's luck was too good, it would be a big problem. He needed to reflect on the situation he was in. Twisting Heart said, "That's enough." The sewing person came and went in a hurry. She didn't hesitate at all. Now, the only thing that could make her stay was that Chen Pinggan changed his mind. There was no longer a barrier between men and women with holes in their brains. A cultivator didn't need to guard his body like jade. He was pedantic and old-fashioned like an old pedant. However, Twisting Heart couldn't take off Chen Pinggan's clothes by force. Instead, she blamed Frost Descent for not being capable enough. If she could have done more things with Chen Pinggan through the 7-tailed fox, maybe she wouldn't be sewing clothes now. But then again, if the young man's heart was bewitched by a fox, he wouldn't be able to walk into prison and become the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pinggan slowly raised his palm and offered the 5 thunder seal. For a moment, the 5 thunder gathered. Around a jade-white palm, there seemed to be a small world on the palm. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, clouds rose, and water rose. The ethereal figures of 36 gods could be vaguely seen, each with a decree. Chen Pinggan turned to look at the extraterrestrial demon. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Come, come, let me touch your little dog head." Frost Descent sighed and obediently tilted his head. He stretched his neck and said sincerely, "Old ancestor of the hidden official, I'm such a loyal follower who doesn't hesitate to die every day. You should cherish me more." Chen Pinggan flipped his wrist and slapped the 5 thunder seal heavily on the head of the extraterrestrial demon. With a loud bang, the extraterrestrial demon disappeared on the spot. Chen Pingan's sleeves fluttered and the strong wind blew at his temples. The extraterrestrial demon reappeared at the bottom of the stairs not far away. There were still remnants of thunder and lightning on his robe, causing his eyes to turn white and his body to twitch. Like a drunkard, he staggered up the stairs with his hands groping in front of him. Chen Pingan knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. He didn't cultivate the 5 Thunder Seal and didn't have the help of the superior Dao formula. He didn't have enough Dao technique and true meaning. How could he make the extraterrestrial demon so miserable? So he asked, what realm can a Chi refinement warrior be killed by a solid hit? Sea Viewing Realm? Dragon Gate Realm? Frost Descent jogged up the stairs and said, without the protection of the magic treasure, the old ancestor of the hidden official's slap wouldn't hurt him at all. An ordinary Dragon Gate Realm would die on the spot. Chen Pingan asked again, what if I don't care about the price? Give up the Dharma Mudra? Frost Descent said, an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator would lose half of his life. When facing the old ancestor of the hidden official, as long as he loses half of his life, it's equivalent to losing his life. Chen Pingan said softly, ordinary. Frost Descent said helplessly, it's indeed a little regrettable. In the future, when the old ancestor of the hidden official fights, the opponent who has to pay such a huge price will definitely not be an ordinary Chi refinement warrior. Chen Pingan smiled and said, let's make a small deal. Frost Descent was eager to try. He rubbed his hands and said, if the old ancestor of the hidden official chats like this, the sleepy bugs will die out. Chen Pingan said, I have a lot of items on me and I'm about to become an immortal of the middle 5 realms. Help me review and see how I can benefit the most. The focus is on the size of the cave abode, sea viewing and Dragon Gate realms, the combination of the middle refined items and the life item of the great refined items, and the key to the core formation. Frost Descent said, for such a big matter, why don't I accompany the old ancestor of the hidden official up the stairs and ascend to the peak together? Chen Pingan smiled and said, do I need so many tricks? Although he said that, he stood up without hesitation. He would take it as a good omen. In the early years when he left the inverted mountain and traveled the Tongya continent with Lu Tai, the other party had already divulged the heavenly secrets and reminded Chen Pingan that when a cultivator first ascended the mountain, the life item of the great refined was not the more the better. There was no need to deliberately pursue a large number. The life item of the great refined in the world was roughly divided into 3 types: attack, defense, and support. For example, a dew-bearing bowl could help the Chi refinement warrior to absorb the aura faster in a place close to water. A willow tree that was cut from the spring dew garden could also increase the aura in a place with lush vegetation. As for the great refined and middle refined items, they had to ask the Chi refinement warriors for food. Therefore, it was important to have 1 or 2 life item of the great refined and middle refined items to help the Chi refinement warrior to increase the source of energy. Therefore, before a Chi refinement warrior formed his aura's core, the amount of aura accumulated would depend on the number of acupoints opened and the size of each residence. If it was a small house, it would naturally be worlds apart from the rich and powerful mansions with deep courtyards. The so-called cultivation geniuses were those who had both. They opened many mansions and their mansions were big. The so-called immortal master of the flower shelf often had empty mansions on the peak of the mountain. However, there were alleys and shabby rooms everywhere. They were not suitable for the climate. They might be famous for a while, but their achievements were limited in the end. In this lifetime, they could only wander about halfway up the mountain. Many cultivators in the mountains and plains, even if they did not have many life items, painstakingly managed 1 or 2 life acupoints and great refined items. They could then revolve around the foundation of the great Tao and come up with suitable spells. Similarly, they could still have outstanding combat power. She continued to sew and mend along the way. Even though she was walking on a winding mountain path, she still stumbled and stumbled. She could reach the top of the mountain and see how small the mountains were. Chen Pingan had 3 acupoints where 3 strands of tiny sword chi had once lingered. They were respectively placed on the 1st and 15th acupoints, as well as Song Zhen and Ku Lei. Because the latter two were only imitations of sword immortals, and his chi mansion was extraordinarily large, it was not a problem to squeeze two imitations of hateful sword mountain into one room. Moreover, looking at Chen Ping'an's posture, it seemed that it would not be a problem to have one more imitations. However, the intrinsic flying sword of the illustrious glory sect's demonic sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound, and the short sword given to Chen Ping'an in exchange for frost descent could only be nurtured in the blade-strengthening gourd like Heavenly Sound. There really wasn't any extra chi mana to accommodate them, and Chen Ping'an also didn't feel that they were suitable for refining. Frost Descends went straight to the point. When chi cultivators open their acupoints, it's like opening a cave. They can take in the Reiki of heaven and earth. This is called the cave realm. The 356 acupoints in the human body were equivalent to 365 heavenly paradises, where the sun and the moon alternated, day and night alternated, and yin and yang blended. The wealth that these people were born with had made countless demons and ghosts envious. After entering the cave realm and opening 9 acupoints, one can enter the sea viewing realm. Female chi cultivators need to open 15 acupoints. Now that you have the natal item of 5 elements, you already have the 5 acupoints cave. After becoming a sword cultivator, you opened 2 new acupoints, Sparrow in the cage and Moon at the bottom of the well. Song Zhen and Ku Lei have 1 acupoint each. Therefore, you have opened 10 acupoints. After entering the first cave realm of the middle 5 realms, if you're not careful, you'll end up in a flood disaster. Once the small world of the human body is connected with the big world, the Reiki will be immersed in it like a flood, wantonly flowing backward. Your Tao is close to water, and because you're purely a martial artist, your body is tough and tenacious. Moreover, you have the fire dragon to expand your soul, and you also have the water word seal to guard the water mana. You don't have to worry about it. Therefore, entering the cave realm is a piece of cake. Ordinary chi cultivators have to be careful about the right amount of Reiki. You have to do the opposite and absorb as much Reiki as possible. You have to do it in one go. You have to find more water mansions, mountain shrines, and other cave mansions for matchmaking. Just like the 5 sacred mountains in the human world, you should also find a mountain for the crown prince as an auxiliary. However, your Howran realm doesn't pay much attention to this. In the Qingming realm, not only the mountain lord, but also the water deity will treat the location of the crown prince's place as a top priority. Think about it. You belong to the 5 elements. Each of you has an auxiliary cave mansion. The amount of Reiki accumulated before you form your Aurus core will be very impressive. You don't have to place your natal item to guard it, so as to avoid a fierce battle. You can casually hurt the foundation of your great Tao. However, it will allow you to absorb and store Reiki on the path of cultivation, allowing you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, there is a key trick to choosing which chi mansions are suitable to be the crown prince of the mountains and rivers. Reiki is a big deal to open a cave mansion. It's like the beginning of the world. Reiki flows backward. Everywhere it passes, there will be many manifestations. If a Tao protector observes carefully, he will be able to find some clues. The subtle signs are fleeting. Therefore, the Tao protector's realm must be high enough. Otherwise, it will be useless even if he knows the trick. At the very least, he has to start from the immortal realm. If a jade unpolished realm cultivator sees some clues, would he dare to make a move? Of course not. The human world is the beginning of the world. If you barge in casually, are you protecting the Tao or harming others? Chen Ping'an had been listening attentively. He did not want to miss a single word. However, he said, "What you said is too shallow." This was the first time in his life that Chen Ping'an treated a matter so seriously. The place of the crown prince of the cave mansion mentioned by the otherworldly demon, as well as the beginning of the cave mansion realm, was equivalent to the beginning of the world. This was indeed the first time Chen Ping'an heard of it. The two of them slowly ascended. Shuangjiang smiled and said, "In my opinion, the only thing you did was to refine the sword celestial banner. However, to refine the imitation Baek Okekyung building and place it on the peak of the mountain temple together was extremely inappropriate. If Nianshin did not help you change your cave mansion and quickly moved the Five Thunders Dharma seal that was hanging at the door of the wooden house to the center of your palm, it would be a big mistake. Once a cultivator of the upper 5 realms grasped the root of it, he could casually use an exquisite spell to smash it down. Not only would the Five Thunders Dharma seal not be able to protect the wooden door, it would only become a hammer to break the door. Cultivators are most afraid of being gaudy. Elder Ancestor Ingguan must be careful. Without warning, Chen Pingan slapped the head of the otherworldly demon, causing it to disappear on the spot where Shuangjiang was and appear elsewhere in an instant. It ran up the stairs and raised its head with tears in its eyes. Elder Ancestor Ingguan, why did you kill me without teaching me? Chen Pingan squinted his eyes and said, is that what you said about the things I refined earlier? Shuangjiang thought about it. He had said too much nonsense and could not remember it clearly. He had to sort it out carefully. In the end, he realized that he was wrong. However, this elder ancestor Ingguan was too good at keeping records. He had to find a way out for himself and said flatteringly, at that time, I was the elder ancestor Ingguan. Now, I am the elder ancestor. It is different. That old deaf also called me elder ancestor Ingguan. He was not sincere at all, right? Now, elder ancestor Ingguan and I are not only relatives on the ancestral record, but also business partners with sincerity. Our relationship is solid. Chen Pingan looked relaxed, but in fact, he was scared. After refining the items, once he fought with others, his body and soul would be severely injured, his acupoints would be broken, and the major and middle refinement items would be destroyed. It was a typical case of a fire at the city gate affecting the fish in the moat. According to the quality of the natal item, the foundation of a qi cultivator's Tao would be damaged to different degrees. In the world, fortune and misfortune always depended on each other. Previously, when Chen Pingan refined the Five Thunders seal, the meaning of green brick, and the imitation Beko Keikyang building pagoda, although they were only middle refinement, they were used to support the natal items of the 5 elements. Naturally, the benefits were not small. However, once the natal acupoints were damaged and shattered together with the natal items, the disaster would be even greater. It was very likely that the neighboring qi dwellings would also collapse. Every time Chen Pingan took out the refined items, just like what the otherworldly demon said, once they were connected with the natal items, it was very easy for qi cultivators of the upper 5 states to find the natal qi dwellings. Moreover, Chen Pingan's attributes of the 5 elements had a guiding force. If he found one of them, he could easily find all 5. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan punched down again. No matter how high the quality of a middle refinement item was, it was not that it could not be placed in the natal acupoints. However, it obviously had to be done carefully. This time, the otherworldly demon was prepared. He took the initiative to tiptoe and condensed his figure behind Chen Pingan. He followed the elder ancestor Ingguan and did not forget to praise, good punch, good punch. In the future, the two of us will travel the Qingming world together. The first thing the elder ancestor Ingguan will do is to smash the heavenly drum with one punch so that the entire Beko Keikyang building and the Qingming world will know that the elder ancestor Ingguan has graced us with his presence. Chen Pingan muttered to himself, the mentality of some mountain cultivators has to be changed now. Many subtle mentalities would be indispensable help on the road of life. However, at a certain stage, it would quietly become a kind of obstruction. It was not a complete denial of the past, but the generation of thoughts, and there was no fixed dharma. In the end, when this fundamental meridian was formed, there was hope to be always in the dharma, and there would be no obstacles in the dharma. For example, the mountain cultivators might refine one item after another, only regretting that there were too few of them. As long as there were enough qi dwellings, it would not be a problem for them to do anything. However, the immortal masters on the big mountain would not be like this. They would only choose carefully. Under the guidance and protection of the elders in the sect, they would choose a few items to refine as their natal items. The rest would be refined at most, either for attacking or protecting, adding flowers to the brocade. Every time one reached a higher level, Reiki would increase by a level, and one more natal item would be refined. The selection of qi dwellings and aperture points was also a kind of knowledge. One had to choose a place early as it would be the room for the future core formation. One had to build it early and open up an immortal mansion to wait for the arrival of immortals. Among the pure martial artists, there was a kind of rare martial artist called the top hand style, which could be called the mortal enemy of the cultivators. Every punch of this kind of martial artist could directly hit the alchemy room of a chi trainer. When facing a Jindan cultivator, every punch would point at the Jindan. When facing a chi trainer below the Jindan level, every punch would break the chi dwellings that had the embryonic form of the alchemy room. With one punch, the key aperture points in the small world of the human body would be stirred up by the force of the punch, and the mountains would collapse and the earth would crack. Shuangjiang was counting the items in the mansion for the old ancestor of Yingguan while giving his detailed suggestions and patiently explaining why he should do so. For example, the short sword carved boat in the past that he gave to the old ancestor of Yingguan was engraved with the word blasphemy. It was definitely not suitable for great refinement, but it was most suitable for intermediate refinement. It could be placed in the pond of the water mansion. The little flood dragon that was previously manifested by the water essence was fake and weak. It was simply a stain on the old ancestor of Yingguan's mansion. It should not be condensed into the shape of a flood dragon at all. Instead, it should be condensed into a pearl. The stronger the water essence was, the more substantial the pearl would be. Together with the short sword engraved with the word lake, it could create a pattern of two dragons fighting for the pearl. That was the best choice. There was also the sword fairy streamer that should be placed on the top of the mountain temple. It was not something that Chen Pinggan could just throw casually at the moment. Chen Pinggan listened attentively. As long as this otherworldly demon was willing to preach seriously, it was worthy of its identity as an ascendant realm. Its cultivation could reach the sky and pick the sun and the moon, and its words could build a high house. Chen Pinggan benefited a lot. It was a good deal for only one small sum of money. On the way, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race came near the sword light fence and asked curiously, "Young man, how do you cultivate? How can you change so quickly every day?" Chen Pinggan stopped and asked back, "I heard that as a sword cultivator, you are proficient in the aura observation technique. You can inspect the dragon vein and are good at finding caves and secret realms." The demon race smiled and said, "You want to learn? Call me father, and I will consider it." Chen Pinggan took out the last piece of golden talisman that he had collected and handed it to Shuangjiang. "This small sum of money is a bonus for the transaction." "It's not money." "As you wish." Shuangjiang bowed his head and took the talisman with both hands. Then, in a flash, he went into the cage. After a while, he walked out from the body of the nascent soul realm sword cultivator of the demon race. He shook the talisman in his hand. Dense words hung on it, like droplets of water on the lotus leaves, swaying slightly. Shuangjiang blew a breath at the golden talisman. All the words were firmly embedded in the talisman and he handed it to Chen Pinggan. The demon race retreated into the fog barrier while cursing. Chen Pinggan asked, "You can travel freely in the state of mind of a nascent soul realm earth immortal?" Shuangjiang shook his head and said, "Because we have been neighbors for many years, I have visited many times. That's why I can walk so leisurely. Otherwise, the Daoist heart of a nascent soul realm earth immortal is as firm as a rock. Without a few years of hard work, it would be difficult to succeed." After that, Shuangjiang talked about a few inside stories of the sea viewing realm, such as the shortcut of the finishing touch of the water mansion. The reason why it was called a shortcut was not because of some unorthodox method, but because Chen Pinggan had a good foundation. He had the right time, place, and people. He could visit the water god mansions more often and find the gods and water immortals who were on good terms with him. He could exchange pointers with each other and obtain a trace of the true meaning of water art from each other. Then, he could add another finishing touch to the painting of the water immortals on the wall. If he did this in the sea viewing realm, he would benefit the most. After he formed his aurous core, he could also do it, but the benefits would be less than in the sea viewing realm. This was the mystery of the Great Way. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, Chi cultivators were often willing to spend years or even decades to slowly grind away at a certain segment. After reaching the top of the stairs, Chen Pinggan sat down at the entrance of the prison to rest. Shuangjiang sat at the side. He was very proud of having obtained a small sum of money. Chen Pinggan said, "Next, it's time to temper my martial arts fate." Previously, Chen Pinggan did not accept the gift of martial arts fate. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi this time, Chen Pinggan felt that he did not have enough martial arts fate. The sword fate and martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Chi had been accumulated for 10,000 years. Of course, the foundation of martial arts fate could not be compared to the sword fate. However, there were many sword cultivators here. The relationship between sword cultivators and sword fate was like there were too many monks and too little porridge. Therefore, no matter how much sword fate there was, it was not enough for everyone. Just like how Chen Pinggan nurtured 2 natal flying swords, there was not much of a worldly phenomenon. On the other hand, pure martial cultivators and martial arts fate did not have much porridge in their bowls. There were even fewer martial cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Only a few of them had ever picked up a bowl of porridge. The surplus of martial arts fate was naturally very impressive. Chen Pinggan's breakthrough this time was not considered low. He ascended from the golden body to the distant wandering realm. Therefore, he obtained a lot of martial arts fate. He even snatched a portion of martial arts fate from the wasteland. This made Chen Pinggan very happy. Shuangjiang turned around and rubbed his eyes hard. He said pitifully, "Patriarch Yingguan, you're so busy. You don't even have a moment of rest. Looking at you, I admire and feel sad. I have mixed feelings and tears." Chen Pinggan stretched out his hand and placed it on the white-haired boy's head. Although it's fake, it's still comforting to hear it. In the end, Patriarch Yingguan's words came too late. Shuangjiang had already exploded his own body and transformed into a human elsewhere. Therefore, he was extremely embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to run over and sit down. Chen Pinggan turned around and looked at him with a playful expression. Shuangjiang smiled bitterly. Before the punch, the intention came first. "You scared me to death. I'm not trying to flatter you. In the future, when Patriarch Yingguan travels to other worlds, no matter if it's the Wasteland, Howren or Qingming world, one look from him will be enough to make even the Earth Immortals and demons kneel down. They will obediently stretch out their necks to be killed." Chen Pinggan retracted his gaze and smiled. "Then I'll count on your auspicious words." According to Senior Li there were 639 muscles in the human body. They could all be regarded as mountains, big peaks, and small hills. They could temper the martial arts fate, just like mountain opening. It could strengthen the mountain roots of a pure martial artist. The amount of martial arts fate determined the number of mountain openings. If there was no martial arts fate as a gift, it would be fine. Martial artists fought to the death and fought to the victory and defeat. Both could temper the mountains. The foundation of a martial artist's fist art was only the fist art itself. He could not be greedy for the martial arts fate. Without the martial arts fate, the sky would not fall down. Even if it did, he would have to practice his fist art before he punched. Chen Pinggan asked, "What do you know about the martial arts fate?" Shuangjiang shook his head. "I only cultivate Taoism. I don't know much about martial arts," Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "a small sum of money." Shuangjiang immediately brightened up. "I have something to say. I have something to say." Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan said, "Forget it." Shuangjiang fell backward. He kicked his hands and feet and rolled around. Chen Pinggan asked, "Other than sewing clothes to help temper the martial arts fate, is there any other way to have an immediate effect? If a martial artist could break through the realm in the strongest way, it would be a great honor. It was equivalent to being recognized by all the martial artists in the world. However, this kind of breakthrough was only compared to other martial artists in the same realm. Cao Ci's breakthrough was the strongest. She had a lot of martial arts fate. Yu Juanfu's was much inferior. Chen Pinggan met the strange man in the Mirror Mountain in the Ghost Valley of the North Continent. He called himself Yang Chongxian. Later, Chen Pinggan knew his identity. He was actually a disciple of the Yang family in the Yunxiao Palace. He was the scholar's elder brother. He had also reached the golden body state as the strongest sixth realm. Thinking about it this way, Chen Pinggan felt that it was quite interesting. Cao Ci, Yu Zhuanfu, and Yang Chongxian, the three pure martial artists that he had met, had all been the strongest sixth realm in the world for a period of time. Shuangjiang sat up and said in a sickly voice, "No. Sewing clothes by twisting the core is very precise. I do have some tempering methods, but it's just too much. I'm very fair when doing business. I won't speak without thinking. I'm blinded by money." Chen Pinggan nodded. "You don't have to beat around the bush when you're scolding people." Shuangjiang jumped up and raised a hand above his head. "The heavens have pity on me. If you accuse me like this, do you believe that I'll slap myself to death to prove my innocence?" Chen Pinggan raised a hand and gestured for him to do as he pleased. Shuangjiang was about to speak when he saw a little brat. He waved his sleeve and grabbed him. He glared at him and said angrily, "Little bastard, how dare you covet the majestic back of our hidden official ancestor? You're not a pretty girl." It was the young man, Yu. As old Def had to return to the prison, he didn't take the young man with the title of master with him when he went to the city to fight. Chen Pinggan turned his head and said with a smile, Yu, if you're not busy cultivating, let's have a chat." The white-haired boy immediately patted the young man's sleeves and said with a smile, Yu, what are you in a daze for? Quickly go and sit beside old ancestor hidden official. What a great honor. If it was old Def, he would be crying and kneeling on the ground to thank him. Yu sat near Chen Pinggan. The young man was a little reserved and not good with words, so he didn't say anything. Furthermore, there was a white-haired boy following the young hidden official. Senior Def said that this fellow was an otherworldly devil on the ascendant realm, so it was fine to be casual when they met. It didn't matter if they fought or killed since they couldn't defend against anything. Since Senior Def had said so, how could the young man be casual? Chen Pinggan asked about Yu's matters, and the young man answered all of them. Where did he live, who was the preacher, how was his life-bound flying sword, how he didn't kill the demons in the battle earlier, so he was only helping the clothing and sword workshop with some small matters. There was nothing to hide since the other party was Lord Hidden Official, so Yu didn't think of hiding anything. Furthermore, there were simply too many stories about this legendary hidden official. The younger they were, the more they liked to nag at each other. Yu had a friend, and his friend had a beloved girl who was his childhood sweetheart. She liked to ask that friend, "If I'm in the vast world, will you go through all the hardships to find me?" The first time the friend was asked, he replied, "You're also not in the vast world." In the end, she ignored him for a few days. After that, the friend became smarter, but his answer couldn't satisfy her. In the end, the friend grumbled to Yu in private, "I'm not that hidden official, so how can I compare?" After chatting for a while, Yu realized that Lord Hidden Official was actually quite approachable. When both of them were talking, no matter who was talking, the young hidden official was very serious. His gaze would never wander, and he wouldn't be absent-minded. Shuangjiang felt that he was too outstanding, so he quietly got up and sat on the other side of old ancestor hidden official. Without the white-haired boy sitting in the middle, Yu felt more relaxed and told him about her friend's embarrassing story. Chen Pinggan couldn't help laughing. Yu, the next time you see your friend, you can ask him to tell his beloved girl. He only needs to say one sentence, "Don't be separated. We're in two different worlds, so how can I bear to part with her? Just thinking about it makes me sad, but if they really have to separate, ask her to wait for him. She must wait for him." Yu asked softly, "Will it work?" Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with his hands and nodded gently with a face full of smiles. Yu nodded vigorously and felt that it was feasible. Shuangjiang leaned forward and kept poking with his fingers, indicating for the young man to scram and not delay old ancestor hidden official's cultivation. In the end, Chen Pinggan didn't even turn his head and punched him in the face. The young man held back his laughter and got up to leave. Chen Pinggan stood up and said goodbye to the young man. Chen Pinggan walked down the stairs and returned to the bottom of the prison. Shuangjiang started walking in front of him again, muttering along the way, "Old ancestor hidden official, be careful of the stairs." Chen Pinggan asked, Do you think it won't be too late to break through to the cave-dwelling realm here or outside? Shuangjiang said, it's really up to you. Chen Ping'an's Bridge of Longevity had been rebuilt. He could reach the middle 5 realms anytime. If Chen Ping'an was said to be a pure martial artist, tempering his martial arts fate would be considered as opening a mountain, then crossing a huge threshold and entering the cave-dwelling realm would be considered as opening a mountain. He could either become an immortal in the middle 5 realms in the prison or leave the prison. The opening of a cave-dwelling realm cultivator was far from comparable to the opening of a far-roaming realm cultivator. This was especially so in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was probably like throwing a pebble into a lake. No one would care. However, if Chen Ping'an didn't become a sword cultivator, he wouldn't dare to open his mansion opening and reach the cave realm. The reason was simple. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was too heavy. For Chi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators, the suppression of the Great Tao was everywhere. It would only make Chi refinement warriors feel overwhelmed. Therefore, Chi refinement warriors who weren't sword cultivators from the countryside often made a fool of themselves when they traveled the city. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. In the eyes of the local sword cultivators, they needed their retinues and consecrators to protect them at all times. Therefore, the world didn't have a good impression of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It wasn't just the prejudice of the Chi refinement warriors of the world. For those proud sons of the heavens who came from immortal clans, the younger they were, the more accustomed they were to being fawned upon in their hometowns. In the end, the moment they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the cold and disdainful gazes from sword immortals and sword cultivators were enough to make them suffer. It would definitely be unforgettable. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was xenophobic. The sword Tao destiny condensed from the sword Chi of heaven and earth and the will of ancient sword immortals were extremely unfriendly to the world. As for the sword cultivators' impression of the world, it was even worse. The hidden official Xiao Chuo, Luo Shan, and Bamboo Nunnery were the 2 sword immortals in charge of power. The guard sword-hugging man Zhonglu, and young geniuses like Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou were all hostile to the world. It wasn't as simple as having a good impression of the world. Sword immortals like Sun Juyuan were very few in number. In the end, they encountered the sword immortal Ku Xia and the group of young sword cultivators from the Central Plains Shao Yuan dynasty. Very quickly, their impression of the world changed. Among Chen Ping'an's disciples, Pei Qian was the most unreasonable. When he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he was like a fish in water. Kui Dongshan's realm was high, so he didn't care. In fact, the one who was most uncomfortable was Cao Qinglang, who had already become a Qi refinement warrior. However, during his time at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, after the young man stepped through the door, he didn't make others feel uncomfortable at all. Therefore, Chen Ping'an had always felt that he had 3 things that he rarely met a match for. They were more talented than being a bundle shop. Finding a wife. Naming. Taking in disciples. Chen Ping'an suddenly asked, will my 2 intrinsic flying swords be more lethal after advancing to the cave abode realm? Especially the small world of the sparrow in the cage. Can it take a big step forward? Frost Descent looked embarrassed again. In the eyes of an ascendant realm cultivator, such a small increase in realm was completely negligible. As for the small world of the sparrow in the cage, it had nothing to do with Chen Ping'an's actual realm. Moreover, Chen Ping'an's enemies, other than Yun Qing and Qing Qiu, were all demons of the upper 5 realms. The rest were all nascent soul sword cultivators and demons. It didn't matter whether he advanced to the middle 5 realms or not. However, since the Patriarch of Hidden Official was so concerned about that little increase, Frost Descent immediately racked his brains and tried to say some touching words to make up for it. Of course it's greater. The difference of 1 realm between the middle 5 realms and the cave abode realm is extraordinary. Moreover, the 2 intrinsic flying swords of the Patriarch of Hidden Official are unprecedented. They complement each other and can both attack and defend. Chen Ping'an pondered for a moment and said, then let's break through the realm here. Help me pay attention to the traces and find the locations of the 10 Qi abodes. Find those below 5 Qi abodes, including 5 Qi abodes, half a small sum of money. Those above 5 chi abodes will be counted as one small sum of money. If you find 10 chi abodes but only tell me 6 chi abodes, it's not a problem. But if you can't find even 1 chi abode, then don't blame me for doing business. Frost Descent patted his chest and said, if I can't find even 1 chi abode, I won't have the face to see the patriarch of Hidden Official. At that time, I'll bring my own head to see him. Frost Descent suddenly reminded him, the patriarch of Hidden Official is amazing, so remember not to break through the realm too quickly. Break through 2 realms at once and directly enter the sea viewing realm, otherwise, I'll have come here for nothing. After Chen Pingan made up his mind, he immediately stopped and began to close his eyes to rest. His mind was immersed and his mind moved slightly. The longevity bridge rose and he walked on the arch bridge slowly. After crossing the bridge, in the small world of the human body, more than 300 grotto heavens and blessed lands opened together. Spiritual chi poured in like a flood. Not only that, Chen Pingan's mind returned to the longevity bridge. He looked up and became more focused, paying attention to what Frost Descent said was the beginning of the world. Sure enough, if it wasn't for the reminder of the extraterrestrial demon, Chen Pingan wouldn't have been able to find that clue no matter how careful he was. In a trance, he vaguely saw a line opening in the sky. From then on, the world was different. The sun, the moon, the stars, the earth, mountains, and rivers began to confront each other. However, Chen Pingan had some doubts. Logically speaking, the sun and the moon should be far away from the earth when they were hanging in the sky. However, in the small world of the human body, the distance between the heaven and the earth didn't seem to be big. Or was it the case for all chi cultivators? Not only that, the stars in the sky rotated like pieces of broken mirror. All kinds of people and things flashed and disappeared. It seemed that Chen Pingan could reach out his hand slightly and he could recall the past. However, Chen Pingan suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He just stood there and restrained himself, not stretching out his hand. Chen Pingan tried his best to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He silently told himself that no matter how much he missed the past and the people who had left, he couldn't get them back. The white-haired boy, who worked hard without complaint, didn't dare to be negligent when it came to earning money. He flew away with all his strength. Above the torrent of spiritual chi, the azure snake and the extraterrestrial demon in robes narrowed their eyes and carefully observed the subtle movements of the flood hitting the doors of the many chi residences. The strange phenomenon dissipated. Chen Pingan withdrew his consciousness. In the end, he saw the extraterrestrial demon standing in front of him, holding a head in his arms. Chen Pingan had no choice but to start walking. Shuangjiang put the head back on his neck and laughed. Hidden Official Laozu, 6 residences, 1 small sum of money. Shuangjiang said the names of the 6 chi residences in his mind. Chen Pingan knew that there were definitely more than 6, but he didn't care. The location of the Crown Prince's land was nothing more than building a foundation for the sea-viewing realm after reaching the cave-dwelling realm. It wasn't a big problem if there wasn't. Of course, it would be best if there was. Therefore, this small sum of money still had to be given to Shuangjiang. Next was where the hidden official's real duty was, to kill all the demons in the prison. No matter what method he used, he had to kill the demons of the upper 5 realms, and it would be best if it were Q-Sword and the 5 nascent Soul Realm Sword cultivator demons. Only then could he succeed in sewing clothes and bear the established true names of all the demons. Chen Pingan wasn't interested in whether the disciplinary official stayed or left. In any case, Boss Sword Immortal would arrange it. Moreover, Chen Pingan was a hidden official, and he didn't have the qualifications to order around the disciplinary official who had the same official position. The only thing he was slightly interested in was how the young lady who was the incarnation of Guyu Qian was making money, and whether she would have a different natal magical ability than the longevity fellow Daoist who was temporarily staying by his side. Passing by a nascent Soul Realm Sword cultivator demon's prison, the guy whose unique secret technique was stolen by Shuangjiang appeared again and asked, "Aren't you annoying? Why don't you directly ascend to the upper 5 realms? Swaying in front of me, what are you trying to show off for? If you have the ability, remove the bars now. Do you believe that I won't kill you with a sword?" Chen Pingan laughed. What shall we bet? Using your natal flying sword? Let's make an oath now. You're the one who's winning, and I'm betting half my life with you. If I were you, I'd definitely bet if I had the slightest bit of heroism. He had just entered the cave-dwelling realm, and his chi wasn't stable yet. His spiritual energy was surging, and he was traveling between two worlds, so it was normal for him to be seen through by a nascent soul realm cultivator. The nascent soul realm sword cultivator glanced at the white-haired boy at the side, cursed him and retreated into the fog barrier. Chen Pingan said, "It won't attack." The nascent soul realm cultivator immediately returned, "Really?" Chen Pingan nodded, "We can polish the details of the oath, and when both sides agree, we can bet." The nascent soul realm sword cultivator was really interested. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well have some fun and take advantage of this young man. Shuangjiang tried his best to keep a straight face, but his eyeballs moved left and right, and he was determined not to say a word. Chen Pingan began with whether to kill himself with a sword, and began to finalize the details with the nascent soul realm sword cultivator senior, so as to prevent the gambling table from being unstable and unfair. In the end, just when the nascent soul realm demon felt that he could take the gamble, he glanced at the white-haired boy who had been very quiet from the beginning to the end, and suddenly changed his mind and retreated into the fog barrier. Chen Pingan was a little caught off guard. When chi refinement warriors made an oath, once broken, it would indeed hurt the foundation of their soul, and the consequences were extremely serious. However, who was the founder of Luorpa Mountain's ancestral hall? The other demon also didn't know about his cultural heritage. Therefore, as long as Chen Pingan had the otherworldly demon to guard his heart lake, he had many means. To make Chen Pingan swear on the Wasteland Mountain Pact was simply what he wished for. Chen Pingan believed that on his side, the change in his tone, the subtle changes in his expression, and the struggle in the contents of the oath, there was not a single flaw. Therefore, the problem was only with the otherworldly demon. In the past, he was too active, but today, he was too honest. Damn it, at least use some camouflage. How could he be the otherworldly demon? Shuangjiang hugged his head with both hands and wailed, "Hidden official Grandmaster, you can't blame me." Chen Pingan sneered, "If I was also the otherworldly demon, I could easily trample you to death." Shuangjiang felt wronged. The means of the otherworldly demon also depends on the depth of the cultivator's Dao heart when he was alive. I was too simple and honest when I was alive. Chen Pingan sighed, and didn't care about the gains and losses of a natal flying sword. He still didn't have enough blade-strengthening gourds. It was just a small gamble for fun, and whether it succeeded or not was not a big problem. Moreover, if the Q-sword succeeded, he would benefit the most. Nian Xin was still sitting where she was, dismantling the magic robe. She did not know fatigue and was especially focused. If one did not look at the scene below her head, she was actually exactly the same as an ordinary girl. Chen Pingan did not disturb her and went to the pavilion. He sat cross-legged and placed his hands on his abdomen. He breathed slowly, stabilizing the atmosphere in his small world and slowly stabilizing his realm. At the same time, he was distracted. In the summer palace now, there would not be any major decisions. All the established arrangements, outlines, and details were all in place. The hidden official's line of sword cultivators was nothing more than doing things step by step. Even if there were any unexpected situations, the Chou Miao sword immortal would handle it without fail. The Chou Miao was an existence worthy of Chen Pingan's complete trust. The path of retreat for the young children and young girls had long been planned. It required the foreign sword immortals to be willing to take in disciples. It also needed to consider the temperament of the master and disciple, as well as the customs of the continent where the sword immortals were from. It also needed to be clear of the family traditions of the sword immortals, as well as their temperament, and whether they had any natural enmity towards the world. Naturally, there would be a lot of misgivings. As for the foreign sword immortals who had returned to the vast heaven, putting aside the seniors who were born as wild cultivators for the time being, an immortal family with the word sect in its title, regardless of whether it was the sect master, patriarch, consecrator, or guest elder, as long as they were sword immortals, they would be able to protect one or two of their direct disciples. The sect was a protective talisman. However, when there was a conflict within the sect with the children, the Master Sword Immortal would be another protective talisman. Moreover, only Sword Immortals had the confidence to challenge any sect master and fight for justice for their disciples. However, if it was a nascent Soul Realm sword cultivator like Deng Liang, who was considered a top immortal even in the 9 continents of the world, Chen Pinggan still did not dare to be assured. There were many reasons. For example, Deng Liang himself needed to break through the realm and cross a natural chasm. Moreover, Deng Liang was young and needed to cultivate diligently. He was also heavily relied on by the sect. Moreover, being young meant that he was inexperienced and did not have many connections on the mountain. There was also a hidden danger that was not easy to detect. Within the sect, an existence like Deng Liang would definitely attract jealousy and hatred. All kinds of schemes would be made in a roundabout way. Deng Liang, the disciple of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was the best target. When Deng Liang was in power, it was not obvious. If there were any setbacks, they would not do anything to Deng Liang. However, it was extremely easy for them to take action against their disciples. It was not that easy to form good karma and bear good karma by doing something. Any careless thinking in the Summer Palace would cause the great Tao of this pair of sword cultivator master and disciple to be affected. For every child who went to the world to cultivate, the Great Wall of Sword Qi in their hometown would have 2 barriers. One was in the eyes of outsiders, and the other was in the heart of the sword cultivator. Apart from that, there was also the matter that the eldest Sword Immortal had been planning for a long time, the ascension of the city. This was also the most important matter for the hidden official lineage of sword cultivators. They would go to key places to keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. It seemed that he had done everything within his power that he could. It was useless to think about what he could not do. It was just that it was hard to not think about it. Therefore, Chen Pinggan, who was used to calming his mind with the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance, began to practice the porcelain burning and pulling embryo in the pavilion. Frost Descent sat on the steps. The hidden official ancestor was very busy, which made him seem even more lazy. It actually had a question now. Could it be that Chen Pinggan already knew its true origin? Miu set off for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Summer Palace sent a flying sword message to the Spring Banner House, asking him to take charge of the Mirage Pavilion for a period of time. Miu's heart was heavy. There was no seal of the hidden official on the secret letter. It was normal. The hidden official had disappeared for a long time, and the Summer Palace had been handed over to Chou Miao. However, why was it not Chou Miao, but Dong Buji and Xu Ning who were giving orders? Wei Wenlong anxiously followed beside Mi Zhenxian. Because Wei Wenlong had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Miu dragged this Aurus Core cultivator who had spent his whole life in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong declined several times at the beginning. His main concern was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was heavily guarded. Those who crossed the line would not have a good ending. After all, he was not a true sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage. He was worried that he would hurt Miu's reputation. It was against the rules to let an outsider enter the Mirage Pavilion. It would be easy to cause trouble. After passing through the gate, Wei Wenlong felt slightly suffocated and uncomfortable. His breathing was extremely labored. The circulation of his natal item would be at least 20 to 30% slower than when he was in the inverted mountain. Wei Wenlong was slightly shocked. If he were to confront a Aurus Core cultivator, wouldn't he lose his life in a single strike? Miu said, in the past, a Aurus Core cultivator would not be able to suppress him. Naturally, it was because of the fierce battle. The qi of heaven and earth was in chaos. The sword qi and sword will became more and more fragmented. It was like the willow catkins in the city, making the passers-by suffer. The city had already activated the mountain and rivers formation. It was enveloped by the majestic sword qi. Other than that, the clothing, sword, and pill workshop were in a similar situation. As there would often be great demons uprooting mountains and smashing them into the Great Wall of Sword Qi from above, some fish that escaped the net would cross the city walls and smash into the city's mountain and rivers formation. Most of them would be destroyed by sword immortals with their swords, causing rubble to tumble down. The private residences of sword immortals outside the city that were not protected by the formation were in shambles. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi began to be sealed. This was the third time in history. It was easy to leave, but difficult to enter. The resources that were transported into the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the inverted mountain crossing were guarded by sword immortals at every checkpoint. It was only when Wei Wenlong entered the Great Wall of Sword Chi that he realized the power of the words Hidden Official. Miu had only said that Wei Wenlong was a guest of Lord Hidden Official. It was a verbal statement, but both parties were unimpeded. In the past, Chen Pinggan was the one who made Wei Wenlong feel the most relaxed when they were in the Spring Bannerjai's accounting room. Wei Wenlong didn't expect that after they moved to a new place and Chen Pinggan wasn't by his side, Wei Wenlong began to compare Chen Pinggan to the Hidden Official. Fata Morgana was a layered building. It occupied a large area and was extremely tall. There were more than 3,000 big huts, which were once the storefronts and private residences of the shopkeepers who set up shops here. Above Fata Morgana, there were young men and women looking at it from the railings. Wei Wenlong raised his head and coincidentally exchanged glances with the young lady. Wei Wenlong only felt that it was strange. Why did the young lady look so amiable as if she was flipping through an account book? Du Shanyin laughed softly. Miss Ji Qing, is the person beside sword deity am I someone with fortune? The young maid with bright eyes and white teeth nodded her head. In reply to young master, this person is indeed blessed with fortune. Miss Ji Qing, can you impart your aura-gazing divine art to others? This is my and elder sister Changming's natal divine art. We don't need to learn it, so we can't teach it. Please forgive us, young master. Du Shanyin was a little regretful. Money could make gods and ghosts push the millstone. This logic was too simple. However, when he thought about his future cultivation path, where he would no longer be limited to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his state of mind also opened up. Miu let Wei Wenlong walk around as he rode on his sword alone. When he reached the highest point of Fata Morgana, he saw a white-robed sword deity hovering on his sword and drinking wine. His entire body was shrouded in clouds and his true appearance couldn't be seen. The Summer Palace's flying sword message mentioned this sword deity's identity as a judicial officer. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were 3 ancient official positions. Among them, the hidden officials were similar to hereditary officials. However, it wasn't passed down from one family to another, but between master and disciple. It was only until Xiao Chuo's betrayal and Chen Ping'an's ascension that this rule was broken. Otherwise, when Xiao Chuo stepped down from her official position, her disciple Pang Yuanji would have the greatest chance. Other than that, there was also the judicial officer and the sacrificial officer. The sacrificial officer's lineage had long been cut off, and the previous judicial officers were all great sword deities. The current judicial officer had retired behind the scenes for a long time. He still had his position, but no one knew if he was dead or alive. As time passed, he lost his right to speak in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were differing opinions. Some said that he had gone into seclusion in the wilderness, while others said that he had quietly left the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miu bowed and said, Sword cultivator Miu greets the judicial officer. The judicial officer nodded in return. He didn't say anything and just drank wine. Miu asked, has the judicial officer met the hidden official? The judicial officer said, I have. Miu asked, has the hidden official already reached the remote travel realm? The judicial officer nodded. Yes. Miu asked again, why hasn't the hidden official returned yet? Why hasn't he returned to the Summer Palace? The judicial officer said, I don't know. Miu was greatly worried. The hidden official doesn't want to miss this battle. But since it's so close, why hasn't he appeared on the city walls even once? The judicial officer couldn't take it anymore. He stopped drinking and said, you have a lot of questions. Miu asked the last question, why is the judicial officer staying out of this? The judicial officer said indifferently, who is the great sword deity with outstanding military achievements that spoke to me? Miu was speechless. He missed the hidden official very much. A huge rock that had been smashed by a sword deity on the city walls smashed towards the city's formation. Miu frowned slightly and flashed over. He lightly touched the surface of the Mountain River Grand Formation's skyscreen and bent down to draw his sword. He continued forward and slashed the sword into pieces. After that, he sheathed his sword and flashed back to Fata Morgana in a natural and smooth manner. Wei Wenlong happened to see this scene. He didn't understand why a sword deity like Miu was looked down upon in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Then Wei Wenlong saw that outside the city walls, a true body-dharma form of a great demon suddenly appeared. It hammered the city walls with both hands. Its momentum was earth-shattering. Even Wei Wenlong, who was far away in the mirage, found it difficult to breathe. In the end, it was chopped into two by a female sword deity. In the prison pavilion, Chen Pinggan held his saber across his knees. He had stabilized his cave-dwelling realm and his martial arts fate had been tempered. He could try the Q-sword battle now. Chen Pinggan stood up slowly. Shuang Jiang had been waiting at the stairs for a long time. Both of them walked up the stairs. Shuang Jiang smiled and asked casually, "Ancestor Hidden Official, since cultivation isn't for immortality and longevity, why do you cultivate so hard?" It was a casual question. Actually, the demon of external transformation didn't expect the young man to give an answer. Chen Pinggan answered, "We want to become strong. We want to do something for this world." Shuang Jiang was stunned. "We?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Everyone." 682. A ferry from the central divine continent docked at the inverted mountain in the middle of the night. However, it did not unload its cargo. More than 100 Qi cultivators disembarked from the ferry. They were all accomplished cultivators who abided by the rules. At the Spring Banner House, Nayland Saihuan and Xiao Yunyang welcomed them personally. They walked them all the way to the gate. These cultivators were from the school of Yinyang and the school of Moism. However, they would not enter the city to fight. They split into several groups and went to the Mirage, the Summer Palace, and the Winter Palace. There were also a few private residences of sword immortals. One of them was the Immortal Garden. Its foundation was the Bright Moon Flying Fairy poem tablet refined by the sword immortal. Next to it were several residences of sword cultivators dressed in women's clothing. Under the permission of a hidden official who was temporarily acting as a supervisor, they were able to leave the forbidden zone set by their master. The 3 Jindan sword cultivators were just about to ride their swords to the top of the city. They had been imprisoned in the residence by their master for so many years. All they did was practice their swords. They did not even care about their women's clothing and even forgot to ask for a set of robes. They were about to go to the top of the city and kill as many demons as they could. However, they were stopped by the little girl who had an inkstone tied to her waist and a bamboo box on her back. She said that the 3 of them could only go to the Mirage. Otherwise, they would have to return to the residence obediently and continue practicing their swords. The 5 cultivators from the school of Yinyang and the mechanical master from the school of Moism began to crack the restrictions of the private residence one by one after receiving a map from the Summer Palace as well as a detailed annotation. The opening of the door went smoothly. Very soon, a moon-engraved mirror of flowing light appeared in the Sword Immortal's private residence, hovering above the residence. Inside the ancient mirror, 4 auspicious beasts dashed around the mirror's knob. After the formation was activated, the surroundings of the private residence were illuminated vividly. The group of foreign cultivators who were in charge of moving the Immortal Garden Inn and the mansion took a break from their work. They looked at the little girl who was confronting the 3 Aurus core sword cultivators. She spoke very quickly, as if she was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. Although the foreign cultivators had learned some of the Great Wall of Sword aura on their way to the inverted mountain, they could only roughly understand. Anyway, her aura alone had completely overwhelmed the 3 earthly immortals. No matter how the 3 Jindan sword cultivators tried to reason with the young lady, it didn't work. One of the Jindan sword cultivators who was really anxious shouted, "Guozhujiu, don't think that just because Master Hidden Official is your master, you can treat us like 3rd brother and 4th brother. In any case, We are all golden core cultivators. We are all your seniors on the path of cultivation. In fact, the little girl often came here to climb over the wall, so they were very familiar with each other. Guozhujiu crossed her arms in front of her chest. In any case, as long as you dare to go to the top of the city, my hidden official's flying sword will arrive even faster. Then, you will be thrown back here by a sword immortal. You won't even be able to go to Mirage Pavilion, which has a larger territory. A golden core sword cultivator with a relatively stable temperament smiled bitterly. Is there really no room for discussion? Guozhujiu nodded and said, yes. The 3 golden core swordsmen, as well as the Qi refinement warriors who were watching the show from afar, were caught off guard. Guozhujiu said, as long as you don't go to the top of the city, you can kill all the demons that cross the city. However, you are not allowed to die in battle. If one of you dies, the other 2 will be grounded by a sword immortal for 100 years. Guozhujiu pointed in the direction of Mirage Pavilion. With the punishment officer and the leader of the hidden official's lineage, Sword Immortal ZMI, around, mere golden cores like you won't have a chance. The 3 swordsmen looked at each other and smiled. It was better than being a bystander in Mirage Pavilion. Guozhujiu suddenly said, don't die. 3 sword gleams flashed and disappeared. Those Qi refinement warriors who were not of low realms had heavy hearts and were puzzled. Why did the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi not care about their lives and the Great Tao? It was not rare to have no regrets in the world even if they had no choice but to die. However, how could there be Tao cultivators who were willing to court death when they could avoid death? Guozhujiu turned and looked at the 3 sword gleams that disappeared into the distance. She did not retract her gaze for a long time. She was afraid that they would go to the top of the city on impulse. She was even thinking that if they went to the top of the city, she might as well follow them. Guozhujiu kept looking at the top of the city, secretly looking for the figures of her parents. However, she could not find them. Teachers, parents, children, partners, grandmasters, juniors, good friends. Which sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not have a good reason to kill demons? There were also many sword cultivators below the level of sword immortals who were willing to kill demons but were not willing to die. The eldest sword immortal and the Summer Refuge Palace did not force them now. They just had to go to the top of the city and guard it. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would retreat from the top of the city. If they felt that it was more stable, they would return to the top of the city. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sage Junzi of the Confucian School had already resigned from his position as the battle supervisor, the hidden official lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace rarely sent flying swords to the top of the city. Guozhujiu turned and smiled. Seniors, it's been hard on you. When they came here, the sword Qi was too heavy and the pressure was too much. The Qi refinement warriors who were originally resentful were speechless in the face of the sincere gratitude of a young lady carrying a bamboo box. After all, they were here to earn some hard-earned money. This was not the most important thing. The key was that their actions would be recorded by the Academy and the Academy. They would gain a lot of merit. At the Winter Refuge Palace, there was a group of outsiders. There was no one to teach them martial arts. The 10 children were now practicing their martial arts on their own. According to Jiang Yun's words, besides the walking and standing of the pillars, there would be another round of martial arts practice where they would fight each other to death. When the Qi refinement warriors passed by the martial arts practice field, all the children stopped practicing. Most of them looked indifferently at the immortals who were cultivating the Tao. Jiyu Jianlong, the sword cultivator who was the temporary battle supervisor, did not explain anything to the children. He was lazy and unwilling. Moreover, if he really did say a few words of justice, the 2 groups of people with a huge age gap might fight directly. Jiyu Jianlong had always thought that the world was vast. Even if he had friends like the hidden official, Lin Junbai, Bai Shenshen, and the foreign sword cultivators, the world was still vast. At the sword workshop, Luo Zheni sat on a step. He closed his eyes and focused on nourishing his flying sword. A young foreign golden core cultivator who was working with the elders of the sect gathered his courage to talk to the lady. However, before he could speak, The lady said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then added, "Scram." There were two ways of saying it, one for the matter and the other for the person. At the clothing workshop, Wang Xinshui raised his eyes and looked at the city wall. An old foreign cultivator smiled and asked, "Little brother, can you ask about my age and realm? I'm really curious." Wang Xinshui greeted him politely. He turned his head and smiled. "It's not worth mentioning in the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Seeing that the old man did not believe him, Wang Xinshui added, "I'm not being humble." The old man smiled and said, "It's already a pleasant surprise to be able to talk to you peacefully." Wei Wenlong had already returned to the Spring Banner House from the Mirage. He told him about the fierce means of the sovereign stage demon. For example, the demon named Huang Luan seemed to have lost her mind. She smashed 50 to 60% of the pavilions on the city wall. There were many earth immortal demons hidden in the small worlds that Huang Luan had carefully refined. Among them, there was the demon sword cultivator who shouted, "The one who crossed the city wall first is so-and-so." After a Taoist temple was destroyed, he flew over the city wall with the help of his sword light. After being hit by a sword immortal, he was lucky enough to cross the city wall and escape to the city's great formation. In the end, he was slashed by Miu's sword. Even his golden core and nascent soul were split into two. Nayland Saihuan looked at Wei Wenlong's admiring expression and said angrily, "No matter how good Miu is, he's still a jade. It's more than enough to deal with a severely injured nascent soul." Xiao Yunyang smiled and asked, "Who's that so-and-so?" He was a sword immortal who was in the same realm as Miu. In fact, his actual combat power was slightly inferior. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in the inverted hanging mountain was not small. Poor Miu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi could only be casually ridiculed by a nascent soul sword cultivator like Nayland Saihuan. Wei Wenlong shook his head and said, "I don't understand the official language of the wilderness." After that, Miu didn't say the name of the other party. He only said, "The one who crossed the city wall first." Xiao Yunyang said with emotion, "Grandmaster Yun Qian of the Water Fairy Palace should be coming to visit soon." Nayland Saihuan said sarcastically, "Master Hidden Official has a good eye and means. Only Qi cultivators like Yun Qian don't treat their jade as the upper 5 realms. If it were the grandmasters of the upper 5 realms of other sects, they wouldn't be so restrained." Xiao Yunyang was a gentle man who rarely showed his sharpness. Today, he argued with Nayland Saihuan and said, "Yun Qian's Daoist heart is higher than mine." In other words, I, Xiao Yunyang, was a sword immortal while you, Nayland Saihuan, were only in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, my Daoist heart is higher than yours. Nayland Saihuan raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if her Daoist heart is higher than mine? If we fight to the death, can Yun Qian survive?" Xiao Yunyang smiled and said slowly, "So what? Her Daoist heart is higher than yours." Wei Wenlong cheered for his master in his heart. This so what was really wonderful. Nayland Saihuan sneered and said, "Sword Immortal Xiao hasn't spent much time with Master Hidden Official, but you've learned most of the essence of speaking." Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "You flatter me." It was just that other than chatting, when Wei Wenlong looked at the account book on the table, he unconsciously became speechless. The Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 private residences in Inverted Hanging Mountain, was the only one that hadn't been tainted by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It seemed like there was still an endless quarrel, and there was no conclusion. First, the Rain Dragon sect's sect master personally came to the Water Essence Palace, but he still couldn't persuade his junior martial sister to give up on the idea of moving north. As for Yun Qian, she naturally couldn't persuade her senior martial sister. When Yun Qian publicized the matter of moving north to a small circle, the Water Essence Palace was full of contradictions. Moreover, it was obvious that most people had received the secret letter from the Ancestral Hall, which caused Ancestor Yun Qian to hit a soft nail. As an unpolished Jade Realm immortal, Yun Qian returned to the Rain Dragon sect. Unexpectedly, there were many objections among the direct disciples and many secondary disciples. They weren't willing to move north with Yun Qian, especially the direct disciple who had become Fu Ku's Daoist companion. She had already made up her mind and said that she wouldn't leave the Rain Dragon sect. This made Yun Qian even more haggard. Yun Qian could only hide her tracks and secretly visit Spring Banner House. She sat down in the meeting hall and met Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyang and Sword Immortal Nayland Saihuan. Yun Qian was indeed not good at dealing with people. She was worried when she came, but when she sat down, she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yunyang didn't want this Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral master to be too embarrassed, so he took the initiative to say, "Does the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall feel that even if the Great Wall of Sword Qi can't be defended, it won't be too hasty to discuss the matter of retreating? Because the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall is still a long distance away from the inverted hanging mountain. If the situation is really dangerous, we can learn from the people of the pugilistic world and pack up some important items and valuables. We'll still be able to leave. Moreover, we can gather things that are close to us. In addition to your sect master's heaven and earth in sleeve, it'll be enough to protect the sect's vitality." Yun Qian was silent and nodded slightly. Xiao Yunyang continued, "But if we move now, it'll affect the foundation of the sect and the water flow, and destroy the mountain river formation. It'll be difficult to restore it. In short, there are many difficulties and it's not worth it. It's better to wait and see. This is the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall's decision after careful consideration." Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, "Sword Immortal Xiao, you've underestimated the Rain Dragon Sect's business acumen. Now, they've begun to secretly buy up shops on the inverted hanging mountain. Well, with this, many shops that originally wanted to give up their ancestral businesses are unwilling to do so. The Rain Dragon Sect is really doing a good deed." Xiao Yunyang glanced at Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Saihuan leaned back slightly against the chair, indicating to Sword Immortal Xiao that she would just be a mute from now on. Actually, these weren't harsh words. She didn't even say the words that really hurt. For example, there were definitely people with high status in the Rain Dragon Sect, and there were more than one or two of them. They would want to make a bigger deal when the world was turning upside down and the mountains and rivers were changing. Not to mention Luhua Island, which Yun Qian shamelessly seized, there was even a chance to carve out a large piece of land in Tongya continent as the location of a lower sect. Xiao Yunyang said, "At present, it's obvious that the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral court won't move north. The reason why there aren't many cultivators following fellow Daoist Yun Qian isn't that they're short-sighted. On the contrary, it's because they've made a shrewd plan. First, the cultivators who follow fellow Daoist Yun Qian to the north are all suspected of splitting up the Rain Dragon Sect. Once the ancestral hall is angered, your senior sister can directly issue a decree, and they'll be reduced from a sect to a group of wild cultivators. This is a real worry that's close at hand. Second, even if they take the risk of moving north, where would they go? Where would they find an immortal island like the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral court that's rich in spiritual qi? Could it be that they're renting territory? Since when would the Rain Dragon Sect's cultivators need to live under someone else's roof? If they randomly found a place with thin spiritual qi for cultivation, how many cultivators would their great Dao prospects be delayed in the next 100 or 1,000 years? Taking a step back, even if they found an overseas immortal island that was barely suitable for cultivation, where would they find such a large sum of money to build a mansion, set up a mountain and river formation, and spend the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for cultivation? Ancestral Master Yun Qian is famous for being bad at management and having a shallow family background. Moreover, Ancestral Master Yun Qian is pure and has few desires. He has never liked to make friends and has mediocre connections. It's not a good decision to follow such a great cultivator who only has cultivation but no way to make money. Yun Qian was speechless and didn't even nod. Nayland Saihuan finally said, "What should we do?" Xiao Yunyang stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, it was Yun Qian. If it were an ordinary cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they would have left in anger at this moment. Nayland Saihuan glanced at the indecisive female cultivator of the upper 5 realms and asked, "Yun Qian, how many people can you take with you?" Yun Qian said, 62 people, including 3 Earth Immortals. Nayland Saihuan said, "So many?" Yun Qian blushed. She mistakenly thought that Nayland Saihuan was mocking her again. Nayland Saihuan suddenly said, I can lend you all the immortal money I've saved. Xiao Yunyang was greatly surprised. Nayland Saihuan lending money to Yun Qian was not in the plan. Yun Qian was puzzled. Why is that? Nayland Saihuan said, the world is in chaos. The money below the mountain is worthless, but the money on the mountain is more valuable. I only have one request. Yun Qian nodded. Please say. Nayland Saihuan said, Yun Qian, if you leave the Rain Dragon sect one day and establish your own sect, I'll be the sect master. Don't worry, I'll definitely be a sword immortal by then. If not, you'll still cling to your identity as a cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect. 100 years later, you'll return the money according to the rules of the mountain. Yun Qian thought for a moment and nodded. It's a deal. She finally had some courage that an upper 5 realms cultivator should have. Xiao Yunyang knew that cultivators like Yun Qian were born to be second in command and couldn't be the sect master. Nayland Saihuan turned and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, if there's a chance, how about you be the chief consecrator? Xiao Yunyang said without hesitation, sure. The relationship he formed with Nayland Saihuan in Spring Banner House was unusual. Xiao Yunyang was a sword immortal who had a wide range of friends. Although Nayland Saihuan was too shrewd in doing business and lacked sincerity, in the future, when they established a sect in the vast world, they really needed someone like her to take charge of the overall situation. Yun Qian made up her mind. Xiao Yunyan's reputation in Inverted Hanging Mountain was extremely good. He couldn't be simply seen as an unpolished jade sword immortal. Moreover, at a moment of life and death, one's character could be seen even more. Spring Banner House was willing to be so close to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so Sword Immortal Xiao's character could be seen at a glance. Compared to Nayland Saihuan, who was good at making money, Yun Qian actually trusted Xiao Yunyang more. Nayland Saihuan said, My business is done. Brother Yunyang, please continue with the business. Xiao Yunyang didn't care about Nayland Saihuan's change of address and said to Yun Qian, Master Hidden Official came to Spring Banner House for the last time and said that if fellow Daoist Yun Qian's northward migration was obstructed, there was a compromise. Fellow Daoist Yun Qian could go to Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall again and say that you're willing to personally lead a group of disciples on a trip. It would take about 5 years, and then ask Senior Sister for a sum of immortal money to be used to lead the team. Of course, the amount doesn't need to be too large. Other than visiting Flood Dragon Ravine, there are also many immortal mystic realms. For example, you can visit Luhua Island and the Cave of Fortune to search for ancient immortal opportunities. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal Realm can follow if they're interested. In addition, you'll also visit places like Dragon Rest Stone. Xiao Yunyang said with a smile, Master Hidden Official thought that fellow Daoist Yun Qian could only take 30 people with him, but he didn't expect to double that. It's actually a little troublesome. If 62 people leave Rain Dragon Sect and Water Essence Palace together, fellow Daoist Yun Qian's Senior Sister and the entire Rain Dragon Sect's Ancestral Hall will be embarrassed. Yun Qian fell into a dilemma again. Nayland Saihuan really couldn't stand this female cultivator's ignorance of the world. Some cultivators were really only suitable for Dao seeking. She couldn't help but say, it's not difficult. You can reflect on yourself in the Ancestral Hall, and say that you've given up the absurd idea of moving north. You're willing to make up for your mistakes and do your duty as an ancestral master for the disciples of the sect. Then, let the cultivators who are willing to follow you to move north find some good reasons to take the cross-continent ferries of the Hassa continent and the Aquarius continent. For example, you can say that you're traveling to meet friends. Remember, you must make them leave in batches. Moreover, these people must go first and leave at intervals. Otherwise, with your senior sister's temper, after you lead the team to travel far away, she'll secretly imprison them. She'll do this kind of thing. Yun Qian nodded slightly. After the deal of the 100-year agreement was settled, Nayland Saihuan looked at Yun Qian's weak and ignorant appearance again and suddenly found her cute. Such a great cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs would not easily cause trouble for the sect master. There were many immortal mountains in the world that were destroyed by their own people. For example, after a cultivator rose to the top of a mountain, he would be ambitious and blinded by his desire for power, and there would be a competition between sects. Xiao Yunyang said, mobilizing so many people, tearing down houses, and moving north are actually treating the symptoms but not the root cause. The three things I mentioned earlier, Master Hidden Official has actually been worried about them for a long time. However, at that time, we didn't speak openly and sincerely. He was worried that fellow Daoist Yun Qian would misunderstand our intentions, so it wasn't convenient for him to speak openly. At that time, the result he wanted was nothing more than to help fellow Daoist Yun Qian leave some cultivation seeds for the Rain Dragon sect. However, Master Hidden Official also said that there was no good plan for the migration. He could only fight for it. Fellow Daoist Yun Qian, please consider what I'm going to say next. The so-called traveling is of course fake. Giving up on moving north is real. Only then can the Rain Dragon sect be at ease and let them pass. Xiao Yunyang sighed when he said this. Yun Qian's expression was focused. Sword Immortal Xiao, please enlighten me. Xiao Yunyang said with a smile, after you travel through Luhua Island's Cave of Creation, you will head east and finally reach the shore of Tongye continent. Previously, Master Hidden Official wrote firewood is in the mountains in the letter. It means that as long as the mountains are there is no need to worry about firewood. It also means that firewood is in the mountains and not in the water. Then, fellow Daoist Yun Qian and the disciples of your sect will have three choices. First, go to the old Heavenly Lord of Taiping Mountain and say that you are friends with Chen Pinggan. Then, head north and reach the shore of Old Dragon City. First, go to the Aquarius continent's southern mountain lord, Fan Junmao. The Song clan is currently excavating a great blasphemy canal. The Rain Dragon sect's cultivators are proficient in water arts. Not only can they train their Dao, but they can also accumulate some incense offerings. After doing this, you will continue north to the Aquarius continent. From Oxhorn Mountains Ferry, you will take the Hemp sect's ferry to Skeleton Beach. Then, you will take the Spring Dew Gardens ferry. The destination of this trip is the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven in the middle of the North Continent. It is shared by the Water Dragon sect, Fooping Sword Lake, and the Yang clan of the Cloudy Palace. Among them, the Great Blasphemy Waterlord, Li Yuan, and the Southern Zun Water Hall Lady, Shen Lin, are good friends of Master Hidden Official. You can settle down on one of the islands and cultivate. You can even stay there for 100 years. As for these three places, fellow Daoist Cloudstick, where do you want to settle down? Do you want to rely on Peace Mountain, build a residence by the Aquarius continent's Great Blasphemy Canal, or stay in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven that is rich in water fate? It will all depend on your Dao fate. Xiao Yunyang paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, Master Hidden Official once said that this journey is ultimately a journey of wandering from place to place. It will definitely not be smooth sailing. It is inevitable that you will have to act according to the mood of others. Senior Cloudstick, please pay more attention to the changes in the mental states of your disciples and help them out. Cloudstick glanced at the chair on the main seat of the discussion hall and asked, I only have one last question. I sincerely ask Sword Immortal Xiao and fellow Daoist Nalan, why is Master Hidden Official willing to do this? Xiao Yunyang smiled knowingly and said, to be honest, I am also curious. Master Hidden Official's impression of the Rain Dragon sect is very ordinary. Nayland Saihuan said bluntly, I dare say that fellow is helping others, but he is also helping himself. A young man without any mortal enemies would definitely not have the achievements he has today and the Dao heart he has today. Xiao Yunyang joked, fortunately, Wenlong is not someone who likes to complain, and Miu is someone who is used to being bullied by you. Otherwise, Master Hidden Official would be so narrow-minded, hehe. Nayland Saihuan suddenly stared at Cloudstick. Cloudstick was confused. Nayland Saihuan suddenly smiled. Your Rain Dragon sect has many female cultivators. Cloudstick did not know why she said this. Nayland Saihuan smiled and said, it's fine, it's fine. Our Master Hidden Official has always kept a respectful distance from women. The more beautiful they are, the more he avoids them. Xiao Yunyang did not want Nayland Saihuan to continue speaking without thinking. He stood up and cupped his fists. I wish fellow Daoist Cloudstick a smooth journey. Cloudstick stood up and returned the greeting. Sword Immortal Shao's kindness in planning and fellow Daoist Nalan's kindness in lending me money will be engraved in my heart. After Cloud Stick left, Nalan Saihuan and Xiao Yunyang walked to the accounting room together. She asked, "Do you know about Chen Pingan's situation in his hometown?" Xiao Yunyang shook his head. He was thinking about something. According to the young hidden official's prediction, the possibility of Cloud Stick and the Rain Dragon sect cultivators choosing the Tongyi continent seemed to be the smallest, but in fact, it was the most likely. The reason was simple. The Tongyi continent was most likely going to be fragmented. Not even a tenth of the immortal forces would survive. However, Cloud Stick would go to the other two continents first. Nalan Saihuan laughed angrily. "Chen Pingan and I are neither friends nor enemies. You won't die if you tell me. Don't forget, we might be on the same side in the future." Xiao Yunyang smiled. "Whether or not we're friends with Chen Pingan depends on our own preferences. As for being enemies, I don't think so." Xiao Yunyang really did know a lot about Chen Pingan. Because Xiao Yunyang would follow Lu Ji and Madame Huanyan to the South Po continent, Chen Pingan hoped that Xiao Yunyang would meet Liu Xianyang once when he arrived at the South Po continent. As for his direct disciple Wei Wenlong, it was certain that he would be Luo Po Mountain's consecrator. Therefore, both sides were very frank. When Chen Pingan appeared at Spring Banner House for the last time, they talked more about the inside story of his hometown. The young secluded official was in the Great Li dynasty that occupied a continent. If he asked about the matter of Zhengyang Mountain, it would affect the whole situation. Once he fell out with the Great Li dynasty, Luopa Mountain would be surrounded by enemies everywhere. There would be nowhere to hide. There would be no way to move the ancestral hall of Jise Peak. However, once the chessboard was enlarged, the Aquarius continent was located between the North Continent and the Tongyi continent. The North Continent had the Skeleton Beach, the Hemp Sect, the Taihui Sword Sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, the Spring Dew Garden, and so on. The Tongyi continent had the Yugui sect that was overseen by Jiang Shangzhen. Since the Song clan had been immersed in meritorious deeds and knowledge for more than 100 years, they would naturally calculate the specific gains and losses, and whether it was worth it to act as a protective talisman for Zhengyang Mountain. Liu Xianyang's method of asking the sword was certainly desirable. However, Chen Pingan hoped that one day, the old bastard mountain-moving ape would be besieged and killed by the people of Zhengyang Mountain. When the time came, he would only need to sit in the ancestral hall of Zhengyang Mountain and be pinched by the nose by a group of so-called sword cultivators. He would drink tea and wine as he wished, and then watch the mountain-moving ape being abandoned by his friends. Asking the sword was in his heart. Of course, climbing the mountain with Liu Xianyang, asking the sword of Zhengyang Mountain, and throwing the mountain-moving ape's head into the ancestral hall was also a happy thing. "I won't lose, you can do whatever you want." When they arrived at the door of the accounting room, Nalan Saihuan suddenly said, "It depends on the arrangement of the cloud contract." "Xiao Yunyang, are you afraid?" Xiao Yunyang smiled and said, "Afraid? Of what?" Nalan Saihuan shook her head and said, "Nothing." On the city wall, Luji looked down at the battlefield below where the demons were gathered like an ant's nest. This female great sword immortal was recuperating from her injuries. Half of her face was badly mutilated. The battle was in a stalemate and she couldn't care less. Moreover, Luji never cared about her appearance. Previously, she went too far out of the city and was hit by the great demon Chengguang's natal spell and the flying sword of sword immortal Shouchen. However, at this moment, in the largest ant's nest in the world, there was another tide that was advancing towards the south. The flying sword was in front, and thousands of sword cultivators were behind. On the line, the flying sword collided with the demons first. Countless demons were instantly sent flying, with broken limbs and bones splattering everywhere. This was the sword formation led by the three great sword immortals, Nalan Xiaowei, Yu Qing, and Mi Hu. Those who were willing to go out of the city to fight were free to attack with their swords. Further away were Alliance, Chen Shi, and Qi Tingji, the three sword immortals who were engraved on the city wall. They each occupied a corner of the battlefield and formed a triangle. After Qi Tingji attacked with all his strength, Every time his sword chi spread out, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet would be emptied, and countless demons would swarm over. Other than the great demon Huang Luan, Yang Ji, Bai Ying, and the Golden Armor General who were responsible for disrupting the city wall, every once in a while, they would fight Alliance and the other two. Occasionally, other sovereign stage great demons would join in as well. High in the sky, Dong Sangeng and the sovereign stage great demon who had refined half of the moon's soul had been fighting for a long time with the moon as their battlefield. Looking up, there was a thin black line that could be clearly seen on the huge full moon. If one were to look at it from afar, they would definitely need to fly on their swords to see the two ends of the sword mark. That was the result of Dong Sangeng's previous sword strike. Although Old Def was a demon, he was much more straightforward than many sword immortals when it came to killing demons. He superimposed his huge true body and majestic Dharma idol with a unique secret technique and specialized in tearing off the heads and limbs of those huge demons. He would then use them as flying swords and casually throw them to the battlefield in the south. The Daoist robe that the old Daoist was wearing had an ancient picture of the true form of the 5 great mountains, which was far more than just the 5 great mountains. The old Daoist held his natal item, the immortal's mirror of many treasures, which was above the sea of clouds. It was as big as a huge lake, and wherever the light from the mirror shone on, the land would be scorched. The scholarly sage took out a scroll of the yellow flow giant saliva painting from his sleeve and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle stroke, the long scroll spread out and fell from the city wall, hanging between heaven and earth. The water of the yellow river came from the sky and knocked the demons that were attacking the city back to the ground. They were drowned in the flood, and in an instant, countless bones were piled up. The golden blood of the Buddhist sage who was bathed in blood condensed into 10 golden dragons. The monk broke his own fingers and used them as the spines of the golden dragons. He then used the blood from his broken fingers to add a finishing touch to the dragons. In the end, the monk with all 10 broken fingers gently clasped his palms together and lowered his head slightly, chanting a Buddhist chant. On the battlefield, Li Cai was all alone. She held her sword and went deep into the enemy alone. There were demons all around her, and they were all using spells. What should she do if she couldn't kill all of them? Kill again. If I die here today, Jiang Shangzhen, you heartless bastard, remember to squeeze out some tears and put on a show. After thousands of sword cultivators left the city wall, they opened up a formation in a line. As the battlefield continued to advance, the line that was originally straight gradually became thinner and distorted. A young sword cultivator named Chen Li followed the line of sword aura and shuttled freely on the battlefield. He didn't linger in the battle and stabbed those demons that were injured but not dead to death. If he couldn't kill them with one strike, he wouldn't get entangled. The young Chen Li carried a sword called Yi Ming, which was his natal flying sword Yi Ming. That sword was a sword immortal's relic. Once it overlapped with the flying sword Yi Ming, it could create the embryonic form of a small world. Although he was only in the sea-viewing realm, he was extremely shrewd in fighting on the battlefield. His attacks were calculated, and his control of the battlefield situation was almost instinctive. He also liked to crazily pick up scraps on the battlefield. Before he saw money and treasures, he would wander around. As long as he saw money, he was the kind of person who valued money more than his life. Therefore, he earned the nickname of Little Hermit. The young man also once left a bold statement on a nameplate in the wine shop, 100-years-old sword immortal is at your fingertips. Chen Li chopped a burly demon to death with one strike. As he ran with his sword, he wiped the blood off his face. With a roll, he dodged the flying sword of a hidden demon sword cultivator. At the same time, he rode the flying sword Yi Ming straight away. The other party also dodged the flying sword. Both parties parted ways and didn't have the intention to pursue. An old Jindan sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Aura was surrounded and his arm was almost chopped off by a demon's axe. He didn't expect that it would be blocked by a green-robed swordsman with a dull expression. He casually chopped off the demon's head. The Jindan sword cultivator thanked him. Even if he was hit by the axe, he wouldn't die. However, on the battlefield, he could only temporarily retreat. He didn't expect that the sword cultivator would tear off his face and smile. The Jindan sword cultivator was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Damn the second shopkeeper. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The young hermit stabbed his heart with his sword and shattered the old man's Jindan with sword aura. The man covered his face again and disappeared in a flash to another battlefield. Wei Jin of the Temple of Wind Snow, who was recuperating and staring at the battlefield, immediately got up and left on his sword. This person must be killed. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. He was the same as Chen Pinggan and Sai Chen, and he was very extreme. He could protect himself and had enough killing power. Only when he had both, the so-called shrewdness and means would be meaningful. Otherwise, he might as well just strike with his sword and attack directly. In the heart of the battlefield, there was a burly armored warrior riding a fine horse. He held a long spear in his hand, and the long spear had pierced through the corpses of 3 sword cultivators. This great demon held the reins with one hand, and the warhorse spun in place. The burly armored warrior, whose face was covered by a helmet, seemed to be patiently waiting for the sword immortals. A young sword cultivator had his chest pierced by the fists of a militarist demon with a human head and an ape body. After he fell to the ground, his head was smashed by a foot. Just as the demon raised his head, a sword beam from afar blasted his entire head apart. A young female sword cultivator whose intrinsic flying sword had been destroyed stumbled in retreat. She was grabbed by the arm by a demon that had charged at her from the side. With a punch to her neck, her entire arm was ripped off. The demon placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The demon jerked his chin at the 2 female sword cultivators' companions far away, indicating for them to focus on saving the girl. Lying in a pool of blood, the young girl's face was covered in blood and her vision was blurry. She tried her best to look at her childhood friends in the distance. She picked up a broken weapon nearby and stabbed it into her heart. The demon frowned and threw away the half-chewed arm in his hand. Just as he was about to attack the 2 young sword cultivators, his body was smashed to smithereens by a sudden punch. He did not even see the face of the female martial artist until his death. He only knew that she was an inconspicuous, thin old woman. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the grey-robed elder looked at the battlefield with a calm expression. The bearded man, Liu Cha, stood beside the elder and asked, "Are we going to let the Great Wall of Sword Qi drag on?" Since the other party did not choose to retreat to the righteous world, Chen Qingju clearly wants to leave behind a bunch of sword Dao seeds even if he doesn't want the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The grey-robed elder laughed, "Retreat to the righteous world? I'm more than willing. As long as I'm left with this Great Wall of Sword Qi, these sword cultivators can go wherever they want. As long as they leave this place and head to the inverted mountain, the righteous world's Qi refinement warriors will be exposed. In the South Po Suo, Fu Yarrow, and Tongyi continents, we might not even have to do anything." Unfortunately, Chen Qingju is not stupid. Otherwise, if the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi retreat today, the South Po Suo continent tomorrow, the Tongyi continent and Fu Yarrow continent the day after tomorrow, the cultivators of the 8 continents might as well retreat to the Middle-earth Divine Continent. "I won't stop them," Liu Cha said. According to the message from the sacrificial warriors who crossed the city wall, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has mobilized a large number of Yin-Yang School and Mohist School mechanical engineers. They plan to ascend with the entire city. The grey-robed elder nodded and said, "If that's the case, it's a little troublesome. Even with the Mirage as the tip of the heaven-opening sword and the help of those sword immortal residences, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's array formation alone won't be able to hold the entire city." The elder smiled and said, "Is Chen Qingju's actions considered desperate?" Liu Cha did not say anything. On the inverted mountain, the young manager of the Stork Inn sat at the door and basked in the sun. Year after year, there was nothing new, but it was better than being beaten by the wind and rain. At the old door, the little Daoist was still flipping through the book. The sword-wielding man squatted at the side and complained that the book was flipped too quickly. When the great heavenly lord came out of seclusion, he received a decree from his master. The Jingjian pavilion had long been closed. The shops that were still open at the Elk Cliff were also deserted. The Lingji pavilion was almost empty, and there were no more bustling people. Most of the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect still felt that the sky would not collapse. The children of Luhua Island were still pestering the old man to ask about the strange people on the land. On the fifth world, an old scholar was urging the most proud scholar in the world to be more straightforward, more domineering, and more elegant. At the highest point of the Beko Kekyung building, a young Daoist who had returned from a long journey was slowly strolling on the railing. He was holding a pile of scrolls in his arms. They were all paintings of immortals that he had plundered from all over the world. Once they were spread out, there would be a spring dream of a beautiful woman in a garden. There was a picture of a small yellow cat curled up on a rock to enjoy the cool air. There was a picture of a lone fisherman fishing in the cold river with a lot of white space. There was a small boat that could be used to fish with a man in a straw hat. There was also a picture of a scholar in a green robe watching a logger on Taiping Mountain. In the ancestral hall of the Jise Peak in the Baoping continent, ripples moved slightly, and a tall woman in white appeared out of thin air. Wei Pai, who was at the top of the cloud mountain, opened and closed his eyes, pretending not to know. Old Yang, who was in the backyard of the medicine shop in the small town, was smoking. In the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Pingan put away the innate divine ability of the caged sparrow. He was holding the bloody head of a demon clan sword cultivator. A golden vortex appeared where the sword had pierced through the heart, but there was no trace of blood at all. Naishin began to prepare to sew clothes. She told him to be careful this time. This time, the mending of the real name was different from the past. It was very important. Shuang Jiang squatted at the side and asked the young man who was sitting cross-legged with his back exposed. Since you are a scholar, do you have an innate character? (683) Wei Jin, the sword whiz of the Wind Snow Temple, had found the trace of the green-robed swordsman. However, a handsome child with a sword-nourishing gourd on his waist suddenly appeared in front of the green-robed swordsman. The child stretched out his palm and blocked all the sword light of Wei Jin's sword. Then, he shook his wrist. His palm, which had turned charred, recovered in an instant. This sovereign great demon who was neither high nor low in the ancient well was called Azure Flower. That exquisite face that could bewitch women, if one looked carefully, was pieced together from other people's faces. The blade-strengthening gourd contained countless remnant souls and broken flying swords of sword immortals. The great demon Azure Flower smiled at the young swordsman behind her. "Junior brother, have you had enough fun?" The green-robed swordsman nodded. "Be careful." The great demon blocked the sword immortal's sword from afar. Wei Jin's two swords brushed past her. Azure Flower was already hovering above a huge pit. She said with a gentle voice, "Senior brother, what are you being careful for?" "I'm careful enough. I haven't found Chen Qingdou yet." Lu Ji arrived on her sword and said to Wei Jin, "Continue chasing. Leave this sissy to me." Azure Flower smiled at the female greatsword immortal with half of her face destroyed. "Is this the beautiful greatsword immortal Lu from the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Lu Ji didn't say anything. She answered with a sword. At the top of the city wall, the monk covered in blood was like a golden Buddha with the Great Wall of Sword Chi as a lotus. The middle-aged Buddhist saint's kasaya fell off by itself. His fingerless palm gently lifted the kasaya into the air. It suddenly became as big as a sea of clouds. Instantly, wind and clouds surged. The kasaya grew bigger and bigger. Buddhist light illuminated the world. In the end, the cloud-sea kasaya that covered the sky and the sun fell, covering the battlefield outside the city wall. It turned into countless specks of golden light and attached to the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The monk sat cross-legged. A lotus lamp appeared in front of him. It burned for a stick of incense. Then, within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the injuries of the numerous sword cultivators on the battlefield were all transferred to the monks. There was a seal script on the Phantom Sword Immortal's seal. It was copied by the young hidden official from the Great World. The reincarnation of Dingguang Buddha, the mortal of the Soha world. When the incense stick was about to burn out, the monk put his palms together and looked into the distance with a smile on his face. However, the light in front of him was still there. Not only that, it was even brighter. The sages of the three sects, including the monks, had been fighting from the beginning to the end. For example, this Buddhist sage had sacrificed his life force to change the heavens and the earth, helping the Great Wall of Sword Chi to suppress the wildlands. Together with two other sages, they had worked together to create the Golden River 3 times. They had shaken off their body of lion bugs, cut off their fingers, turned them into golden dragons, and took off their kasaya to protect sword cultivators. There was also the tragic massacre of the siege battle where blood flowed like a river. There was also the scholarly sage's yellow flow great saliva painting. Most importantly, there was the Buddhist divine ability that enveloped the battlefield. Having nurtured the sword for so long, Wu Chengpei felt that it had been too long. Finally, he used all his strength to conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Sweet Rain. This Sweet Rain was one of the top 3 flying swords in the summer abode. On the battlefield outside the city, thousands of demons were shrouded in a curtain of blood that rose from the ground. In an instant, their flesh and blood were being ripped apart. Every raindrop that contained Sweet Rain's sword intent minced their souls. The great demon by Ying's throne was the closest to the front. However, it was still some distance away from the 3 battlefields of Alliance, Chen Shi, and Qi Tingji. On the throne of bones that was formed by the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of bones, this great demon had no flesh or blood. Its white bones were as white as jade, and it was still stepping on the head. When she saw Wu Chengpei conjure his intrinsic flying sword, Bai Ying kicked the head away. She stood up and stared at the curtain of rain that was slowly rising into the sky with great interest. Bai Ying retracted her gaze. On the battlefield, there was a pitiful little unpolished jade realm sword cultivator. He had lost an arm. Not only was he wielding a sword with one hand, but his ankle had also been cut off. However, for some reason, he had bypassed the 3 sword formations that Qi Tingji and the others had set up and was heading straight for the throne. The man stopped and faced the throne of bones. He raised his sword, but he was not looking at Bai Ying. Instead, he stared at the head and said, "The sword cultivator of the illumination lineage, Gao Kuei. You have to ask the ancestral master for the last sword." Bai Ying glanced at the head on the ground and laughed. "I think you should forget about it. I'll just slap you to death and let your disciples and grand-disciples keep you company." An empty grey robe with no one inside drifted over and slowly landed on the throne of bones. When it appeared, Bai Ying immediately sat back down and did not dare to say another word. The grey robe stood at the edge of the throne. In the distance was Gao Kuei, who wanted to ask for the last sword of his life. A hoarse voice sounded. "Illumination, receive the sword." The 2 great demon thrones were next to each other in the air. They were both women. The great demon Yang Ji appeared in her true form. She had a human head and a dragon body. She wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She sat high on the dragon throne with her huge dragon tail dragging on the ground. The sovereign stage great demon named Fei Fei did not reveal her true form. She had a young appearance and a pair of scarlet eyes. Her robe was embroidered with thousands of threads, each of which was a river or stream that she had refined. On her wrist was a bracelet refined from a dragon's natal pearl. On her feet was a pair of embroidered shoes with 2 dali beads on the tips of the shoes. Yang Ji had just retreated from the battlefield and was hit by Qi Tingji's sword. At this moment, she had to show her true form to heal her injuries. In the cultivation of the demon race, it was faster to transform into human form. However, when it came to healing, it was still faster to restore the true form. Yang Ji's eyes were gloomy. She stared at Qi Tingji, who occupied the vast battlefield with only one sword. The old sword immortal who carved the words on the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a handsome young man. According to the earliest prediction of the moon-bearing mountain, Qi Tingji was a person with lofty ambitions. He would never be willing to die and leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi along with the hidden officer Xiaoling. At the crucial moment, he would betray the Great Wall of Sword Chi and attack a certain great sword celestial, just like how Xiao Ling punched his left and right back. He did not expect Qi Tingji to change his mind. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. As long as Qi Tingji was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the only one who could kill him was Chen Qingdou. However, once Chen Qingdou chose to attack, the great ancestor of Moon's supporting mountain, who had been watching from the sidelines, would also attack. The only explanation was that Chen Qingdou had given Qi Tingji a better path to the great Tao. Fei Fei floated next to the dragon throne. Compared to the human-headed dragon-bodied Yang Ji, Fei Fei seemed extremely insignificant. She glanced at the two youths standing on the armrest of the dragon throne and smiled at one of them. She then used her mind to speak to Yang Ji. You did not supervise the battle properly and are guilty. Why don't you say something? Look at how tactful Huang Luan is. Yang Ji's face turned even nastier. She lightly slammed her tail against the ground, causing the earth for 1,000 feet around to tremble and shatter. She and Huang Luan were in the worst possible situation. Yang Ji had once been the ruler of the Yeluohe, so she naturally had a conflict with Fei Fei over the Great Tao. However, with Moon supporting mountain as witness, Yang Ji had given the entire Yeluohe to Fei Fei. In exchange, Fei Fei needed to help Yang Ji become the ruler of the 9 provinces of the vast realm while the vast realm was wantonly seizing water. Yang Ji had to become the mistress of all the dynasties and sovereigns of the mortal world. The conferment of the 5 peaks, the burning of incense in the mortal world, the life and death of gods, and the flow of martial arts would all be decided by Yang Ji. And Yang Ji also needed to help Fei Fei fulfill her greatest wish. That was to have Fei Fei devour the last embryonic true dragon and make up for her great Tao. In the future, all the water in the vast realm and the vast realm would be under Fei Fei's control. Thus, the two sides went from an endless struggle for the great Tao in the vast realm to an alliance of mutual assistance. On the armrest of the dragon throne stood the 2 embryonic sword immortals of the first divine tent, Yu Sai and the youth, Shoal. Yu Sai had only learned of this after the battle. Shoal was actually Yang Ji's direct disciple. And Shoal had only just learned that Yu Sai had been addressed as young master by Fei Fei. After that, the atmosphere in the first divine tent became rather strange. Except for Wooden Clog, the rest of the colleagues found it difficult to get along with them calmly. Everyone looked at them with a few more uncontrollable and difficult to hide fear. So today, the 2 sword cultivators agreed to come here to relax. Shoal said, "It seems that there has been no trace of Chen Pinggan." Yu Sai nodded and said, "Then it will be difficult to avenge Liu Bai." Yu Sai wore a black robe, but his hair was tied up with a white satin. The black and white were distinct, and he looked very handsome. Shoal looked gloomy. Sister Liu Bai changed her physique, but her sword heart is a little unstable. Yu Sai knelt on one knee and looked at the battlefield in the distance. If it was me, it would also be difficult to maintain the previous clear sword heart. Shoal gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill Chen Pinggan." Yu Sai smiled and said, "Count me in." He turned his head to look at Fei Fei. She smiled and said, "Once we destroy that rotten fence, I will find that young hidden official for young master." Yang Ji hesitated for a long time and glanced at the top of the city wall. The scholarly sage had taken out the yellow stream great saliva painting, causing a steady stream of water to pour onto the battlefield from the top of the city wall, preventing the monster race from besieging the city. She took out a painting scroll from her sleeve, reluctant to part with it. As the former ruler of the Yeluohe, before handing over the Yeluohe, she had first refined 3 10,000 li long rivers, one of which was the Wuding River, filled with white bones and ghosts. Yang Ji threw the scroll at the great wall of sword chi, dodging the flying swords of the sword cultivators and rolling to the ground. The surging Wuding River collided with the yellow stream great saliva, creating 1,000 ripples. In the previous battle, the great Yarrow Jiao, who had not taken action even once, looked up at the old Daoist from the blue heaven world. It was said that he was the city lord of the 12 cities on the 5th floor of the Beko Keikyang building. The inverted mountain beneath the great Yarrow Jiao's feet was as smooth as a mirror, dazzling and dazzling. This shattered inverted mountain was not any smaller than the mountain seal that the second Daoist brother had left behind in the righteous world. It was known as the Golden Throne of the world. It was refined from the fragments of countless mountains and rivers in the history of the world. As a result, it needed to be forged from the bones of the great Yarrow to connect the golden stones of various sizes. The mirror surface of the platform was like the largest golden coin in the world. The great Yarrow Jiao was wearing a golden robe. Even though he was not using a concealment technique, he was still enveloped in the light of the sun, hiding his true appearance. The great demon obsidian armor was located at the center of the mirror. It controlled the mountain under its feet and rushed to the sky above the battlefield. It used the entire golden throne to block the burning power of the grand sun that was reflected by the myriad treasures mirror. Previously, the old Daoist had used the myriad treasures mirror to connect with the sun of the world and aimed it at a pure jade realm demon military cultivator. Not only did he burn the demon's tough body to death, he also used the immobilization technique. In the end, Yu Qing, one of the 10 great peak sword immortal candidates, chopped off the demon's head with his sword, mighty suppressing the 5 mountains. Then, he used his 2 natal flying swords, 100 feet spring and skylark in the sky to kill the demon's immortal soul that was trying to escape. Yu Qing won some time to catch his breath. He looked around and saw that there were no demons involved in the battle. He stepped on the demon's head and shook his wrist lightly, scattering the blood on his sword. Delightful. Yu Qing headed south with his sword. This great sword immortal with great killing power had also publicly sneered at the sage of literature's lineage. He had also taken the initiative to find the young secluded official to express his gratitude and apology. Open and above board. The old Daoist nodded slightly. Great sword immortal, you was too courteous. Then, he frowned. He changed the angle of the myriad treasures mirror a few times, but the treasure light was still pulled towards the golden throne. The old Daoist sighed in his heart. His cultivation was no longer at the peak. There was nothing he could do. The golden throne beneath the great demon Yarrow Jiao's feet was boiling with lava from the myriad treasures mirror. Golden liquid constantly flowed out of the mirror and sputtered wildly. It was as fast as flying swords. Be it sword immortals or demons, they all died on the spot upon contact. Yarrow Jiao laughed and asked, "Old Daoist, you still have a long life ahead of you, but you're going to die here. Is it fun?" This old Daoist, who was highly respected in the green underworld, had 2 of his most important natal items. The myriad treasures mirror in his hand had many cracks on its surface like a spider web. Every time a tiny crack appeared, a black thread would appear on the old Daoist's golden immortal physique, which could be said to be immaculate. His cultivation base and life were drained away at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the horsetail whisk, more than half of it was destroyed, leaving only the handle. The old Daoist held the mirror high with one hand and stroked his beard with the other. He laughed and said, "Fun my ass." He said the most vulgar words with the most aged Daoist immortal's manner. It was hard to imagine that this was an elegant Daoist immortal who once said, "When the peach blossoms bloom, if there are orioles on the flowers, it's especially moving. I don't dare to move my eyes, but my soul is moved." It was even harder to imagine that when the old Daoist preached in his own city in the Beko Keikyung building, many Daoist immortals who came from other cities sat on the praying mats and shared his thoughts. Yarrow Jiao didn't mind and didn't say anything else. Both sides were just wasting the fragments of the mountain and water's deity's golden body, while the old Daoist was rapidly depleting his Dao life. I, Yarrow Jiao, will gladly accept this great merit of killing one of the 3 sages of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. According to the contract, Tuoyue Mountain promised to take out a continent of the vast world. On the territory, all of the vast world's Confucian academies, orthodox mountain and river deities conferred by the dynasty, as well as the large and small deity statues, would be smelted by this mountain. None would survive. In particular, it was said that many ancient deities reincarnated in the vast world, which was the key to Yarrow Jiao's Dao. If it smelted all of them, it would be able to hover in the sky like the grand sun and look down on all living beings like a supreme deity. It would truly become immortal. No matter how the Dao flowed, the so-called heaven's net was wide, but nothing could escape it. Plus, the river of time also had to take a detour to avoid it. The Daoist immortal reached out and slowly raised his hand. A series of golden inscriptions appeared on the outermost edge of the mirror. The words were huge, and each of them turned into a golden body deity that was more than 100 feet tall. Among them, the words sun, moon, metal, wood, water, fire, earth were like the eye of the array. The deities that appeared were especially majestic and were more than 100 feet tall. Especially the deities that were born from the words sun and moon. Behind them, there was a halo formed from the sun's halo and the moon's essence. Streams of golden lava floated endlessly, like the ribbons of the celestial beings in the murals on land and water. The old Daoist immortal suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. In the future, if there are sword cultivators who travel the vast world, remember to visit my city. The scenery is great, and the fairies are even more beautiful. I've been with all of you for so many years. I'm so happy. After saying that, the old Daoist immortal's body melted into his soul. In the end, he turned into a dazzling rainbow light and went into the myriad treasure mirror that was hovering in the sky. Then, he surged out and crashed into the golden essence throne. Even the Daoist Yarrow Jiao couldn't control the throne to avoid the rainbow light. It could only watch as the old Daoist immortal's soul and spirit melted into the golden essence throne like snow. Then, a crack that the old Daoist immortal's soul forcefully tore appeared on the surface of the mirror. His last words were only 3 words. Please drop your sword. Great sword immortal Mi, who slashed with all his strength along the crack and sliced the golden essence throne into 2. After this battle, the Daoist Yarrow Jiao, whose natal item was damaged, could only retreat from the battlefield and try his best to repair the damaged golden essence mountain. At the entrance of the Jiazi tent, the bearded man and the grey-clothed old man stood side by side. Liu Cha said, Chen Shi and Nayland Xiaowei are both a little off. They shouldn't have fought so hard. They shouldn't have risked their lives like this. The grey-clothed old man nodded. On the other hand, Qi Tingji and Old Def were very normal. They looked fierce, but they still left a way out on the battlefield. At most, they would drop by 1 realm. As for Chen Shi and Nayland Xiaowei, the 2 patriarchs of Taixiang Street, they were rushing to their deaths. As for Dong Sangeng, the old man raised his head and looked at the round moon that was far away from the sky and not close to the ground. Looking at his posture, Dong Sangeng didn't plan to return to the city. Not only that, when this person completely fell, there would be a great scene. Although they couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, the grey-clothed old man still felt pity for Dong Sangeng. He was such a hero. The grey-clothed old man didn't care about the life and death of the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. She went behind the moon-bearing mountain and refined half of the moon without permission. It was an act that deserved death. Now that she was going against Dong Sangeng, she had the advantage of time and place. However, it was also a cage. Liu Cha asked, according to the latest deduction of the Jiazi tent, the Confucian Temple is going to give half of the world to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? The grey-clothed old man nodded. That's a big deal. The young hidden official used a utilitarian way of arranging troops and formations to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the same time, he had his hands tied and fought for several years, which made the sword cultivators frustrated. That fellow who descended from the sky went to the Qingming Tian and ran back, dispelling some of the frustration in the hearts of sword cultivators. The Sage of Rites had a saint overseeing this place. The secondary saint had Alliance and mellow scholar Chen Chunan. The Sage of Literature had the great sword immortal by his side and the hidden official, Chen Pinggan. These scholars who traveled from afar were using their own methods to reason with the Confucian Temple of Howren Heaven. On the battlefield, Li Cai stopped. A sovereign stage great demon with ethereal immortal qi appeared 1,000 feet away. It was Huang Luan. This great demon passed through the demon race army and found Li Cai, who was digging deep into the formation alone. Huang Luan smiled and said, "You're Li Cai? I heard you bought the Frozen Cloud Inn. What a coincidence. It's mine now. Put away your sword and kneel. Be my servant, and I'll spare your life." Huang Luan was silent for a moment. Then, she narrowed her eyes and said, what I'm saying doesn't sound good for a female sword immortal. Just call me a sword attendant." Together with Li Cai's Cloud Stopping Inn, which was carved entirely out of jade, the 1,000 Ravine Inn, the Elm Immortal Inn, the Armor Warehouse, and so on, All the private residences left behind by sword immortals should be his spoils of war. Li Cai's body was riddled with wounds, but most of them were concealed by the daoist robes she was wearing. Her cheekbones had been smashed apart by a demonic cultivator from the school of the military. Her skin was mangled, and her bones were exposed. Li Cai spat out a mouthful of blood. She smiled and said, "You even know that I bought the frozen cloud in?" Huang Luan nodded and said, "There are still some sword cultivators who are afraid of death." Rong Cai sheathed her sword. Her movements were swift and violent. Her sword will surged and a ripple as tall as her and the others spread out. In an instant, countless heads of the demon army that surged forward from both sides of her and the great demon Huang Luan rolled down. Huang Luan put 2 fingers together and stretched out her hand. She shook it lightly and dispersed the invisible sword intent. "Since you're already at the end of your rope, don't show off." Li Cai asked, "Then do you know that even if you go to the Tongya continent, you'll be stabbed to death?" Huang Luan laughed and reminded her, "I'm actually not in a good mood right now." Huang Luan was originally the sovereign great demon abbot of the wilderness sword cultivator formation. She was obviously an existence that the grey-robed elder of Moon-bearing Mountain placed high hopes on. Firstly, Huang Luan's status in the wilderness sword cultivator was very high. She had never argued with other great demons. Secondly, the item that Huang Luan was looking for in the eyes of the other sovereign great demons was useless. Furthermore, Huang Luan was not very ambitious. In the words of a certain great demon, Huang Luan was just a trash collector in the wilderness sword cultivator formation. That was why Yu Tuorshan handed the battle that was in the limelight to Huang Luan. However, that exchange of swords, which was likely to be unprecedented in history, should have been an earth-shattering battle. 2 groups of sword cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands, had used flying swords against flying swords, and a torrent of sword chi against a waterfall of sword chi. Not only had the wilderness of sword chi failed to suppress the Great Wall of sword chi, it had even suffered greater losses than expected. In the end, Huang Luan and the great demon could only go to the wilderness sword cultivator formation at the back of the battlefield to kill those sword cultivators who were trying to reinforce the Great Wall of sword chi. Not only that, Huang Luan had to throw half of the jade palaces and pavilions that she had painstakingly refined and collected at the Great Wall of sword chi. It was obvious that the grey-robed elder was not very satisfied with Huang Luan's performance. Li Cai looked back. Unknowingly, she was a little far away from the Great Wall of sword chi. It could be seen that her swordsmanship was very good. Huang Luan said, "I'll give you one last chance to live." Li Cai thrust out her sword. Huang Luan reached out to grab the sword light and broke it. The sword light splashed out from her palm, but it did not hurt Huang Luan at all. Li Cai bent down and dashed forward, instantly unsheathing her sword. Huang Luan's robe spread out. The small world was snow-white. Li Cai's spiritual chi was forcefully raised to the peak, but it only broke Huang Luan's small world. Huang Luan said that she was an arrow at the end of its flight. It was absolutely true. Li Cai, who could not attack a second time, retreated and vomited blood. Huang Luan did not look at the woman's pitiful state. She lifted a sleeve that had been torn to shreds and looked at it. She felt a little sorry for her. She raised her head and smiled. "Your sword will is really not bad. You are indeed a sword cultivator from the North Continent. I'm definitely going to take you as my female sword servant. After I take you down, I'll have Bai Ying refine your soul into a new one. When we get to the Tongyi continent in the future, you'll be able to see if anyone can kill me with a single stab of their sword." As she spoke, Huang Luan pressed down with one hand. In a flash, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. A mountain-sized pavilion came crashing down on Li Cai's head. Li Cai was about to attack with her sword when she realized that an elder had come to her side. He said that he had offended her and pulled Li Cai to the back. At the same time, the elder threw the long sword in his hand towards the pavilion. The long sword and the sword light went straight up and stopped the pavilion, as if a single tree was supporting a dangerous building. Yarrow Chongdao's name was Lianyun. Perhaps it was because the Yarrow family head liked the word Lianyun so much that his sword and natal flying sword were named Lianyun. Immortal realm. Before coming here, the elder had exchanged swords with the attendant. The demon sword Immortal had already retreated from the battlefield. Huang Luan said helplessly, I'm really not interested in battle achievements. Why come to me when you are seriously injured? But I can't reject a head that is given to me for free. Above the pavilion, another huge building came crashing down. The sword Lianyun, which was overlaid with sword light, was instantly pressed into a slight arc. Huang Luan was using the wear and tear of an intermediate refinement item in exchange for the wear and tear of Yarrow Chengdao's great refinement item. There was no need to hesitate. Huang Luan's mind moved slightly and the immortal abodes came crashing down. The tip of the sword Lianyun had already cracked. It was just that the elder's natal flying sword had yet to appear. Huang Luan wanted to see if Yarrow Chengdao, who was seriously injured, could use the trump card that made her eyes light up. Li Cai was about to return to the battlefield when the elder shouted angrily, Li Cai, it's not that I look down on women, it's that I look down on your unpolished jade realm. Retreat. Li Cai could only curse and decisively gave up the idea of charging forward. Huang Luan looked up at the dazzling sword light that had already pierced through the entire pavilion. She smiled and said, I originally thought that sacrificing a long sword was a smokescreen to save someone and yourself. All right, since you've made up your mind to waste your life with me, I'll let you have your wish. Killing an immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Chi can make up for your mistake. The elder was wearing a robe of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His sleeves fluttered as he suddenly asked, You know my grandson-in-law? Li Cai didn't want to be superfluous and distract Yarrow Chengdao, but she also didn't want to retreat. She put some distance between them and nurtured her flying sword. After hearing this, she nodded and said, I know him. We're quite close. Yarrow Chengdao hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal Li to tell that kid that he doesn't need to come and ask for my hand in marriage. I don't care about his empty head. Li Cai was speechless. It wasn't that this great sword Immortal Yarrow didn't care, but he couldn't drag that guy by the collar to the Yarrow family to ask for their hand in marriage. Li Cai wanted to say that she had a direct disciple and was obsessed with that guy. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she decided not to say it. Li Cai said, Senior Yarrow, I can exchange places with you. If there's a chance, we can retreat together. Yarrow Chengdao was too lazy to expose the true intentions of this North Continent girl. Why would she die here at such a young age? However, the elder smiled and said, Don't underestimate the trump card of a sovereign stage great demon. You're just a little girl. If you die together with an old man, it'll be like committing suicide for love. What would that be? The elder leaped up lightly and sat down cross-legged. Clouds appeared under his feet. He placed his hands on his abdomen. Clouds rose from his palms, and a snow-white pocket-sized flying sword slowly rose. Huang Luan's expression was calm. Yarrow Chengdao's natal flying sword was suitable for large-scale battles. It was very similar to Wu Chengpei's Sweet Rain and Yu Qing's Skylark in the Sky. Its strength was not in close combat. Huang Luan exhaled a mouthful of colorful fog. It disappeared in a flash. There was not much of a scene. However, it made Li Cai, who was far away from the battlefield, feel terrified. Any sovereign stage great demon was a monster who had lived for a long time. In the long years, Huang Luan had refined hundreds of natal items of the 5 elements. She kept eliminating and replacing them. In the end, she had 2 immortal weapons and 3 half-immortal weapons. As for those magnificent jade palaces, except for 3 of them, the rest were all external objects. She had collected a large number of ancient ruins and immortal caves. It was nothing more than a hobby to relieve her boredom. Yarrow Chengdao said to himself, Little Ning, from now on, I'll leave her to you to protect. Don't not protect her just because she's strong enough. There's no good man in the world who won't protect the woman he loves. It's good that you can stop Little Ning and go out of the city to fight with Li Jun. It's good that you can still live after defeating Li Jun. So there's nothing to worry about. I'm very relieved. In an instant, the old man's forehead, temple, neck, chest, and abdomen seemed to have been pierced by 5 colorful flying swords. After being pierced, the old man's bones, blood, flesh, soul, and sword intent were all madly absorbed by the 5 inconspicuous holes. Huang Luan was obviously not too willing to let Yarou Chengdao's sword light destroy too many buildings. Except for Li Cai, who was clearly determined to deliver the next sword, even at the cost of her own life. In the distance, a young woman had already rushed over on a flying sword. Her momentum was like a rainbow. It was Ning Yao. The old man shattered his natal flying sword without warning. He closed his eyes and smiled. Although I didn't use my sword, I died a worthy death. The mountain was covered in clouds and mist. Yarou Chengdao used his soul, sword, and intrinsic flying sword to create a world of his own. In the next moment, Huang Luan found herself in a vast white mist. An immortal stage sword immortal, whose flying sword was not a natal ability to create a small world, actually had the means to detain a sovereign stage great demon. What was the point? As a matter of fact, Yarou Chengdao was already deader than dead. Who can kill me? Li Cai? Or Ning Yao, who was ultimately only at the nascent soul stage? Far away, a certain B** starred who was ganging up on 2 sovereign stage great demons disappeared into thin air. Moreover, he directly broke through 2 small worlds that had a strict atmosphere. One of them was a burly giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Wherever he stood, there would always be a golden futon following him. He had once taken the lead to ascend the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was slashed down by Chen Qingju's sword. After that, he purposely left a deep sword mark that was as deep as a ravine. There was also a short old man who rode on a flying sword. His brows and hair were white, and he carried a long staff on his shoulder. He came to the giant's shoulder and asked in confusion, "Why is it so strange?" A moment later, on a battlefield, the clouds and mist dispersed, revealing the truth. A man used Yarou Chengdao's Lianyun's sword to stab the head of a great demon. He raised it high into the air and said indifferently, "The one who killed Huang Luan is Yarou Chengdao and Alliance." The large moon that served as the battlefield was already on the verge of collapse. A tall old sword immortal stood on a huge corpse of a great demon. He laughed loudly and said, "Alliance, what do you think?" Dong Sangeng was the only one who killed the Lotus Nunnery Master. Although his natal flying sword was destroyed, the old man could still return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He exploded his sword intent and enveloped the entire large moon. Then, he transformed into a huge Dharma form and dragged the large moon to the ground. He smashed it towards the place where the great demon army of the desolate land was gathered. The bright moon began to shatter, and the old sword immortal's figure gradually dissipated. The large moon crashed to the ground with such great momentum that the 6 great demons, including Yang Ji and Fei Fei, had no choice but to face the bright moon and the old sword immortal with the surname Dong. Alliance raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.